Welcome back, everybody, here to another Wednesday night for a Pit of Valor. It's 99.2. We're going to be having a 100 come up here soon, but we make sure every single little thing is lined up for you by the time we get there. But we got a new host on the desk tonight because it's been a while for the man. It's Mr. Orbital. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I mean, you said it. I mean, the last time I cast a Pit of Valor, it was a long time ago, and yet my excitement for Pit of Valor has never been higher. I am so excited to be back. Very, very excited to bring my expertise or non-expertise, as I found out recently, some more. Bringing that to the desk. I'm very, very excited to be here and see what the teams have to offer.
I am as well. I mean, consider we're already getting into this first round and look at what everything got lined up. Sorry for a little bit of a delay there, but it's because we had to get so much together for you. Knowing that community game and they had to pitch in all this money and we had to make sure everything's getting lined up and everything's going to go to the right places. It's just a little bit too much of the back end to worry about for, just us two. We run the whole show. It's just you and I. It's a lot to really handle there. But in our reality, we still got ourselves a matchup already lined up here and we're going to the likes of Ascent. It's going to be Tutty versus Descendants here for our first match. But I know I haven't seen too much out of these, but Orbit, I'm curious to know what you think, and even then, what we could possibly get out of this map.
I mean, we're gonna try and have ourselves a ball, and as you said, not really teams well known in the POV. I'm sure they have, a couple buddies watching, or maybe a decent following behind board. But for us, it's kind of the first time, and first time teams I do love to watch so much, mostly because you don't know what to expect. You go in kind
Yeah.
of fresh expectations, especially with these open registration format tournaments. It's very fun. These are teams that really get to show off and really just get to say, hey. This is our time. We got to make a statement. We got to have some fun. There's a chance it's kind of, the one-sided beatdown. There's a chance that it goes all the way into double OT. We don't know specifically, but I'm expecting these teams to show up and really show us why they want to make a run towards that crown.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, for Ascent to be our first opening map, I mean, you know what exactly to expect on Ascent is that you
Yeah.
don't know what to expect. That's easily the best way to put it is knowing that this map feels so even. It's so just, I want to say perfect across the board that I usually refer to it as the Mona Lisa of Valor maps. That teams just feel comfortable in this place. And it's always typically what we see for map ones. Because, I mean, teams are getting themselves a little bit of a feeler. As you mentioned, it's a free to play tournament. It's open to anybody. So I mean, you just come in, you play, and for this first round, you don't really know what to expect because you're not running the likes of Demon Time or Cobalt or any of these teams that you see on a daily week or on a weekly basis. Excuse me. So you're saying, all right, let's just have a little bit of a gentleman's agreement. Let's go to
Mhm.
Ascent. Everybody knows the map, and there's easily as many ways to play this map as you want to. You can go for the double initiator with either a fade and a KO or a Sova and kind of switch them all around. You get to run any duelist whatsoever that you really feel like, because any of them can feel viable here to a certain extent. I mean, it's just a very easy map to get yourself onto.
Yeah, and I mean, I love the fact that you brought up the gentleman's agreement. It is pretty much kind of that. It's the respect between all the teams because currently we have gotten word that the flashes will be enabled currently. So all of the agents that do have flashes in there, the KO, the Sky specifically, I know Sky's been running havoc considering how much has been going on, but all the flash characters currently are still enabled and that will be run throughout the tournament. And so at that point, that is very important to introduce because,
Yeah.
again, it is that gentleman's agreement. It's saying, hey, you know what? We have to be uh we have to be kind to each other, right?
Hmm.
Don't abuse that flash mechanic. Don't be that person, right, that ruins the experience for everyone. Be kind and allow these agents to be played the way that they were intended, right? So that's what we're kind of looking at here. Of course, getting into Ascent, we're taking a look, and you can already see the teams are straying away from that. But the Fade, of course, coming out here for Ogre. The Killjoy coming out here. If Vincent were here, he would tear the heads off of people, just saying, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, and even then, already look at them. And you mentioned the Flash characters. Honestly, it seems like teams aren't really even playing too much into it. When you can already look at the side of Descendants, they have themselves the Fade to work off of, a KJ, a Sova. That they're playing off these initiators that are a lot more intel or like oriented. I mean, KO obviously being one of those, but his Flash is kind of the biggest thing of his kit. So I mean, for Descendants to be going for something completely different, to be going for this kind of traditional feel of Valor with the mix and a Fade there, it's going to be very interesting to see how exactly they can make that composition work and even more interested to know that Coach Joe, I know, who is an old Nightblade coach, that I mean, being inside the game, they have to have some level of respect to know that they're going to have something crazy to throw out here because the man has a mind.
Oh yeah, that's always really fun to see. And my brain also escaped me right there. Unlike Coach Joe, it is bind, I believe, that Vincent will swear up and down never take Killjoy on. So Ascent is gonna be okay. Ascent's absolutely okay. That's a great pickup, and I like it. Right, that's also one of the standards. Again, foggy memory, but you can already see it. Right, the Killjoy locking things down to a little bit of a pulse sitting at the entrance, and then of course the turret in the back. And that way you can hold down mid as well. So very standard, stock standard, at least for the defending side. For the side of the attackers, they are going to be prepped. This is going to be an A-side rush, and I like it. Let's see what they got.
I'm already with you, man. A little bit of a stall and the old concussion to come out and make sure there's a little bit of a slowdown. And it honestly comes out on top, though, even regardless for like Titanium, they get themselves at least Arianic this. But, I mean, this is going to be an exchange. We got to see what else this first round can come out from. And also, I want to see how many Reaver bundles we see today. Because, you know, people are loving that skin, or at least that collection. I want to see how much exactly you get already for day one.
Who spent the money? Who spent it? Come on, tell me. Tell me. That's what we're looking at here, right? That's what we want to see. And what we can see right now, though, is a very nice solid. So this occurred again because of just that that very nice setup. I believe that was set up from the breach, just stalling out, slowing it down. And in pistol rounds, I will always say I love the guns blazing routine, right? Rush it as hard as you can, give it a shot, you know, test to see if your opponent's awake. For right now, the teams are taking a little bit slower because of that slowdown. Again, Coach Joe, as you said, the big brain there, was able to slow down the initial push, and now they're chasing him with 40 seconds left. Lovin is going to take out Ogre. Coach Joe is going to find Creo. PP is going to fall to Coach Joe, and Aspect going to take Joe's life. So far, it seems like Toddy are coming out in the advantage with the 2-1 situation.
Yeah, and they even still have to get control of that spike, as you see. I mean, obviously, it's there to work with, and it's out in the open, it's on the side, but it's not in anybody's grasp to be playing with. So you make sure to have to get control of that. You have to find a way to get on the site, and Fracture just gets exactly enough of a lineup, knowing that the last player is going to be Malka, who's disguised. So doesn't exactly have all the health in the world, but has the shots to make sure to close out that first round with Ghost and get yourself that money to work with the second to possibly manage these Spectre buys here now.
Feels good, man. Really well played coming off of here. And again, it was a little bit slow, but that's what we expect here. But the shots were on point, and Toddy able to lay it down, able to give themselves that weapon econ boost here into the second round. You can see it coming out here, right? The Bucky, everyone knows it, everyone loves it. We are getting a little bit of a touch up here. Our observers having some fun, right? Yep, just making sure that no one sees that no one sees those bar graphs on the right side of our screen. Coming into the second round, though, it is once again going to be Toddy taking a little bit of a peek up a main, but also cheating into that catwalk to mid, saying, hey, we'll play both angles now, and we do find one.
This huge aggression coming out with all these Bulldog buys is a little bit interesting because you don't see too many teams actually feeling comfortable with that gun. I mean, it's typically just kind of a player role, these budget rounds, and make sure they can have a follow-up and have a rifles for a rifle round that's going to be respectively kind of brought out after this. Fracture with that hole right towards the door. I want to see whether or not you can get the impact, whether or not you have the smokes, have the player swinging at the right time, and you can't even manage one because that spray is just going way off in the left field.
It feels so bad when that happens too. You saw one or two of the shots hit, so you know you got some damage, but the spray doesn't favor you pretty much ever. What does favor you is a little bit of a launch pad. Look at that grenade coming out here. Ariana Karai saying, hey, I'm going to see my way to a kill and then lose my life in the process. But with the spike down, it is going to be Descendants having a chance to out. Aspect takes one before falling, but still leaves it in a 2v1. Coach Joe wisely backing off, saying, hey, this isn't my fight to win. Toddy, with some damage in the back pocket, are going to claim their second round.
Which, if you think, you see Coach Joe trying to go for a little bit of a lap around, trying to play from the front of flank, going for a little bit of an exit kill situation, which he can honestly line himself up for, because no matter what, he wants to make sure he can go for a fight, because it's just beneficial to either die or get a kill in the meantime. But none of that's really going to come to life there. He's going to be the one actually dying. So that's going to be already a 2-0 lead for the side of Toddy to get themselves a lead, and still two Bulldogs to be working with. This is where we see the switch up coming out. So we're going to see these Phantoms, these Vandals, whatever need be. Your comfort zone picks, your guns that you like the most, unless it's an operator, because you won't have the money for it. This is where it comes into play right here, right now, whether Descendants is going to be a completely different squad than what we've seen prior.
It's the first round with the guns, and you can take a look here. For Toddy, it's not the full save round, right? They do have the Bulldogs, they have a Vandal in pocket, so they do have some equipment to work with, plus they have the knives out. So this is going to be well and more enough to rival Descendants, where normally you would have kind of that wind power, right? you're stuck in a situation where you're like, oh, if we peek the wrong side, that happens. So Coach Joe will be taken out here, and again, that's one of your primary shot callers that is on the ground here. Of course, the hard spray from Ariana Christ is going to slow down that catwalk push, but it's still a valid option. Aspect saying, I gotta do something. Come on, 17 HP.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage already going down the floor, but you can see Ariana trying to go for a couple of these picks, trying to go for at least a little bit of damage with the satchel charge coming up, but that leaves her with absolutely no utility going forward. So, I mean, that's a big investment to come down right into a tree to create somewhat of a stall when you don't know where they're really going to be making their full push yet. You don't have anything for a retake now, but still, there's plenty of time, and even then the spike may not go down because we're looking at 45 seconds. No real influence to his site just yet. Still a lot of lingering going down right in the middle for Toddy thus far.
And they're hoping for just one more, right? You want one more frag, especially with guns hot. One more frag would make you a lot more confident pushing in. However, they might get lucky. The coin flip might lead them to a 1v5 scenario, and that is not what Descendants want to have happen. You can see their deep spread over there in mid into their own spawn, and they're going to take this chance, and that's going to be the ping. So they know there's only one right now. Ogre is going to be found out and is dancing around the boxes as long as possible. 22 HP gets swung on by P, and that's a classic kill. Now the rest of Descendants are lined up on the top rafters, and they're going to try and spray their best. The Aspect is on point. A 3K to annihilate and wash out Descendants. That's them at a 3-0.
Yeah, that's a massive start already coming out from the likes of Todd to make sure not only get themselves the rounds that they've wanted and have those guns to be playing with in terms of the Bulldog in those past two, but knowing that now those Bulldogs have gotten exchanged, they can drop them out. Other teammates can be picking up these bigger guns to be working with, having themselves a free upgrade and carrying it on to the next, to where they're saying they're now sitting in a massive lead in terms of rounds. They haven't really invested too much into it in the rear end. I know they can just look forward at the stage in the game, that they just have to make sure to keep on reinvesting and reinvesting whatever armor may have been dropped, because that's really all you got that's really been sacrificed thus far. So look at a little bit of a budget buy, obviously, from the side of Descendants, and even then a little bit of an aggressive hold coming out with these Buckies in hand and the Sheriffs to back them up. But, I mean, you got to find these shots. You got to nail things out, and the Aspect just isn't going to let you have a chance or time of death.
You would love to always have a duelist-like Aspect, right? Just like going off right now, having a good game. And yes, it's only the opening round, so that still leads itself to a very nice start, right? Already having about 9 frags in the pocket, and then getting a blind spray onto Ogre, and then another spray down in the back of Boat. Well, you know, maybe. It was close, but decent amount to say the least. Fractured, sitting on about 27 HP. But it's still enough, right? Toddy sitting with that grand exchange of 3v2, and Descendants bleeding dry about 20 HP on either of these players. I mean, Toddy are consistently controlling the flow of the game and feeling real good about their pacing, their rotations, their proactive plays. You can see in the mid as well, holding it down. This is Toddy's round to lose.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, looking at the ultimate that you mentioned, that KJ shutdown still being fully available, but not really having the weaponry to back it up, you got to consider what move they could be making. I think, honestly, they're trying to make themselves a play to get a couple more kills. And knowing they don't really have the best health in the world, they're trying to manage somewhat of a play. They're trying to get themselves somewhat of a kill, but that's just not going to be the answer so far. Instead, King just sitting in the back, looking for somewhat of a post plant, looking for some exit frags. Hopefully somebody swings into the crosshair. And even with that Phantom, you don't win that lineup. So already a 4-0 lead coming out from Toddy, and almost nothing really to show for it from the side of Descendants. Not too many kills in either rounds, and knowing these rifle rounds have come into full force for them, they haven't really found the exchange or really made it too expensive either.
Yep, and now the econ is going to be as bad as the stock market for Descendants, right? Up, down, up, down, up, down. You know, pick your spike, right? And that's what's going to happen here. So we can already see Fracture deciding, hey, we're going to go as hard as we can here. It is going to be, I love it. No matter what, no matter the round disadvantage that you have, I do love the fact that someone is always going to try that. At the end of the day, unfortunately, you're going to empty about 50 bullets down that way, but Ariana Christ is able to find the opener. Right now, first blood goes their way, and for the first time, Toddy rounding things out in a round with a 4v5 disadvantage.
Yeah, this is kind of honestly exactly what we need out of Descendants. They haven't found themselves a first blood just yet. They haven't really found the initiative inside of these rounds. So there's a little bit of a change of pace that could actually work into their favor, but they have to find a way to capitalize off it. And that's going to be very difficult considering the circumstances and looking at the hold up right there towards A main. They have no mid control. So it's going to be a full funnel lap right through the smoke you're going to have to play for. It's going to be a very difficult venture.
scary one for sure, and immediately stuffed once again. Descendants being able to hold down this gate, and it's something that they haven't been able to do for quite some time, but this time around, maybe luck is on their side. Two members holding it down as much as they can, and now Ariana Cry sitting on 30 HP. For as long as they held down, it's not really yielding as much damage as they would assume. But Descendants keeping 4 around this area, and now losing 1 draws over that Killjoy, and it'll be a hard swing again. Aspect claiming to keep it now at a 3v3. Coach Joe able to temper up, but that's going to be the ultimate flying through here. Leo takes out Coach Joe within the Rolling Thunder, and it still lets Toddy have that advantage. Mocha finds Yukine, and Fractured goes down. It was a valiant attempt from the Descendants, but my gosh, Toddy were able to bully through.
That's just a huge starter coming out from Toddy, knowing that even then we mentioned Descendants and said, all right, this is the round start they need. Get that first kill. Find yourself the man advantage. Play 1-for-1s or just somebody go off and start feeling yourself. But we're not seeing that out of anybody, at least compared to the likes of Aspect. Already in 13-3, showing up here for this first round, showing that they're on fire so far, and they're just looking out freaking standing. So, I mean, somebody's going to have to live up either that legacy or either shut that player down almost right off the get-go. Otherwise, your round is not going to be plausible.
And I mean, that was honestly, I give huge props to Descendants. They held that down for so long, but
yeah,
it just didn't come to fruition. And now, I mean, you're sitting with the low econ, right? This is their save round. It's, you know, pistols only. And yeah, you had a rocket launcher come out. You had the showstopper. You got nothing out of it, right? So this is going to be Toddy cleaning up house. The only question is, how many are they going to lose? Mid is being held by 2. And it looks like they grabbed 2 on the back end. Of course, Aspect, as usual, is on point, keeping with the status quo of, hey, the duelist will always get at least 2 to 3 kills in a round.
Yep, and Aspect is definitely living up to that standard so far, kind of setting a higher bar for the rest of the duelists tonight to say this can be very difficult to match. If you be somewhat of a duelist, knowing that at least being on broadcast and being on stream, you're going to say, okay, well, how can I live up to that? Because obviously I got to get some clips in. I got to have casters over my I got to work for something. Well, you got to make sure you come out here arms swinging right off the get-go, because this man is going to make sure to show that this will be a very difficult job to top him. But another thing that's very difficult to top is going to be the score so far. Already, Toddy to 6-0 lead, guaranteeing themselves an even half, and knowing they even already have pressure, knowing where a lot of these players are going. They saw the push towards B, they saw a player push through panels, and they give the Christ 11, but it's not too much to work with already. Instead, they find themselves already being down a man and looking for map pressure somewhere else. But I think, honestly, the call, seeing that somebody swing out from the middle, they could say, honestly, if we push the site fast enough, they're probably not even back there yet.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a different cheeky angle, because again, Descendants have always found a majority share of Toddy. You know, that they've always run into like a 3 or 4. But in this situation now, Toddy are actually split pretty heavily, and it's granted Descendants a really nice bounty on a couple kills. So cleaning up 2 over in the B lobby area. Now they have to worry about A main. But that's held again by the Killjoy, right? You can see the lockdown. You can see all those nano swarms are just right in front. So, I mean, they're okay with it. Descendants playing this round even better than a one before. And I give huge props to them. They are not letting this 0-6 get to their heads. They're saying, hey, we're still going to play our game. Still a huge chance to play. And so far, 3 and nothing answered. Descendants real happy about that. Aspects, though. Aspects is still alive. And you know what that means.
Yeah, there's still a problem alive, and there's still a player that can maybe bring some light to this round, or at least make it very expensive for the likes of Descendants, knowing that even though they've lost so many rounds in a row, it's made it very difficult for them to even have somewhat of an opportunity in these matches. So you're going to win out that fight if you're Cryo, and that's exactly what you do. You have just enough time to get that spike down, you equalize the numbers almost, as it's still a 3v2, so there's still one more player, but knowing the Aspect is still alive, as you mentioned, and even then has that Bladestorm ready, he can get aggressive with it, or he can just stay in a corner and just hold things out, knowing that they're all going to swing at the same time.
And this is actually a very open corner that you chose. You didn't choose the back, the boathouse, and because of that, it's one of the first areas that Fractured looked for. That'll grant Descendants their first round of this game, and not a round too soon. You lose 2, and I mean, that is a very, very small price to pay to try and get the momentum back in your favor. Really, really well played.
Yeah, in situations like these, as I mentioned, I mean, they were just trying to make it as expensive as possible, looking at a couple of these players and the sacrifice they were making, that even then, when you look at Ogre and you look at Yukine, They still don't have enough for these full weapons. They don't have enough for the full armor to back it up with their utility. They're focused more on the utility, setting up these games, trying to make these plays, and kind of get this team collective mindset going on. But still, they got themselves around. They're on the board most importantly, but they have 4 ultimates to go up against this one, at least for the next couple as well. So it's going to be very difficult whether or not we see Toddy want to invest modes or whether or not they just feel comfortable enough with the guns in hands, knowing they're already fragging out.
Oh yeah, they are going hard here, and they have the ultis on their side, as you were saying. This is going to be a chance, and I'm very, very curious. Again, one round doesn't always spell a difference, but once you start getting that second or third, it can be much, much different. Of course, right now you can hear a little bit of a cataclysm over here on this catwalk side. They're going to try and hold out, but Creo says, "What is for me?" Down goes the Sova, and Coach Joe is able to find some love. And once again, this is a fantastic play from Descendants. Is out of nowhere. They are breathing massive amounts of life back into their gameplay.
Yeah, still alive, not only in the gameplay, but at least in this round, show that 4 of them are still standing, so they have plenty of control of that spike. But when you lose one more, once again, it just comes down to making it expensive as your cryo. Try to make it difficult. Try to make sure you can get the right lineups. But when you have a triple team, man, just staring it down onto the tree, it's going to be very, very difficult to find yourself the kills. So you can get at least 1, maybe 2 if the spray lines up perfectly for you with that bloom being lined up. But, I mean, other than that, you just take your loss and you go into the next one saying, we still have 6 rounds, we still have 4 ultimates if we're Toddy, and we still have plenty of rounds to go to make sure this league gets that much bigger. Worst case situation, 10-2 for them. But Descendants, I think they're starting to light up here a little bit. They're starting to wake up in the game, and they're starting to finally realize what they can do.
Yeah, it took a while, but again, the holds have been read very, very well. And I will always say it's all about reading your opponent, right? You know, some people get upset when we talk about the momentum, the flow, the pacing of the game, right? But it really is, right? You have to grab hold of a read on your opponent. You have to grasp how your opponent likes to play. And in this sense, Toddy, they swapped up from a very standard, you know, aggressive 3 to 4 man push into more of a standard, right? Setting up with 2-1-2, setting up with a 1-1-3 or anything like that. And it's granted Descendants an opportunity to fight back, right? In these situations where they can kind of count that Aspect is not going to be with the rest of the squad, they're able to collect. And that has been a consistent factor in the last 2, wherever these kills go for Descendants. It's where Aspect is not. They started to get a read on where Aspect likes to play.
Yeah, it's a big read, as you mentioned, and already. I mean, Descendants are kind of getting themselves also a default that's starting to work a little bit better for them. They felt very aggressive towards these main areas. They're trying to rush them down. They're trying to play the attacking side on the defense and trying to play the over-aggression game, but instead they're just actually playing to their role, playing on the defensive side of the map, and just doing a much better job of buying into it with the utility allocated to them, as I mentioned, with them having the minds of the game on this side of the field. So they have to make sure to work into that, and that's exactly what they've done, just finding 3 kills without even having to overextend themselves or even show their bodies at all, as they make sure to get themselves now a much bigger wipe, a flawless round to be working with, and showing they are now starting to really get the hang of this stuff.
It only took 6. That's what it did. It took 6, and you know, it feels bad that you're going up against 4 straight gun rounds, but that's the price you pay. And if the price you pay is going back to net 0 at the second half, you'll take it. You will absolutely take that. So huge props to Descendants. They have fought back aggressively well and not even allowed to play it in the last 2 rounds. So as we were saying, found their own groove here, and it's on Toddy now. They have 4 ultimates. We barely heard any ultimates being used, and you got to start spreading a little bit of joy here, whether it be the Seekers coming out here giving you a bit of an advantage, or a lockdown on B to try and break open some space, and maybe a Hunter's Fury may have to come out on the aggressive instead of holding it for a site defense. You got to do something, right? You got to start using those ultimates that you've been sitting on for the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to find a way to really find the impact in the game with it as well, because Bladestorm, you're always scared you're not going to get all the kills in the world. You're not going to find that cliff with it. When you have the Sky Seekers, you on the attacking side, you want to use a proposed plant, but instead it's actually used as an aggression onto site. So that's a good way to get that information, know where these players are, and let Aspect do his job. Say he doesn't have Spike, he just needs to overextend and find these kills and follow those Seekers all the way back into spawn, and that's exactly what he does. So still, 4 ultimates fully available, knowing that we saw that switch around. It's also go ahead and grab one his own out of feet, but I mean, there just needs to be a little bit more here. And honestly, you don't need much more if you're Toddy. 4 members standing against Fractured. He's the one who really has to clutch things up right now.
Clutch is hard, clutch is difficult, but if you can take 2 or 3 more with you, you'll be real happy. That Nano Swarm, that one felt bad. I'm not gonna lie, that Nano Swarm felt bad, but let's see what you can get. Actually can't get too much, and again, in a round win aspect, is still topping the leaderboard at 3K there once again. And that puts them at 7, right? We were wondering if it was going to be a hard run by Descendants. A 3-round run, not bad at all. Keeps it competitive, right? So they're very happy about that setup. You expended the Seekers on Toddy's side. And now moving in to these last 2 rounds, I expect them to fully throttle it. With the Astral Wall available and a couple others, I mean, they shouldn't feel too reserved about launching on offensive with 1 or 2 ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be a lot more here. Obviously, the likes of Descendants, but I mean, knowing that they got themselves at least 3, this makes it a viable half. We've seen plenty of matchups where things end up 9-3 for a half, and that's just because the team doesn't feel very comfortable. And when you make sure to, speaking of comfortability, showing that you're kind of getting out of your element when you miss those initial off shots that you have to land to get yourself that initial man advantage to be working off of. Because when you have an operator, you're expected to do that. You're expected to find the start. You're expected to grab that initial kill and follow things through and know that you have things to work with and know you won that 50-50. But in our case, is able to go ahead and close up that kill, make sure to get it on somebody else, which is still that Jet. So that's absolutely massive, knowing that you got rid of their biggest fragger. You have a shutdown over towards the A side. Nobody got detained off of it, but you know that even then, regardless, you've done the damage and you've had the halt that you're looking for.
Oh man, Aspect has either had a great time or a not so fun time, but Lovin says I want some as well. Ran out of bullets though. Is gonna have to reload real quickly. That Rolling Thunder did so much work that opened up for Fracture to lay down the bullet. And Ariana Christ is going to find a kill on the trio, and that leads it to a 1v4. Malka gonna try and do work here. 15 HP, not much to work with. That puts it at a 7-4. Descendants fighting back with a chance at putting it to only 2-round difference here in the last round of the half.
Yeah, good way to hold things out, and even great usage of the utility right there. More importantly, the ultimates to get themselves back on the side. They didn't really wait for the spike to go down. They waited for the audio cues. They kind of backed up. They said our competition is a little more aggressive, so let's back ourselves off the side but not give it up. I have a Rolling Thunder that covers the entirety of it. We got more than enough of that detained to really make sure they isolate each other across the map. And I mean, they just absolutely overwhelmed the opposition that was trying to get the spike down. So that was huge there at Descendants. And I'm looking to see them get this last one to make sure this game can go to 7-5, to make sure to keep it close as possible, because I think their attacking side, with them waking up, they're looking better and better and better as time goes on in this match.
I mean, if this is their scaling, I'm so happy about it, right?
Yeah.
If this is their scaling power, go for it, 100%, right? And for Toddy, they're the ones that are going, well, crap, now we have to possibly deal with a very aggressive attacking side coming up here, and maybe we're only strong on the attack, right? For Ascent, that is a huge drop in the ulti you saw right there, just 5 nines pretty much straight into the rebar. That one feels kind of bad. So Descendants, they're happy. They drew out the Blade Storm.
No charges.
You really have to worry about the Hunter Siri, right? Are you going to use that Hunter Siri? Are you going to play out there? On the flip side, where's the Showstopper going to come out for? So Toddy still with all 5. First gunfight here in this round. It goes 1 for 1. You know what? Ogre is kind of happy about that.
I'll say, I mean, when you're swinging into 2 players, you can manage one steal that quickly. That's just a big play. I mean, you get a lot of information. You let teammates know that somebody else is there, that you didn't just exchange off each other's bullets, but still, where's all the influence going? What side are they running to it with? And it's going to be right over there by B, where Yukine realizes that it's a little bit too many players. You're getting overwhelmed, and you can't make those plays, and so you get shut down. So already a 2v4 situation for Descendants in this retake, and it's a big mountain to climb for themselves, but as you mentioned earlier, that Showstopper has got to come out eventually. This may be the opportunity to really break it out.
They're gonna send it. And it goes to Showstopper, does a little damage in the back line, but it opens up space for Coach! The one you pointed out earlier, lighting up that kill feed with the 3K, looking for a 4th. They both chase back, and that leads it to a 1v1. Who gets the spray down? Coach gets it. 4K and the defuse to go ahead and push Descendants to a 5-7 scoreline. You know what? That's a feels good way to end the half.
It most definitely is, considering that, I mean, 1 out of 6 rounds of that second half of the first half is second quarter is what we'll call it, is, I mean, was great. The ratio was outstanding for him. And you can look at that scoreboard alone that, sure, we saw the likes of Toddy get themselves a lot of momentum. They started to feel the game, get aggressive, start feeling good. I mean, Aspect was really having a highlight reel of his own. And then, honestly, finally, Descendants woke up. They started to smell the roses, figure out what they can do with that game. And more importantly, in that last round, it was just a huge clutch up by Coach Joe, able to get that help with Ariana. So there needs to be some more here to get themselves a lead or to at least get a tie game. But this first pistol round, if they can get themselves that first round and they get the follow-up, it'll be a darn good start knowing that they just have to play off that bonus.
I mean, that's something that they're really hoping for. And keep in mind, it was Toddy that were able to come out with the original pistol round. And if they do it here, that'll be 2 in a row. So far, though, Ariana saying, nope, 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 not going to happen here. It's a hard B-side rush. Follow up with Ogre taking on Lovin in the back end. This is not what Toddy were expecting, but this is what Descendants were expecting. A hard, aggressive attacking round, something completely different than how they were playing on the defensive, of course, and being a lot more decisive even than I would say Toddy were in their initial attacking rounds. That is something that Descendants have played appropriately and have all 5 members up to show for it.
I mean, you got a breach, right? So, I mean, that's what you're expecting. You get a KJ here for the post plants as well. I mean, not only just getting kills with Frenzy, but still having all that utility to work with at their disposal. So, I mean, honestly, Descendants, they're putting their entire team composition on a timer, regardless of what side of the spike they're on. They say, okay, well, Breach, he's not a very tactical kind of player. He's not a very tactical agent where you can play things slow and you're looking for default and somebody to over-aggress. You are creating that space yourself. You're pushing up. So, honestly, the longer we don't have that spike down for the likes of Breach means that he's wasting his time. And the longer that we don't have the spike down is also wasting KJ's time. So we need to make sure that Breach can push it as fast as possible. If he dies in the process, who cares? Just get the spike down. And then KJ starts to get better and better and better and better with those Ninja Swarms, just doing so much damage, really buying the time there on the spike. So this can be a big play coming out for Descendants. They've already grabbed themselves enough momentum to the middle of the map, got themselves plenty of frags, and more importantly, around to capitalize on that as Toddy just kind of ran it through, expecting the counter aggression be enough when it just was not the solution they needed.
Nope, just cleanup, right? And again, the bonus round, it went hand in hand, right?
Yeah.
The feels bad moment is, again, you only got 1 kill out of it, so Toddy like, gosh dang it, we wanted a bit more out of that. But they do get 2 Vandals, right? You take a look at the bottom, it is going to be P and Lovin that are clearing those out. Of course, P decided against picking that one up, so it seems that they're going to hold out for as long as possible and instead run some shotties. Okay, the call was made in the last 5 seconds to run some shotties and have some fun. Creo and Malka are going to have a nice surprise here for Descendants if they can find it here. So again, it is a B-side push here. 4-1 holding mid. That's a huge bounce in. Malka saying, hey, I'll wait it out. That's going to be a pump 1. Only gets 1 kill. Coach Joe finding the rebuttal. And Fractured finding the frenzied onto Aspect. And then in the corner, Coach Joe finds P's life. It was, you know, a cheeky attempt by Toddy, but it still yields a very good result.
Expected enough, and then getting 1, you're pretty happy about that. But that was the only one in the entirety of the lobby, keep in mind. So there gets to be a point, quite honestly, when you've invested so much, when you've held into these guns for so long, to say, when do we keep on holding on to them? And when do we say we can leave them behind us and make an upgrade? That you've done your job, Spectres. Congratulations, but we're graduating into Phantom Academy, and we are going to run up the rest of the game exactly like this, or at least hope that we do. So, I mean, considering that they have themselves the aggression, that seeing how fast-paced is instead of playing, they will hold on to a couple of those Spectres, but the Phantoms will also play their style much more so, and so that Yuking will be the only controller, maybe playing the lurking role a little bit if possible with that mantle in hand, looking to see what kind of finaglement they can make.
I mean, you also have to think, Toddy, they opted for an operator as well. Yeah. They played it pretty hard here, so they're also going all in, and Creo now with gun in hand is going to say, yep, it's my time to shine. Pull it up an Aspect here, 3K to hold down A. A long lurk coming in here on the back end, but P says, Ogre, you get no kill at all. Fractured is the last one standing, and it's a reversal of flawless for Toddy instead to answer Descendants. 3-round run.
And that's a big start here for Toddy, knowing that was the first round they really invested in, knowing they had a really rocky start to this half thus far, and finally when they invest into the operator, knowing that Aspect is going to have to wake up here on that gun specifically. They don't have a chamber, and that Aspect being that kind of showstopper, that little highlight for the side of Toddy for so long, now being on the defense. I mentioned again and again, I never am a big fan of the operator on rounds when it doesn't really have a factor in the fight because it's a 50-50 whether or not you run into it. It's 50-50 whether or not it does its job because it's very hard to retake with that gun. But still, the rounds it does run into it is very exciting. Otherwise, we're going to see a full force over to A, and you're going to see absolutely nothing at all unless this Trojan horse play is completely read by aspects. Still just watching that corner aggressively as possible.
Yeah, this is always kind of, it feels bad, right? It feels bad because that that lockdown doesn't really cover the back end of the rafters, but it's a nice diversion, right? Toddy were able to find two, losing only one of their own members. Aspect, of course, falling in the opening, but you get a 1 for 2, and you take out that showstopper that was being held down. So Descendants are going to have to work with a 3-person engage here on the entry into B. They're going to try and give their best shot, but Lovin is going to say more in favor of mine. Saw the turret, called it out, said, hey, we got a B site push here. Can we get some help over here? Shots through the dark means P is able to find some information, and Lovin with the nano swarm gave a very rude awakening. 2K to Lovin with the cleanup from Creo. Toddy gave a little bit of a lead to Descendants and then immediately ripped it right back.
Yeah, I mean, big exchanges right here. I mean, this entire game kind of going up in the air, but still nonetheless, Toddy coming out on top and showing that even in past these first 3 rounds that we're seeing, it's kind of odd to see that this game has completely broken all normals. I mean, we found ourselves first 3 rounds going to one team on each halves, and it really just comes down to how fast you've respected that and how fast you've made an answer and really made the adaptations to say, we have to play this game differently. And Toddy's doing exactly that again, making sure they keep that operator in play. They're finding themselves very good holds and really keeping things locked down. No pun intended, at least by that KJ player. But talking about KJ, those nano swarms are going to do well. It's ACP in the back with that Vandal, hoping that somebody will push him, but that's just not the case. Instead of full force back into the spawn, and you get a kill with it.
The last second shot was able to find a KJ swing, and that one felt kind of bad. I think Toddy were like, come on, you can't give that to them. They are able to close in, though. Descendants moving back to their fast-paced playstyle, making sure to rush into B, clearing it out as quick as possible, and now it's on Toddy. What can they do here? They don't have too much to work with. They do have the Astral Wall, but I mean, why would you throw that up here, right? There's no reason to. So going in with bare bones, and Creo is able to find one. A little bit of a stun up, though, from that breach. Coach Joe able to capitalize on that one. Leads it to a 3v2, and Aspect on the top end is going to try and hold down. Leads it to a 2v1. What a clearance, but you peek wrong way. Now it's down to a 1v1. Are you going to find it? No, it's the final shot. Malka says thank you very much.
That's the problem with that ring around the rosy play. I love it so much when you have the right guns, when you know your angles, and when you know that crate enough to see what kind of sides of your body can really be peeked out. But still, obviously, Fracture does not have enough experience of their, Fracture does not have enough experience doing all that. So still, you gotta see exactly what's gonna be done. What kind of wake-up moment is Descendants gonna have once more? Because they obviously found one in that second quarter of the game, and now they're gonna have one more in this quarter 4, but they don't really have the money for it. They don't really have the utility for it. They have the Rolling Thunder and the Nightmare, but I mean, that's not really going to be enough considering the kind of gameplay they need to set up, knowing that they are a very utility-heavy team, and they need the armor, more importantly, to make sure they can stay alive to actually have this time to create the impact with it.
Right there.
Well, all eyes are open. Double digits for Toddy here. 10 rounds in their hand, and Descendants, they had a taste of the lead for a bit, and now they want it right back. Ariana finds B sitting on top of a box, and call out for the A side rush. The Fade ultimate running rampant here, and it's doing wonders. Toddy down to their last 2 members in a flash. I'm not even sure if they want to follow through here. May just look for the exits, but Descendants, once again, hard rush to get a handle on this round.
Yeah, a big overwhelm and a lot to work with. It's still 2 members alive and on the side of Toddy, more importantly. So, actually make that 1 as Ariana will be able to close 1 out, but there's Malka. They're going ahead, showing up to the match, able to go ahead and get 2, making the round expensive, more importantly, but still having a lot to do here. You have the Seekers, but I don't think that's the right play considering it's only these 3 members alive. You have to work off the flashes, work off the rest of the utility, and you still got plenty of it, but it's not going to be coming out. Instead, Ariana able to go ahead and close things out, get that 4K with the operator to capitalize on those last 2, and bring this match that much closer to staying almost even right here in these end stages.
And take a look at that scoreboard, right? We haven't talked about it too much, but remember back, I think around 6 or 7, right? We saw a massive difference. Aspect was up about 16 frags, and they were still sitting in double digits over on Descendants, and yet in that time frame, they have pretty much come back to mirror almost the exact difference between the two, right? 20 top frag for Ariana, 22 for Aspect. That's an insane difference from what we started with. I just wanted to point that out.
I think it's even then those duelists starting to wake up on the side that they're really supposed to. I mean, you're supposed to get aggressive. You're supposed to get in their face. You're supposed to find these kills. And Ariana can do exactly that in the middle of a nano swarm and still get some damage onto someone else. So, I mean, you're really navigating dangerous territory, but still making the most out of it nonetheless. But it all comes down to you, Keenan, to 1v3 on this side. And it's going to be very, almost impossible, quite honestly, unless you want to use that ultimate from the shadows to go somewhere else and reposition yourself. But you just go for a 1-for-1 trade. You take down as many players as you can with you, because it's still going to be that 2-round differential that you've been seeing linger over you the entirety of this match.
Yep, it's 11-9, and it feels pretty bad. And as you said, Yukine, last one standing in that situation. But this is going to be a chance, right? Taking a look at the weapons for Descendants, a couple of them, I believe 3 total, can round out with some pretty heavy weaponry. But 2 more are going to be working with the low buys, right? We can see a judge in the hand of Ariana. And again, if they lose this one, then that means they're going to be in the hole for the match point, and that feels kind of bad. So they have decided to purchase up. They decided that this is going to be the round that they're playing for. And all eyes are open. Judge crying out for a little bit of value, but nothing is held. And so Descendants are able to throw it off a possible death. And they say B might not be the answer here. Let's go ahead, try and check A.
Yeah, and that's kind of something I want to mention that we haven't seen too much of, is these rotations, these plays that say, honestly, this isn't a very good idea. We've seen the W key be the MVP of this game thus far, because teams have just ran it straight through. They've looked for the aggression. They've looked for ways to get onto site. And even then, half the time, I'm giving them a little bit too much credit, because they're not looking for anything. They're just looking at heads, and they're clicking them, and they're pressing W key, just getting more and more and more aggressive. Finally, a little bit of slower pace, figuring things out, seeing what overextensions are being made, and finally they can take note of Malka right there towards that pre-entrance, saying, honestly, this may have been something we were missing, and why he was so quickly rotating onto the side when we were hitting A.
Yeah. It's the answering. It's the okay, well, I'll answer your move with my move. And we get a call out here. This is going to be the attacker lockdown going in and causing a little bit of a push. Aspect has to run away, but not before they grab a 1. Creo is going to find fractured like Coach Joe, and Yukine, though, answer right back. Is down to a 3v3. With that lockdown, no players detained, and B is completely swept out. The problem, of course, is Coach Joe is sitting on nigh a sliver of HP, and that one feels real bad. So at the end of the day, the plant goes through, and the Seekers go out. Malka waiting till the plant goes through to throw out the Seekers and call for the big fight.
It's still very empty guns in the hope, but still when Toddy hits shots like that right through for a 3K still in this round, it's a lot of pressure on Coach Joe. He's found himself in an engagement earlier, a couple kills, but still capitalizing on this one with only 5 health and a dream, still coming out alive on the rear end of this one, making sure to bring it right back to a 10-11, a 1-round difference. But I gotta say, man, this game's getting closer and closer, sure, but I mean, it feels like, honestly, more importantly, that Toddy's playing on the back end. They're playing on the tail end of this, and we've seen his Descendants close this gap so much, and it takes Toddy a little bit of conservative rounds for them to play slower for a little while to make sure to kind of give themselves somewhat of a pace change. And that's finally when Descendants say, all right, we got to go right back to our aggression again. We got to go back to our tried and true. But it seems to really put them on the back end in terms of the economy as well. Because as you can see, this is going to be like their last good round for money, and somebody's still running a Bulldog and a half sheet.
It's so bad to say that. You're still running the Bulldog, and maybe it's just their favorite weapon, Mick. Maybe they just really like the Bulldog, okay? We let them have their fun.
I love it.
Oh, I love it too. I don't have to aim. Malka, though, is aiming straight onto Yukine's head. Fractured is going to find Malka's body. And that's the trade that you want, though, for Descendants. You're trying to match with the 11-11. Aspect says, hey, you don't get a match it that easily. Coach Joe underneath is going to send out a little bit of a greeting to Creo, who has to back out through the window. 3v3, though, with the spike down. Once again, Descendants pushing the limits of how fast they can try and close out a round. P sending out a little bit of a recall to Bolton, saying, hey, we found the information, and Toddy cleaned it up well. Just like that, Descendants stuck on match point.
That's a big closure right there, and even more importantly, a really big match point, considering that we've seen them kind of go back and forth, go answer 3 for 3, then 2 for
Match
2, 1
point.
for 1, whatever it may be. But now we see this even kind of handshake going on the field. A 1 for 1. Now 2 times in a row where Toddy take themselves a lead, get the swing to work with, and even then lead Descendants kind of on the back end in terms of the economy, most importantly, when you're expecting to win out that round. The top 2 players didn't get enough kills to even grab themselves all the utility and even then the weaponry to back it up. As you can see, Ariana and Coach Joe running a half armor both. Coach Joe on a Spectre, and even then Ogre on an Ares. So there's going to be a big switch up, a huge investment in terms of the Nightmare already off the get-go. But I mean, that W key, as I mentioned, has been the MVP for Descendants, but maybe not do the job as well as you think it could in this round specifically. But you got to find these kills, and that's exactly what they do. Coach Joe running through, massive vulnerabilities to come out, just enough for them to get the side.
And that is so important. Now, right now,
Spike
Toddy, they could
planted.
try and close it out here. Remember, they do have the lockdown. If they can find a couple frags even up here, well, actually, they're just going to drop it here. I was quite surprised the lockdown coming out early. I would have expected. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Look at that. It's already destroyed. You want at least 1 or 2 more frags before you really lay that down, and that means Toddy are on the wrong side. It is a flawless round to keep Descendants here in game 1. Their chance at moving on to the next round. Descendants move within 1. If they flush it out to a 12-12, that'll be an insane hold by them.
And it was a huge start by Descendants, saying we're getting desperate. I mean, honestly, the most thing you can fear is going to be a cornered animal. Is that once you get us in that space where it feels like we don't have too much left and we can't really play the game as efficiently as we want to, what's the biggest thing they can do? Well, they can just run into sight. And that was Coach Joe, playing like he had absolutely nothing left to lose. Having to have shields, having a Spectre, running straight into these players with Phantoms and Vandals inside a boathouse, saying, I just hope I win that 50-50 come out in, or they just don't see me whatsoever. And I don't know really what the factor was and why he stayed alive for so long, but it was just enough to really have the impact.
Listen, we don't know what Guardian Angel is working freaking overtime for you, but you better give him a pay raise. That's what we're saying here. That's what we think should happen here. Toddy going hard here into this paint. They're going full court press. They allowed the take on the B, and they said, we'll take that gunfight. Toddy watches as Aspect opens up for 1, and then the massive trade back lands it into a 3v3, but guess who's still alive? It's still Aspect. Creo is going to fall. Aspect is down. Fraction has done so much work. Lovin is the last one alive, 69 HP and a dream. You got to pick up 3 kills. The turret goes down just to try and get some information. You get a swing of 1, but Coach Joe was ready for you. Descendants push to OT number 1.
Switching sides.
And not only that, this is the first round of the entire tournament that we're already seeing overtime. So, I mean, this is crazy enough in its own right to know that, I mean, we talked about it. It's the one match where if you know anything,
Right
you
there.
don't know what
Right
to
there.
expect. And already we find ourselves in a free-to-enter tournament at that, where any rank is available. We're already getting an even enough match where we find ourselves in an OT on this map. So that just speaks a lot of volumes, and it shows for a great start thus far. And even then, what we have to look for is who gets even better start in this OT. Who gets themselves the match point advantage once again? Who gets that advantage, and who can also, more importantly, close with it as well?
My gosh, Mick, you know, when I said earlier on it was going to be one-sided to go to OT2, I didn't think the teams would listen in and be like, yeah, we should let that happen, right? This is also a pain. P got dropped to 1 HP and had to sit there and take the last bullet. Yukine, one of the rudest swing kills I've ever seen there. But it was enough, right? Toddy are rotating back out here. All 4 members kind of prep through catwalk and mid, saying, hey, this is where we're going to play. Descendants leaving it up to the Killjoy to try and hang on to A site. But Descendants, they sat up with some heavy weaponry. It was full Vandals with Toddy, but Descendants ran with that Odin. That one might work in their favor here, depending if they can get there in time. Descendants slowly getting to rotate down, and guns are firing for Toddy.
They most definitely are, and even then, I mean, they're also hitting their shots, most importantly. Sure, you can pull the trigger all day, but you're trying to get that damage down, and they found themselves a man advantage off of it. Problem is, so they had the lockup, they had the pressure to sight. That's going to be Aspect doing exactly that, quite honestly. They having the lap around of a lifetime all the way into spawn, looking for the ace. It's so close. You got the Blade Storm, you're getting the heals. Your entire teammate is setting you up for this so far. And you know where that spike is. Who cares? Get the Trailblazer out. Get the Blades out. Come on, Aspect. Come get the man.
Man, this isn't even about winning the round anymore. This is just straight up give that ace. Give it over. Get the shots fractured though. Want the 4K on their own. Oh, Aspect. Aspect hits it. That's the ace you like to see. Oh, it was so good. They risked the round for that. Hard respect to Toddy.
I don't blame him. It's not like halfway through the tournament when you're like in round 3, it's overtime, and you're like, honestly, if we lose this, we've kind of just wasted a lot of our day here. It's just down to, okay, it's first round. Who cares? I mean, we can either bounce back. If we go home, at least we got an ace in the meantime.
That is... risking an OT round straight up just for an ace. That just goes to show how much respect and how much faith they have in Toddy in Aspect, right? That is pinnacle. Just yeah, we'll give it to you. Good luck. Here you go. You know, that was a beautiful.
Where we feel like teams are locked out, and then they just absolutely get themselves just running back. It's
Oh.
huge, the impact that we're seeing thus far. But one thing that could also be huge is Toddy's start, at least to this round. They're looking outstanding. They're finding themselves the necessary kills. They've already picked off 2. And most importantly, one of those is Ariana. She has been an outstanding player for this team of Descendants thus far, finding the entry on the site besides Coach Joe, who's been the initiator, kind of the second line of defense in that attacking side. But now with so many players not only just kind of falling, but also taking the damage when you have no heals available, is making things almost nearly impossible because there's no real nook or cranny that we can see Descendants take advantage of. They have to show themselves all the way through just with 3 players, essentially 3.5.
And considering how aggressive those first 2 kills from Toddy were, remember the first 2 that fell from Descendants was actually in a mid peak, right? That's something that we actually haven't seen as much, right? So Descendants are very, very wary of the hard peaks, and that works to Toddy's advantage, right? Look at this flush over back towards the Beast site. They're going to be working with about 30 to 20 seconds of move time, and that always feels kind of bad, right? Yes, it is technically enough time to take the site, but you never want to have to rush, right? You never want to have to rush to try and chase in. But of course, for Descendants, that's been their bread and butter, so they'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
But of course, the nanoswarms were ready for him right there in the hallway. They say no, thank you. Not an easy chance for you.
10
But the
seconds
plant
left.
should go down. Ogre able to get into the middle of B site and get that plant. However, you leave your team in a little bit of a split, and that means that Coach Joe is down to a 1v2 without site presence. It feels so bad, but it feels so good as well. Toddy
Defenders
with the
win.
team ace close it out 14-12.
That's a big way to go ahead and have the conclusion, at least to our first map, and knowing that even then, I gotta say, even earlier, it's already fine going ahead and getting your loss out of the way here in the first round. That you honestly may get to enjoy grass today because ranked is disabled. So there's gonna be so many gamers trying grass for the first time today, or at least touching it. It's gonna be a beautiful. Hopefully, we see half the internet at least doing that alone, and half of Valor Twitter, because y'all need to get off y'all's phones for like 3 seconds and just experience the outdoors. But regardless of that, still to go ahead and get this first round done and dusted, and then find ourselves in overtime. Sure, it was just a single overtime. We never found that back and forth, same thing. But I feel like we had enough of that inside the actual match to warrant the quick closure we had here, at least in the end.
Oh yeah, I loved it, right? Toddy, they came out with some fire, right? 6th round, the longest run that we saw in the entire game. It was 6 rounds right at the beginning, very, very tough.
Yeah.
But Descendants fought back even harder. I would dare say, even though Descendants did not get 6 rounds in a row, they fought way faster in terms
Yeah.
of their aggressive play style, right? The first 3 rounds took as long as I want to say 1 round. 1 round from that was Toddy, right? Like this was an exceptionally fast team that basically said, "Hey, we just want to play as aggressive as possible." As you said, you know, with that breach with Coach Joe on that side, they went hard. It was
Yep.
phenomenal to watch. And I wish we could see more Descendants and a lot more confident Descendants, right? I would have loved to see them
Yep.
play in a full 3-game series just flying down some of those hallways.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. And we had our moments for that, but there's only too much of it. And there's only too many rounds that can really have its success, knowing that you're not going to have the perfect setup every time. You're not going to have a showstopper. You're not going to have those players playing in those same exact angles. So, still enough, you say you want more Descendants. Well, there's plenty more to go, at least about this week. And they can feel free to come back next week. But as it stands right now, we do have to get second round underway. We got to get
Oh yeah.
things ready for that. And because me and Orbital, we still got 2 more maps left, at least in this. So, we got to get that set up. We got to get ready to go on to the next one, and we'll catch you here on the other side of the break with everything ready for it.
Kick, but blinds himself, doesn't realize it, and somehow Ian misses that shot. Not often do you see that happening, but gives Skirt a chance. Now only a 1v1, but the teleport, big mistake! Don't think that's where he wanted to go, but nonetheless, let's Skirt get that 1-on-3.
Dealing with Undercolor pushing through with this pincher maneuver in towards Market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on Pistol. It's a 4-on-1 now for Nolu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all.
You have one player detained. I think it was Violet. I'm not too sure. I might be entirely wrong, but you are going to see a bunch of crossfire happening here as Fox and Jay are going to find 3 kills. Another flawless round by AGX. DKim is not letting it go down easy. This round now a 2 versus 1. We've seen DKim pull out these rounds in the 2v1 situation. Gonna rush him, is going to look for it, is going to find it in a 4-piece coming out. Oh my goodness.
Does not. It'll be so bad for Tank. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Quaker, excuse me, gets that shot. Now it's going to be Vet gone. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi, they take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top.
This could be absolutely everything. Gun out needs to have it, and ships to the night. What is happening? Getting a 2 at the spray down's good. Finally turns for the 3rd, and he first secures it as well. That is absolutely amazing.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the Pit of Valor 99.2. We're now moving on to the second round, with the first one already coming to a conclusion with the likes of, obviously it was like, what? It was Tito's, Litos, it was something like that. But, I mean, even then, regardless, I mean, we already had that first one done and dusted. That's the biggest thing. That's the biggest note to be taken away from this. And we're now moving on to the second. And even then, crazy enough, it was also somewhat of an overtime, which is just crazy for me to think. It was actually Toady versus the likes of, man, why can't I think of it? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I have ADHD. It is so bad. Descendant.
Toddy's versus, yeah, there you go.
God, literally roast me on the fire and call me trash and call, like, it is just so bad. But regardless or not, we have the next one coming up. It's going to be Guppies versus Last Resistance. Order. We've seen Last Resistance time and time again here on Pit of Valor. And we've seen Guppies as well already a good bit of times here on the Pit of Valor. So, I mean, there are obviously going to be some outstanding squads, at least on here. And knowing that we're going to Breeze is going to be even better. But if we're talking about outstanding, I do want to go ahead and give a shout out to a couple more of our sponsors, which is MSI and GLG once again, because MSI is holding a great giveaway. We've showed their graphics already that you can see during each one of our timeouts, and that we're giving away one of their GH50s every single week on Saturdays during their Val and Chill. So you got plenty of time to set up for that, and make sure you guarantee yourself one of those headsets, possibly if you do end up winning that. And also GLG, just in general, for selling socks. You can go ahead and cop yourself a pair of socks as well with exclamation point socks in chat. And you can go invest yourself in one of those, because the winter months will be coming up here soon on us. They'll be sneaking up, and you're going to need yourself some of those.
Oh yeah, you gotta go check it out. If you don't go check it out, you're doing yourself a disservice. That's all I'm gonna say. And as you said, huge shout out to all the sponsors. But getting underway with this match is going to be very, very fun. As we had talked about, Last Resistance and Guppies are two names that we have seen around here in the Pit of Valor. Last Resistance a little bit more so, but this is Last Resistance that is not their OG roster, at least the one that we
Exactly.
normally kind of keep track of. This is actually going to be Last Resistance Order, which I believe is like a sister team coming out here. So that'll be really, really fun to see. As you were talking about, some members that we want to watch and see and maybe get a a little bit of a taste of what we're going to see in the future for some of these possibly larger events that we'll hopefully be having here. It'll be a lot of fun. And again, as we talked about on Breeze, one of the maps that a lot of people, if Pearl wasn't in rotation, they'd probably be banning Breeze. That's all we
Yeah.
can say about that.
I completely agree, which I feel like as time has kind of gone on, a lot more teams have started to enjoy Breeze. So, oddly enough, I mean, you talk about it in the past, and people say, "Well, we don't like Breeze; it's a little bit too standard, it's a little bit too open. People can't absolutely stand it." And I'm like, "Well, honestly, Breeze is great. I think it really opens up a lot of space for these teams to say it's just an empty canvas. It's just like a painting, and you make it what you want. You can set it up however you please, and knowing that Viper will be a fundamental pick." Every single time around really opens up a lot of ways to be taking these sites, to be cutting them in half, and make sure you can start setting the tone of the map to your own liking.
This is that's something that you just have to kind of play with enough to get a handle on, right? A lot of teams
Yeah.
I don't think are used to that, and that's why, as you said, they just aren't comfortable with that. And now you're kind of forced into that, right? With the fact that Pearl is in rotation, you have to be willing to take the worst and worst maps, right? Or the ones that you just aren't practice on. So I'm very, very interested to see. Of course, we do have some very fun agents coming out here. Some of them a little bit more stock standard, which was surprising, right? There were some nerfs that came down, but Chamber is still very much in high demand here. Both Henry and Cactus will be running that. But the fades, once again, we have one fade and then the KO mirror match, and then, of course, the Vipers. So we have some stock standard and then also a Neon coming to play.
Yeah, and I gotta say, honestly, that's something we're talking about because we haven't seen a chamber, and it means that God is good. He's great, and that honestly, there is hope still inside of this world because Chamber has been my least favorite agent for the longest time, and for him to finally receive some nerfs and just more importantly have his weapon become that much more expensive is just a massive impact that it takes on the game. But still, already a little bit of the scuffle going down over towards the B site, and even then, right down the middle as well. So, I mean, no presence on site just yet, but still so many deaths already going down with at least 2 on each side, and the duel is for both.
You know what? Everyone can either say, hey, we love to have this duelist on our side, or we're just like, yeah, you did the job, duelist. Of course, Cactus found Kroon sitting in a little bit of a rough area. Henry, though, finds Fruta. That leads it to a 2v2. Would you know it? Both chambers are still alive, and it's a Fade and a Viper. Last Resistance Order saying, hey, we'll chill out. We'll play this one a little bit slow. Cade is hoping to find a little bit of an angle. Two sweeping to the right, but you gotta sweep your corners and you take a peek. Cade finds one. Chillin finds another, but look at that swing again. Chillin sitting on very low HP. And you know if a Viper is in play, you gotta get that kill. You have no choice. And it's just not gonna work there. So pop out in the open and Chillin says it's that easy, everyone. Clutch up by Guppies to take round number 1.
And that's more importantly a control clutch on the board. The first one that we've actually seen here for the day. So that's going to be also provided by another one of our sponsors, Control, which is a meal replacement, which is outstanding. Their stuff tastes amazing, and it allows yourself to kind of keep your diet all in order still with a much easier and simpler way to get yourself, feel for the day. But speaking about the rest of this game, and now that we're moving into the second round as well, we see obviously some good rounds, some good kills coming down from both ends, and more importantly, one extra to give yourself that round for the side of Guppies. But you mentioned it, Viper has to be that lockdown character, has to be that one agent that you lock down on every single round, otherwise it will feel like a lost cause. And I mean, that's kind of the big thing about Breeze, that she feels like a one-dimensional approach to either the defense or attacking side, and if you don't get rid of her, your entire game plan will be scratched up. But still, already, 2 other players will be shut out as we see the KO and the chamber being done and dusted. And there goes the Fade and the Neon. But as I mentioned it, Viper still has to be alive, and he is. It's going to be really, really hard with another big classic. Or Sheriff, excuse me.
Yeah, this is a, I would say even worse, right? Fewer bullets, you're praying for a headshot. Yeah, this kind of hurts. So you can already see here, Kroon is just going to be hiding out in a corner and not really worried about doing anything crazy. But honestly, Guppies coming out here showing that they might be sharks in the water here. So very, very nice opening, right? It is a standard as we talked about, but it bodes well. At this point, you just, of course, just trying to mitigate damages here, but it was a very nicely played. Very nice run. Cactus was one of the main proponents of why that went so smoothly, right? The route into mid, into that walkway was very, very important to close down an avenue. That last resistance order we're hoping for. Then it leads to a 2-0, and a very nice 2-0, I might add, right? You can see the weapons in hand right now. It looks a little bit scuffed, but it feels good. You can see the bankroll starting to come in. So LRO, now with Vandals all the way in hand, going to be trying their own chance at coming out with a round win.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, this is where a much bigger impact starts to come out in the game, because this is where the map really, a breeze, starts to have a much bigger impact. Knowing how long range it is, knowing that the Marshal is one of the better budget weapons for this map, knowing that even the Guardians becomes a lot more viable, and the Tour de Force also takes a huge impact when you can get a hold of it. That's exactly what's going to be the case here for Guppy's already starting off. Having that Tour de Force to work with, looking for impact, trying to make sure that's going to be the one force to really carry themselves with the entirety of the round, because still, it's now 8 in order to get it, but when you've been farming these orbs, when you've actually gone ahead and now set it as a priority instead of just something you randomly run into, it still has an absolute utter detrimental point to your squad if you can get it up.
Just gotta try your best here, and taking a look. So far, Guppies, they haven't gotten any crazy moves here. Of course, they know they're up against some pretty heavy hit machinery. But so far, they kept themselves within a nice spread, right? Not moving too far out of anyone's range, which I really, really like. Of course, if they take this chance on B, they're going to find a very alone defender, and that might be the angle. Alu was able to find one and is able to find another down the hallway over on B. So south side entrance is going to be lit up like a Christmas tree. Alu swung at the wrong time, but Cade is able to pick it up. So the lone defender turns into 4 as it's a 4K for Cade to hold it down. Last resistance order, clean house.
Yeah, big round there for Last Resistance, more importantly from Cade. But I mean, already getting these rounds, I mentioned it on Breeze a lot, is that this map almost feels like the more Vandals you have in these Phantom V Vandal operations, like, you have to make sure you have Vandals on this map. And the more you have, the more success rate you're going to have, quite honestly, because of just how good it is having that one-shot headshot threshold from anywhere on the map and knowing how big it is. And that's going to be very, very important, even in having an operator. So we're going to have to see Cactus really wake up for it to make sure they can see they actually have somewhat of an impact in the game with that. But even then, we don't see any of those being brought on the field just yet. Instead, looking to get a little bit more aggressive, looking for these big scuffles towards the spawn entrances and towards these main areas of the map. But we're not seeing too much influence off that. Instead, we're seeing Viper walls come up, and we're hoping that these players can get these matches in, which is exactly what Blue Bear's doing, already opening things up. Oni off an exchange, and a huge scuffle coming up for this A side as we're seeing blood left and right.
Yeah, this is a bit anger in the waters here, Guppies. I know that the opening was pretty stock standard, but again, with hard weapons in their hand, Guppies saying, hey, we'll take out the last little bit of fight in you. Cade sending out that nightmare and saying, all right, we need to do something here. But of course, when you do that, you kind of give your position away. So Onyx was able to find one, and Onyx is able to find another, resulting in a 4K, leading the Guppies 3-1.
Already get themselves once again one of these rounds where we see Guppies not only having themselves better kind of setups on the site, making sure that they win these scuffles out, but still more importantly, when they get guns to match up against the likes of Last Resistance Order, they can bring the fight once more and get themselves another round on the board. So this is a good start for them, 3-1, and even then, it's an exchange to shut down a couple of these weapons out of the likes of Last Resistance Order. And you see they're kind of now on the back end, so we got to see them really start to set things up on the map, because then you don't really have too much to work with. We see the Viper obviously being the one play, but aggression has to be the name of the game of Last Resistance, and this is the first round we really see it coming to life.
Yeah, this is, I mean, they're coming to life, all right. That was a huge wrap up, but again, Chiquita is going to find the 2K. Blue Bear is dead, and Guppies are once again left with kind of this 3v3. And again, for as much life as we give LRO, they're still looking for a bit more. Guppies have felt a little bit more in control at this current timeline, and I mean, that works, of course, for anyone on the attacking side. You're very happy about that setting. But you can see here, right? Henry sitting on 5 HP, and that just, it leaves you so vulnerable. Yes, that's enough to kill anyone. Oh, did you see the gun? Yes, you did, and then you see the full body. So Henry completely found out here. Nice little reveal, and gives an opportunity for Onyx to pick up Cade.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, already just a big way for this round to go underway, and knowing that you see the last player standing is going to that chamber just on the side of the map. It's a full save coming out from Henry. There's no way you really want to fight for the site so you can play for a little bit of exits, but you're still risking a little bit too much getting rid of that gun and throwing yourself out there to just kind of have your toenail bitten and you still end up dying somehow. So just not enough to really do. You let the round move on, and I think honestly it was Guppy's having a big retaliation that we saw them kind of play around the map a little bit more, so not get too aggressive right up front and saying, okay, we're gonna let them buy into us, knowing this isn't a round that really gonna find too much of an influence. Sure, they found the first pick and maybe a couple more, but they don't have a full arsenal for themselves to work with. So let's play off that ideology. Let's wait until they overextend, find these necessary kills. One on the other side of the map are going to have to play for this retake, and it's just not going to work out when we have these full guns and, more importantly, these Vandals that are just going to shut them down.
Oh yeah, that is by far one of the best breakdowns we've had so far, just in these opening rounds, right? Just understanding where Guppies are coming from, and again, we can expect to see that time and time again, right? Taking a look, Chiquita, Onyx, and Cactus all sitting with 5K or more in their bank. It's only Chillin and Fruta that are gonna be a little bit more hammered. Well, even then, they're sitting very happily, right? So it was a little bit of a buy and toss by their teammates. But again, it equips everyone here. So Alu sitting here going, okay, we're gonna give it our best shot. We're gonna try and send it with the ulti. The lightning bolt does some work. Zaps Cactus to absolutely nothing and fries him for this round.
Already a good start, and this is another change that came out for likes of Neon, more importantly, is now with that headshot actually doing increased damage. For some reason it did it for the longest time because Riot thought that electricity, no matter what it hits in your body, it's going to have a different impact. But now, once you get that headshot, it does 3 times the damage. So it really makes it where this overdrive starts to become a really good tool, because a lot of the times you'll see in VCT matches and semi-pro matches, whatever it may be, to where a lot of teams don't feel like using it because they're like, I just don't know how I feel about that. I don't feel like if I get the trade-off needed, I need to save it for a certain predicament. Well, now anytime can be that predicament. Anytime it can be capitalized on. So already looking for a little bit of a needed exchange. A good start here from Guppies. Make sure to get that 1-for-1, but knowing that still on this defensive end, they have to keep this thing alive. They have to get these players working through it, knowing that Reek Crone is going to be playing towards this little area, the nook and cranny towards A, with a lot of reinforcement. This may be the wrong spot for Guppies to hit.
Yeah, it's I mean, they took their chances. They made the gamble, and I mean, they got to live with their choices now. This is not fun, and there you go. The final shot comes in. Alu is able to take the final shot into Chillin, and we got ourselves a game here. So Guppy's not allowed to make a run at all, and that was off of a single ulti from Alu. A chase in the mid to give them the advantage. Of course, Guppy still have enough to buy out. You can see every single member with a weapon in hand, and I mean, Henry's going to be working with that tour de force as per usual, as per a chamber in general. They'll be happy about that setup, but still 4-2, pretty close start for both squads.
Yeah, definitely is. Keeping it close, keeping it relevant, keeping it pretty darn, I'd say, scuffle-like. But knowing that you now have that operator coming onto the field, this is where you're really trying to set up for on the likes of Breeze. You're trying to make sure you can get that long-range setup now. You're trying to really put that cherry on top and see how you can start these rounds. But there's one for the attacking side as well. So, I mean, that's kind of the biggest thing, is where are you going to find this influence? Because you see the tour de force from coming out from Henry, trying to get that peak. You know the influence is coming towards the A side. It comes down purely to first bloods of whether Chana can get that or whether or not we can see Henry get it. But still, Chana should that immediately. Cactus gets a little bit of exchange there, and this is it. The Viper pick going down, the Spike still being in control, going through, but that audible could be just enough to go ahead and get the pick off on Cactus with enough shots aren't made.
Oh, Master Resistance Order feeling a lot better now, and that Viper's pit, I think it's not doing as much as they would like. So, chasing in Cactus, gets a little bit of a flashbang in the face. He's able to back away, and this might be the bad place. Yes, it is. Blue Bear is going to be surprised. Cactus gives a very warm welcome. And Guppies are feeling the pain here. They did work to even things up. It's all down to a 1v1 to chase out. Alu isn't able to find it, tries to chase even faster, and Chillin is just playing do-si-do. Welcome to the rodeo. Chillin has done it, I think.
Wow.
That is such a good play. Chillin, you just made the play to win your team that round. Put it at 5. It was expensive as hell, but you go home with that dub.
Hey, that's all you need to know, and that's all you're really okay with. And even then, sure, Lou walks away with the weapon, and everybody on the side of Guppies has to go home a little bit disappointed. But, I mean, as you mentioned, that dub is the most important thing, that it was somewhat of a thrifty round. You got to consider with how they didn't invest too much. But, I mean, you kind of did, at least for those players, and you saw that operator kind of getting lost in the process. But, I mean, regardless of that, a lot to work with here. I mean, for Guppies, more importantly, having that 5-round advantage now and having a differentiation by 3, we have to see what exactly they can do going forward with that. Whether they can carry with this momentum, get a winning streak on their hands or whatnot, it's still going to be back and forth because they barely had enough to invest into this round. And that's going to be the biggest difference now. Hopefully they can stay up and keep these guns and make sure to maintain that rather than just kind of getting snuffed out. Oh!
Okay. Okay, Alu. Okay. All right, that's... I don't know what happened, Nick. I blinked and we're on to round number 9. That's all that was. Or round number 8. I don't know. This is... I didn't see what happened. We're just gonna skip right past that. Last resistance order said screw whatever we just saw before. It's a round win. They just clean up like that, and Guppies go, what just happened? Did we just lose all of our momentum? Like, holy crap.
Yeah, they didn't really lose too much besides their heads. I mean, it was just a round where they kind of ran all the way through into A site, realizing, okay, or excuse me, B, and noticing that, okay, B site may not be the best hit for us because that was the first round they really tried into it. They didn't set up too much of it. And I think it's a lesson learned saying you can't just run willy-nilly into a site. It allows itself to work on A because of how wide it is, but B is one of those close quarter sites where you got to play it like Bind. You got to play it like Ascent. You got to play it like any other map because Breeze is so different in that respect that if you don't give it the necessary tools, then it's going to go ahead and bite you in the rear, and that's exactly what happened there. So already a first blood on the board once again for Guppies to be down in a 4v5, but still all 3 ultimates for them to work with, considering their Viper also gets picked down as well.
It's a rough point to have, and that just means Crone gets a free kill in the double doors. Eyes are open though. Chiquita trying to find one, but Blue Bear and Henry clean it up nicely. So LRO keeping things nice and neat. Put up a 4th on the board as we close in on the last 3 rounds of the half. LRO looking to try and take the lead. If they collect the next 2 in a row, it'll at least secure half priority. If they secure this and the next 2, total of 3 rounds, they will put themselves in a definitive lead.
And if we're being realistic here, I mean, both teams are aiming for 6, right? I mean, last resistance, they only need 2 more, then Guppy's going to need 1, and that seems like a pretty even trade considering the kind of pace of game we've seen so far. But I think, honestly, the last resistance, they're going to have to do a little bit more here. They're going to have to find themselves a much stronger default. They're going to have to learn how to hold this A site down a lot more efficiently, or even then come up with a new game plan. I think that may be actually flanking things around because you can see that double back. You can see that they're trying to play right through B main, and it's going to work out. They'll just go ahead and pick off Cactus, but still, A is getting absolutely overwhelmed in the meantime and just giving over full control of.
Well, they were getting full control, and then Blue Bear had something to say about it, so it's a nice little lockdown. Fruta and Chiquita able to finish off 2 members, 1 apiece. Last resistance order, though, now a little bit more close to what you were talking about. Henry, though, able to find one. Fruta looks behind, takes that shot. It's down to a 2v1. Guppies trying to land themselves at 6 in a 2v1 scenario. They're very happy, but Cade says this was our chance. Fruta takes the final pinch. 3K to the KO, and netting themselves a 6. Guppies saying thank you very much. We'll continue onwards and hold on to our 6.
And that's also where Guppies are kind of happy about where the stance they got. They guaranteed themselves even half. They're looking to see if they can shut down any economy, make sure this half looks that much more doable. And quite honestly, you see Last Resistance going for a full investment right here, right now. Still not much to work on. Henry going for that operator buy. If things don't work out for them right here and they lose that 50-50, then they're going to be going to this next round just absolutely broke. And just kind of go ahead and cave it. So just say, you know what, we're going to stick with the 8-4 half. But if we can win this one out right here, it may be the opposing end, but already Shada able to go ahead and push up. Catering and K would want each of their own, but it's already 2v2, both in terms of death on the board. It's an outstanding start for either side, but still, no real influence to either end or the other, with site control even being in mind for anyone just yet.
Eyes are open here. Moving in to this beast site. It is a 3v3.
Teleport's ready.
Take a look at that, though. Again, the a little bit of the owl drone being sent out here, and Blue Bear understanding that that means that it's a little bit of information here. Two holding two wide angles, but Blue Bear gets the first shot. Really nice crossfire. And that's last resistance order. A little bit of advantage, and then the swing. Blue Bear able to take two to the grave before falling, and that's more than enough to give an advantage. LRO with the control walk says, "Gimme that kill." Crone will find Onyx's life. LRO say, "Yeah, we're keep it within one. You ain't getting more than a 1-round lead."
Yeah, that's a big investment, even in still having a couple of your players alive, 2 of those. And we saw the money
Last
still being
round in
somewhat
the half.
good for a couple of these players. Having anybody survive at all with these 3 ultimates to play with is going to be very, very good. And you can see Guppy's kind of stressing out a little bit, knowing they don't have anything to work off of. That was a big swing ground, just in terms of the entire matchup, not only in setting up this match, or not match point, but round before the swap. And then even then, what could be following up? You need to make sure that, I mean, you can get whatever kind of scrappy plan together that you need, because there's going to be 3 ultimates. You got to learn what these players are. Take note of where they've been the entire game and see how you can kind of avoid those problems for the rest of at least this round. But once again, to take a little bit of a moment, as I mentioned and alluded to earlier, MSI, their GH50s are going to be available here in this giveaway. You can either type !giveaway inside a chat to be entered to chance for one of those on Saturday when the Valor Shield comes up and available, or you can just scan that QR code on your screen that we graciously have given over to you just to make your job that much easier. But speaking of easy jobs, this last round will not be easy for the likes of Guppies to make sure they can hold on to.
Yeah, that's gonna be painful, and I mean you can see even though just the weapons, it hurts for a little bit. Stinger coming out here, Cactus gonna try and sting some people. I think that's very, very appropriate. But all eyes are open, right? And as you said, for LRO, it's been back and forth, right? You can see the diversity in where they got their rounds, right? At max 2 apiece for either side, and then someone rips back the advantage. So neither side is really feeling that they have all that much control, which I think lands into LRO's pocket very, very well, right? For a team that's currently on the defensive, once you get on the attack, you feel like you have a bit more agency where you get to dictate where the fight happens. So I mean, if they're happy about landing in a 6-6 territory, there's a chance that they feel much more confident on the attacking side of Breeze. But Cade is going to get peeked out. That is a bait and a half there. So well done by Chiquita and squad. And LRO lose one of their defenders.
Yep, already a pretty little bit of a good start for Guppies, considering they're trying to scrap things together and make this round look doable for them. But, I mean, Austin, this might be the cross exactly what you need. I mean, with Crone already being positioned up, able to go ahead and get that one more, it's a good way to go ahead and get one more off the board for Guppies. More importantly, we see Last Resistance getting overzealous, thinking there's way too much confidence in this round that's going to hand the round over to them, that honestly they don't have too much to fight. But that's going to be the big thing to knock them down a notch, because they're learning their lesson so darn quick that they cannot just think these rounds are free.
30 seconds left.
No, they cannot. Blue Bear trying to pull back and get some value out of here. We can see a little bit of an
Last
overhang
player
here, and
standing.
Onyx was ready for it. On your minimap, you saw that play being read out, and Onyx, after taking that lurk out, now means that this plan is all in favor of Guppies. Blue Bear, gotta be a quiet bear if you want to make one of the bigger clutches of your life here. A swing to the left is the right call, and you get one kill down to 70 HP. Eyes open though, a little bit of a nade goes out, and it'll be the KO hiding around the corner. Onyx playing to wait, and you get the perfect angle. It's clean and simple. Guppies go ahead, lay in 7 rounds to their name, moving into the second half.
Already good looks here for Guppies, getting themselves down to the second half, and knowing that even then on the attacking side, they had themselves enough to be working with. But I gotta say, the biggest threat up against them isn't going to be the half. Isn't going to be the side. It's going to be the half for the other side, because Last Resistance, you can tell they kind of bought into this aggressive ideology that looking at their composition, they want to move fast. They want to get on the side. They want to take control of that. With the Lou already feeling really spicy and looking good for that first half of the defense, you got to consider exactly what him and Blueberry are going to do as a duo in the second.
Yeah, I'm kind of terrified, right? We saw one ulti out of Lou as well that just popped off, right? Ridiculous standing, really, really powerful, and I can't wait to see that again. I cannot wait to see it one more time. And for LRO though, they're playing this first round fairly simple and fairly slow, right? It's a 2-1-2, very basic setup here. Wall goes out, and this is what you get to work with, right? Again, the neon dancing in real well and then popping out, dropping 2. That's more than you could have really asked for. And the comparatively powerful shots right back. LRO sweep out A, but leave B for the taking. Guppies were absolutely bamboozled. And that feels so bad. LRO, get the plant in so much more.
Yeah, and that's a big start for them, and considering that they're looking for the start in the half, they're trying to tie things up. And knowing that Cactus doesn't really have too much influence, they haven't ran into too many players on site, they know exactly where they could be pushing from. They got one player already watching the flank. You got your Henry pushing up right through middle, and this may be the timing of a lifetime if you can nail it, but still, speaking of timing, there's just not enough on the clock out of that spike to really say you can get that DP down by now. Just find the frags, see if you can get the rest of these kills, but it may be just honestly enough because Guppies, they're cutting it close. But that bubble went off way too late. They found themselves a DP, surprisingly enough, with 3 seconds remaining, and they get that much bigger of a lead to work with.
LRO, why are you making me liars? But I can't even say that because Guppies played it so well. Cactus came out with that heat, dropping a 3K where it counted the most and ensuring that they make this first round go in their favor. Now, granted, this still means that LRO should have some money in the pocket to work with, right? Plant money feels so good.
Switch it up.
Of course, they
fun.
opt not to buy too much, not even armor. So they're just going kind of bare right there. So they're going to try and carry and tide that over into round number 3. But Guppies, they feel real good about what just happened, especially looking forward into this round here. They feel a little bit more okay transferring, but Crone is able to find Chiquita. No kills for that defensive posture, and Cactus is able to slay one with the Bulldog. Onyx falls through with their own and drops it into a 2v4. Fruta taking a 2K home and chilling. Finishes off Crone. Guppies clean up nicely for 2 rounds on that on that round extra afterwards. So feels pretty good. The anti-eco is well underway, and that puts them at 8-5.
Most definitely does, and even then on a map like this, I mean, we got to see what exactly Guppies can pull out with these budget rounds, with these bonuses, because these are these kind of situations I really love on, more importantly, Breeze. This is the map of why I love it so much, and these are these rounds that really start to influence that. If we can see Guppies, more importantly, come out on top with these weird buys that they got on their hands, because Guardians, Marshals will do outstanding work, but these Spectres, you got to find these thrifty, these weird ways to start closing the distance besides just getting aggressive up front because it won't work for yourself. So already tonight, some utility to go down and to push through Cave. It's a good start, but you got to see whether anybody's starting to fight for this A control where they run into your crosshair.
Here.
This is gonna be a chance, but whoa, Guppies coming out with some high heat here.
Wow.
They push up very heavily. Look at where those kills are spread out. Into B, into mid, into their own spawn. And even Crone's like, what the heck, guys? What just happened? This should have been our round. Not a chance given. Guppies did not only win that round, they won it in style. They dropped a single member. And with that, they catapult themselves into double-digit rounds and secure the fact that Last Resistance Order have no money to play with. This essentially locks out Last Resistance in their econ factor.
Yeah, this is where the game gets a little bit messy. More importantly for the likes of Last Resistance, knowing that Guppies just rail through them with these almost subpar guns for a map like this. And even then, it also came down to a big influence on that B side, where you saw that they wanted to push Chillin'. And in a map like this, you don't want to go for that B side on round 3 when you have those rifles. Sure, it's a one-shot threshold, but they can get a little bit thrifty. They can get a little bit crazy with it and make sure to win out that round if you push for that B side. And Chillin' showed exactly why you don't do that. giving over free guns, losing 2,900 in the process, and then also kind of screwing over the rest of your team. So there it is, already kind of done adjusted behind us, but now we have to see Last Resistance pull off something like that once again, where this will be a time where the B-side looks good, where they can make themselves a pretty solid hit. But there's a lot to ask for and a lot of kills they got to do at the same time.
That's a rough one, but Crone living with a single HP. Able to collect one. You know, it looked good for the time being until Onyx just absolutely ran you over like a Steelix would, and that hurt. That hurt to watch. Of course, 2 HP on Alu. Just sitting there praying for something. Gets a nice body shot straight into Onyx and hoping for one more here. However, you are zoned out very heavily and notified of where your presence is. And that means this spray by Fruta finishes it all off. Chillin is able to finish off Alu. That pushes it to 11. Guppies are sitting at a powerful 11 rounds to 5. And this feels like this is going to be Last Resistance's last chance at a full buy round. If they lose this one out here, you're going to be working with a budget buy moving into match point.
Yeah, this is a big way to go ahead and follow things up, even then get yourself some momentum on the field. Now, 4 in a row for Guppies on this entire half. The Last Resistance haven't found even the opening opportunity or created that chance for themselves so far. I mean, so this is looking darn good, knowing that they're really coming to life, and even then, Guppies is having themselves an outstanding hold. That Last Resistance, honestly, we haven't seen the influence from Neon. We haven't seen Alu really go crazy just yet, which is what you're expecting. But people are missing that key factor, and we're seeing such a crazy little twist around from Guppies where they're getting these nooks and crannies on the side. Even then, look at Chillin in elbow right now. It's these kinds of scenarios that you're letting happen that's really starting to trip up everything.
Oh, and Onyx getting a shot off with that Hunter's Fury. It always feels kind of bad, right, whenever you get kills on there, but Alu said, I don't even care about that. I got some words, and I got some choice words for you here. A hard 4K to hard reset the mental. My God, did that come out of nowhere?
Yeah. It was definitely nowhere, because we thought, honestly, at this point in the game, you're in such a mental hole, you're saying it's that close to the game being done for that it becomes a problem. But already, knowing that you get that one round on the board, knowing that you're at least on the board for this half shows that you're not all hope is lost, but still, there's a darn good bit of it you're going to have to recover, and you're going to have to look much better and really start to buckle up here for the next couple. So we got to see Last Resistance do that, and we got to find themselves at least get them one more. Know that they can't be on that match point for the entirety of these next 6 rounds. So here we go. Be ready for it, or we're going to see this game end much quicker than we really expected.
Yep. That is, if that happens, we're basically looking at what we thought was going to be round 1 moving into round 2 instead of round 2 moving into round 3. It's just like, yeah, that's kind of what we expected here. Of course, the quiet plays from Last Resistance, they felt like they definitely got a chance to breathe after that initial round, and now they got to do a little bit more. The wall is up, so they're going to chase all the way through. A little bit of a blind goes out just to try and misconstrue where they're at, and it works. Look at that. Henry, Blue Bear, Crone each take one apiece. Chillin was able to fight back, but lose their life in the process. It is a 4v2, and LRO played that to perfection. Distract and overcome. You get the kill, and now you gotta follow through 1v3. You know, with that operator is gonna take a quick snap, but it's not worth it. You're sitting on 11 rounds, no reason to chance losing that high priority weapon.
Yeah.
And LRO get a 7th.
Especially when you're on a map like this, in a retake situation like that. I mean, you can find yourself a pretty solid couple of retake kills, or at least play for exit frags at that point. But going for a retake on site, no. I mean, if you had a Blade Storm and we saw Chada just look absolutely disgusting and say, why not? Let's go crazy, right? No, that's not going to be it here. But still, as I mentioned, exit frag still being completely considerable here, knowing that, I mean, how open this map is and looking for the kind of momentum. But Henry's going to be that player that you run into with a headhunter to work with, and you're going to see a 7th now on the board. And 3 ultimates as well inside the Last Resistance. And more importantly, going to say, Alu being one of those players with one, that overdrive still being fully available and ready to go here. So I think that could be an easy way to get yourself some massive control on the B side. That is, if you don't get suppressed, wait out that knife and know what you're looking at. But Fruta having that null command, being able to pop that at any point, once you hear that go down and you hear running coming your direction, like a horror movie, you have yourself a free Glock in your back pocket for the big scary man coming at you.
Just that thought. I'm so sorry. Nick, you put some weird visuals into everyone's head and it works so well because that is by far one of the more optimal representations of it, right? Of course, you do have to worry about Cactus with this tour de force just ripping through you, so you don't even gotta worry about the null command, right? You gotta worry about this long range op section, and of course the Viper's Pit went down over on B side, so a 3 ultimate commitment out of the Guppies for this round alone. That is a massive investment handed over. And because of that, Fruta is currently hiding off in the wing, just waiting for the opportunity to take down this mid play.
Face your fear.
But again, it was a lot. So Nightmare rolling through the B side. It is a challenge to play, but Fruta gets a pick on the one. Can't get much more than that.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit more that has to go down here and try to sit with that Blaze Storm readily available, but still being suppressed for a moment. You got those Blaze Storms available. I mean, it's not like it's gone by any chance. You just can't use it for the next couple seconds. So long as you're staying close to Blue Bear, who's pushing for that site, who's looking for that control there, who's looking to see if you can get that spike down, but still, there's just not enough to work off of. You got to find that spike. And with Chai and Cactus cross-firing off each other with those two ultimates, the two ultimates that are free guns for an entire round, you find the closure, and you get yourself a match point situation. So it was a couple rounds to get there. It was 2 that we saw Last Resistance wake up and not allow the game to come to a closing point just yet. But now we're at that esteemed match point section where you have to go flawless all the way until the very end just to get to an overtime.
All right, and I want to go back to that round. I want to go back to the ending of the round, by the way. Chiquita was the main star of that. We didn't get to see the viewpoint, but I saw a hop and a launch of a single knife. That's what you had to play with. That's what drew out the rest of LRO. What a way to put yourself on match point. It was such a heavy investment, and you get so much value out of it. So you're very happy about the current setup, right? And again, you now know that LRO are going to feel confident sending their own ultimates back. So this is within expectation. Expect this round to go all the way down to the final nail in the coffin, because that was a 1-for-1, and the tour de force for LRO is currently out. But Fruta, able to fire right back, was able to pick up the kill onto that KO on the opposing side to slow down LRO immensely here, as Alu is going to get a very rude awakening. Down goes the stop Fragger. Onyx able to take one more. Cade is going to find Onyx's life. That lends it to a 3v2. Cade on top of the pyramids, but Cactus is able to find Henry. Cade all alone, looking for a 1v2, but look at the suppression, and Fruta says it's fine. 13-7, no OT here. Guppies will move on up the street.
Took them a little bit there towards the end, and it looked a little bit sketchy for Last Resistance to get themselves a couple and know it could stop, because I mean, once you get to that 5-round threshold, things are definitely doable. When we saw rounds like that straight together time and time and time again, so we can't really put it behind us or, tuck that idea away. But still, I mean, Guppies only needed one more to get the match point. 2 more, obviously, get themselves to the end of the game. So once they found that one, they said, I mean, obviously, there's no real switch up here. And even then when they hit that B side, we saw Guppies hold down that B side. I'd say, so confusingly, but A side was their bread and butter. I want to say it was their bread and butter for both sides of the map. They looked darn good at holding it. When they got on the attacking side, they finally managed to get themselves a couple of rounds on that half as well. I mean, they were actually looking for some momentum, and they like to be in those open engagements. I think that's exactly why Breeze was chosen and was actually coming into play here, because Last Resistance didn't look very comfortable on it. But still, nonetheless, a good win here from Guppies and a good way to get themselves to this 3rd round of the tournament.
Yeah, if you're facing off against Guppies next, I would say go ahead and just maybe second ban out Breeze. Maybe it may not be the first off the top of the head, right? But do give some respect to the Guppies name. They played extremely well, both A and B. That's one of the few times that you watch both sides. And yes, there were mistakes here and there, but overall, it is, as you said, it felt very comfortable. So maybe look about taking that one, banning that one out instead of maybe a Ascent or a Bind next time. And give respect to that name. I'm excited to see how far Guppies are able to make it, and maybe we get to see LRO next time.
Yep, a lot more here to come, and even then a lot more possibilities in terms of these teams, because as we go on to the tournament, obviously there's going to be a lot more teams eliminated. There's going to be a lot more teams to really show up, and we're going to get much better matches on broadcasts. It's crazy, because that first round, I know you're expecting overtimes everywhere else after round 1, but that's a little bit too much to ask for, and trust me, that was definitely a diamond in the rough. But speaking of also diamonds in the rough, another one of our sponsors here. Obviously, I talked about them once. I alluded to them. They have our clutch counter that we have, which we had a couple of in that last matchup. To be control, they're absolutely great at getting yourself a little bit of the diet supplements that you need. almost a meal replacement that's can be put inside your drink. I mean, everybody knows how all these energy supplements are coming up here and about, and for gamers and stuff like that. But have you ever thought about a replacement for your food? That makes it that much easier to go ahead and get down, knowing how fast nowadays economy is and how you're always doing something because you're so busy queuing up for comp matches that you can't microwave a burrito. Well, Control is your perfect replacement for that if you want to find yourself getting saving plenty of time at the same time. But already we are going to have to throw ourselves to a short little break. So thank you all for tuning in. We're going to set up match 3, and me and Or will be here for our last map here, at least of the night. So we'll catch you here in a second. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Pit of Valor 99.2. I know I'm throwing decimal points in here. I know you're getting confused at this point. I know I'll talk way too much, but that's okay. We're now getting to the third round here today, with the conclusion of the second one already being over. Last Resistance Order versus Guppies. I kept them in mind that time. We're moving on now here to the likes of Fever Dream versus Guppies once more, because Guppy, I guess we're following them through the bracket now.
Oh yeah, and we do have to, or at least I have to, give a quite formal apology coming out here because it is Oni, not Onyx. I was so excited for Pokemon. It is Oni, and Oni absolutely ripped through the entirety of the leaderboards. At the end of that game, came out with a top score of 21, 13, and 4 with an average combat score of 280, topped the leaderboards. So very well deserved. Taking a look here and moving on into the next match. Very excited to see what they are going to play depending on the map that is chosen. I do believe we're going to Ascent here. So keep that in mind. Oni did play the Sova, I believe, in that previous game. So excited to see what else they can bring out, or if they are going to stay stock standard. Of course, we always talk about how some players like to stay with, with the tried and true agent, their agent mains, instead of kind of map balancing changes there. So very interested to see how that breaks down.
Yeah, and that's another thing about, Ascent. We already saw it once today. It kind of offered us an overtime, at least for that round one. Because of how even of a map it feels, once again, that I don't feel like we're going to see Breeze where you see teams being uncomfortable to hit one side of the map or not looking nearly as efficient. Ascent is just kind of so easy to play for retakes, play for initial engages that honestly it allows so much for the game to actually be a toss up at any point in time, even regardless of the guns you have. As once again, we can refer to the first round here today, you there were so many thrifties. There were so many opportunities where teams were kind of swinging. They were getting themselves Spectre rounds, even against the likes of rifles. It was a twist up all over the place that you really never really know what to expect. It all comes down purely to how you use that utility. And more importantly, as I always like to say, how you take advantage of your opponent's mistakes more than how much you actually set up your own opportunities.
Oh yeah, you start recognizing patterns that teams like to run, right? After about 2 rounds. Hey, this player really likes to hold this angle. Okay, well, let's go ahead and try and swing on that. Hey, B side sometimes is a little bit more lax, right? Taking a look here, we aren't going to be seeing that Killjoy come out, at least for the attacking side, for I believe it is that side of excuse me, of Fever Dream, right? They're not going to be running that. So a little bit more priority to work with, right? A little bit more agency to be able to just run into B and see what happens there. So many different things for the teams to think about and so much to adjust towards that, as you said, very interested to see how this plays out. Again, this is a chance to move in to that quarterfinal berth, I believe. So we are well in past the first rounds here and excited to see what we got. So defending coming out here, it will be the Guppies on the attack to kick things off. Fever Dream to break us in.
I gotta say, man, I am super excited to see what we're getting out of this Neon on Ascent. I have never seen it before. The only time I have seen it is when I do 10 mans with my buddies and we went for a 5-man duelist composition and I was the Neon. I was the one zooming through the map. And I gotta say, it feels outstanding while you're doing it. It feels great. You get such a rush of dopamine just running through your system and you just can't stop. Problem is that going to be actually viable here in a 5v5 situation on a competitive stage where obviously there's money on the line and everybody's ready and they're immortal?
Well, yeah, that's what we're hoping to see here. So chancing through, we might not see your Neon bouncing from wall to wall, but we might see some fun Neon action either way. And as we know, Neon's always on that attacking side, feel a lot better. It'll be Sai kind of chasing through here. And last time we definitely saw that Neon light things up. Alu on the side of, I believe, the LRO side. They had actually crushed out. They were the top fragger for their own team at 2016 and 2. So that's something to kind of keep in mind. So far, these duelists have been laying in to a lot of these challenges and really going ham. But of course, the opening start of Fever Dream pushed out of the Fever Dream as Chiquita gives a very, very warm and destructive welcome.
Yeah, a very good start here already. Get themselves a couple of kills on the board and knowing the Neon kind of got overzealous there, considering that you only have your breach to work with to get on the site now. You have to wait for that stun to come up. You have to wait for, some kind of presence on the map. But that's just not really happening when you're overextending yourself in that smoke once more, picking out around these corners, and you're just kind of getting bombarded by bullets. So it all comes down to this 1v4 situation with 314 at the head of it. Able to go ahead and close out one swift kill there. Pretty good one, I'd say. Even then, no one Chillin's gonna be back there towards the door, but not enough already. Doesn't even matter how many kills you get in a round like this. You just got to go for the dub, and you got to swing it as hard as you can. And it doesn't come out for Fever Dream, but Guppies, they do get themselves a bonus to play with now, and a couple weapons maybe to save, a couple weapons maybe to buy. I'm not sure, because Oni seems like he could be sitting on the scopes.
Yeah, that's I think we've seen Chiquita try that a few times. We saw it in the previous game as well. Quite honestly, it didn't have the impact that we were hoping for, right? On Breeze, you would usually assume that a sniper has a little bit more breathing room, right? A lot of really nice angles and long-range combat, but at the same time, here on Ascent, you have a bit more concise timelines, right? The angles that you hold are a lot more, I think narrowed is the best way to put it. Right, you're not looking through 5 or 6 different alleys. It's usually only 1 or 2 in certain areas. So even though the operator and the marshal didn't get as much value in the previous game, I do expect Chiquita to have a bit more agency here in this second game, or the third game for the Guppies.
Yeah, a good way to go ahead and get themselves a little bit of pressure. I want to see exactly what they can do in the defensive end. But Fever Dream really kind of have to just run it down. And Side's done exactly that, able to go ahead and manage that first kill. So it's a good way to go ahead and get that gun to pick up and find a little bit more pressure, especially considering you can pick that up and know the Cactus can be towards the back. And that's where all the utility and the carry come from Side. It's just going to be that much more influential. I mean, it's positioning like this. You see him scattering about. You see 314 pushing through that door, saying, ooh, free gun. I mean, everybody's doing their job here, saying they're just getting thirsty, but just working for him still.
Not just that, look at this. We know Guppies have done this once or twice, but look at this cleanup here, right? It was a nice little play, 2 kills at the beginning, but this is a cleanup here. 3-1-4. Yeah, you're walking into a very rough spot to be in, and that's the win, of course. Dropping it to 2-0. Fever Dream feel pretty confident though to be able to pick up 2 kills that quickly at the start, and especially off of a drop token as well, gives them a little bit of hope, especially into Sai, who is going to be your main kind of key player, right? This Neon is going to be running rampant and trying their best to be creating space and distractions and kind of commotions wherever they go. So very, very excited to see how this plays out. Guppies, of course, with the lower end side. This is the save round for them. Oni deciding, though, that there is no such thing as a save round, carrying the heavy artillery to the next.
I mean, in Ares and Odin, I mean, they both do the same job. They go through a wall and they start doing damage for free on the B side. That is if they decide to push it, but instead, you're seeing somewhat of a counter push come out from Guppies, already getting aggressive through that site, expecting that damage to do enough to get that closure, and that's exactly what they did. Able to go ahead and manage 2 quick kills towards panels, trying to push up and see if they can exchange off that, but none of it's going to be coming to life. Instead, they're all going to be dying almost instantaneously at that. Looking for some little bit of closure, knowing that Guardian, or not Guardian, excuse me, the Ares is still available. Chillin just playing for a flank play. This is going to be a really odd round with the switcheroo running right back towards that B side.
Oh, I was so excited, right? I like the way that Fever Dream were running. I was like, please run by this. Please run by this shorty. That would absolutely make my day. But it's very, very loud, right? And that's going to be the shot. Chillin, the picked up Vandal. Oh, that was so good. There's the blind and just the heart spray. Jaden, I mean, you got the kill, but you're down to 60 HP. You're hoping you can heal up here in just a little bit. But Chillin is about to crush your dreams. Nice little blind there to give yourself some momentum to play with. Up on the boxes you go, but you didn't peek just right, but you do in time. Jaden can't land the shots. And Chillin makes it a 3-0 out of a round that you were not expecting. Fever Dream lose all their weapons and their advantage. Guppies take 3 in a row.
Just enough for Chillin. I mean, even in that big frag where they didn't really haul it all the way to that B side, they were expecting possibly, once again, for someone to kind of be locked up, for Oni to be finding those kills and getting that damage to the wall, but instead, I mean, he was stationed towards the middle of the map and just kind of backed up, played for the retake, and even then, stationed himself a market. So, I mean, just enough for Chillin to get that one pop shot off, find that kill on the side where you lose your entire entry on the site, which would have been a lot more to really put in terms of pressure on Oni. So already a 3-0 start for Guppies, looking outstanding. But I mean, still a rolling thunder at the works here for 314 and a free way to get onto the safe side. So they do flees and they look for the smokes. They find the aggression. Once again, Sai's already on site in the back. He's just kind of surrounding Chillin, but with the Vandal in hand, the full map board is available. Just flicks left and right.
Listen, you better call Saul for that one. Are you kidding me? Chillin was hiding in the dark. No one knew that they were there and just lights up that kill feed. Oh, Guppies, you played that so well. A well-deserved 3K. That is a highlight moment. The swings, the perfect hold. It was so good. And yes, I understand that the weapons were a little bit dicey there, but still, that was so good from Chillin.
And considering the Rolling Thunder already come through as well, I mean, you're kind of discombobulated for a little bit, and you finally start getting your bearings and say, somebody's probably behind me. Let me go ahead and just aim right back there. I mean, even in the Bulldog, it would have been enough. Hell, a classic being at that kind of distance, you can hit your shots at the head and with the right click and manage to get a kill in a situation. So, I mean, no matter what, you can still manage to get the damage, but the fact that none of it came through, that's exactly what's causing Fever Dream to get themselves a little bit of a pause coming out right now, a timeout, considering that they haven't found themselves anything just yet. This isn't a 3-round lead or a 3-round start. It's 4, and not on something like Breeze or Blind. It's on something like Ascent where we never see stuff like this.
It wasn't just for the fact that it's it's the 4-round lead. It's the
Right there.
way that it happened, right? And that's how you really have to look at these timeouts, right? Was it a decimating 4-0 or was it a close 4-0? Was it a decimating 6-0 or was it a close 6-0? And that's what lends itself to the mentality for a lot of these players is when do we call the timeout, right? You only really get one per half, and that's what you have to kind of think about. And you have to sit there and go, well, do we want to use it right now? And it all depends on where your team is mentally. And for some teams, getting decimated hits a lot harder than, losing out on a clutch. Whereas some teams, if you're in that clutch factor, it affects you a lot more. So for the side of Fever Dream, they feel like they got crushed. That's really what it is. That is all I can say there. It feels like they got crushed. And because of that, they had to do a hard mental reset. And I agree with it. Guppies should feel proud that they pushed their opponent in 4 rounds only to take a timeout like that.
Yeah, and it's a good way to go ahead and start off the round, or at least a half, knowing that, I mean, they're not going to have that anymore. And if you keep on letting this momentum control go in your direction in a round where they have a save, Fever Dream didn't really invest that in a round where they could have made anything out of it. For they didn't have that Rolling Thunder. They don't have the guns, or at least a half by to work with. It's just super, super sketchy. They're going to be scratching things together. But the one thing they do have, I will say, is the overdrive. So that could be monumentous if they really find that work. But I mean, already the suppression coming out, making sure you can't use it for the next 4, and it lets Chiquita know that there's players just lingering around tree just to watch that angle and maybe find some free kills.
It's gonna be a challenge, of course, with Guppy sending it out hard here. Look at that laser, though. Fever Dream sending up a Fever Dream, but you only get 1 kill. Oni was able to send him right back, impacting Cactus, able to lay into Jaden, and Mars takes Cactus's life. But it lends itself to the low HP values, and Chiquita hard spraying, hoping for one more, but it's not going to be enough. 2v2 here as Guppy hold down the B site. Fever Dream sending themselves into a panic, a hard rush to try and get onto site here. Plenty of time to plant. They got to be ready for the retaliation here. Guppies with 2, Fever Dream with 1, and 1 heavily bleeding at 20 HP. Mars ready with the orbital strike to try and give themselves a little bit more time to work with.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is honestly, I mean, still 1 heavily bleeding, but still having an impact nonetheless with that orbital strike. So that's what you're looking for, right? To play it slow. But I mean, the early Molly coming down, that's the concerning thing, is how are you going to find that? Really, are you going to do with that? Because you know it's going to be coming down right now, and it's just enough to go ahead and get it half. Odie finding that kill on the not snap, the last player standing, you just give a free little spray into spawn, you go ahead and take it out, while meanwhile the other one's going for it. So it was a clean execution, a little bit of a delay out of that utility from Brimstone would have been optimal, but instead, situations that you're not really wanting to get into in the first place, better yet when you're kind of forced there, you just throw it out when you can.
Yeah, this is starting to get up and at them, right? Guppies are currently 5-0 with 4 ultimates in their pocket. It's another buy round for Fever Dream, but I'm curious how they play this one out here, right? This is starting to get to that point where you are a little bit worried about where that mental is even after that original timeout here. And for the side of Fever Dream, they're saying slower is better, and I'm honestly not sure if that's within their agent selection, right? So kind of worried about that, but we'll see how they play it out here. It's a 3-2 split, mid completely empty, and now a fade over to the B side.
Scanning
Did
ahead.
they get anything though, as Oni sends in a little bit of a recon bolt. Location is revealed very quickly to give information. Now you're hoping for nothing more. All 5 members say, okay, we don't want to take that chance. We got spotted out on one, so take a slow walk. Sniper v sniper right there in mid. Fruta is now going to walk back, and then a nice little snap over towards the side of Catwalk. Fruta realizing that this might be a bit dire side. Eyes are open. Chiquita comes around the corner with the up, and the spur. Not a single chance.
Good God, it's like they had the read of a lifetime. Everybody knew what was lined up, and not Snap does get a little bit of a retort there, but it doesn't matter. You got the spike on lock. You got all these big weaponries, operators, Odins, all watching crosses. It's like you're playing more of an actual prison escape game right now than you are an actual just game of Valor, knowing everything feels like it's stacked up against you.
This is another one of those situations where you're just like,
I'm good.
like how that's one of those points that I'm in solo queue and I'm just like, nah, bro. I'm gonna disconnect. I'll take that L. I'm good, right?
Like I don't want to give over an old point. Where can I hop off the map? Is that an option here?
Like, and granted, Fever Dream played that fairly well. They did the right moves, right? They walked in, they sent that, they sent the Brimstone in with the initial start, or the breach, right? They had the right movement. It's just the fact that Guppies were ready for it and open fire like crazy. Like, at this point, if I'm Fever Dream, my mind is muddled, right? Where can I go? I have quite literally exhausted the playbook at this point. We tried to go A, we got shut down there. It actually had some value in there. We got on site once or twice, but it hasn't held true, right? Mid, Catwalk hasn't been our favorite. B side has been completely flushed out, and now our lobby isn't even safe. Chiquita plays up through B main and snaps a kill on a Mars.
Yeah, it's just a really good start. We see everybody on Guppy just kind of solidifying themselves, looking darn good, and knowing that Fever Dream doesn't really ever get the opportunity to make a retortion or even really get themselves presence in the middle of the map is what they keep on trying to fight for. But they may have found themselves a little nook and a little perfect timing to work out with, but I mean, that's the problem. Sure, you can get through, you can get on the site, but you still have to defend the site for about another 40 seconds, knowing that post plant is going to be fully into effect. So now all the utility comes through. Yeah, actually managed to get onto a site, but what have you not checked? A main where Cactus is sitting, your Hunter's Fury comes out, everybody's running around with their head cut off, and you're trying to figure out what exactly you can do to stay alive right now.
Yeah, well, you tried to stay alive as well as you could, and actually it lands into Fever Dream's pocket, so put it down to a 1v2. And the sprays just don't come through for Oni, so Jaden is able to clutch out with 2. And Fever Dream, for all that it was worth, actually collect a round back. 6-1 is the current count, with a very heavy hill to climb up through, right? Yep. Fever Dream, they carry 2 over. Not as much as they would really hope, but enough, right? It's better than, say, losing all 5 members and then watching the bomb go off. You get to at least carry some weapons over.
Yeah. Which, I mean, even then, I mean, you got to consider, was it really worth it? And honestly, I think it is. So when you look at the way that everything pans out, I mean, the board is almost completely even with Guppies basically having such a massive lead, you expect them to just have enough. And as you mentioned earlier for that first round, that, okay, sure, you won that first round, congratulations, but are you ready to go up against a rifle round 10 times over? Which isn't the case. We're seeing Fever Dream make these rounds close, get a couple kills here and there, actually show some viability in this matchup. The problem is they're just not executing on the objective, and that's where we have to see them switch things up. When you don't have anything really too influential, where we see a lot of other people running the omens, so where you can kind of get those repeat smokes down, where you can get those TPs out, right here, where you can have the paranoia per se as like an initiating piece of utility. We don't see nearly as much of the impact of Brimstone that we need to for that controller really setting up the pace of the rest of the round.
At least for right now, we might. Fever Dream, they did this last time. They played it a little bit slower, and we're looking for those early frags first. But this time they're gonna have to go into the 5v5. Jaden is actually down on so low HP because Oni has been spraying through the wall. Get ready for the Rolling Thunder, though, as they try and collapse in, but it only caught one member. And that means Fruta and Cactus get a perfect lineup, and Oni, now completely unsheathed, is going to annihilate 3 total. Yeah, Guppies, you're on fire right now. It feels like the third match is always the peak of some of these teams. I mean, Guppies are showing it here, 7-1, the largest lead that we have seen here on the day thus far. A ridiculous mountain to climb. Fever Dream have got to wake up right now. They got to get back to reality because the Fever Dream is not in their favor.
A gift.
Yeah, I mean, it's times like these where you got to figure out what exactly are you doing. Because more importantly, Fever Dream, that last round, no real flashes to back things up. So they had the Rolling Thunder, but it was faced over towards site. They had no coverage towards market, no flash out of that smoke. Once it was placed down, they swung out of it one by one and just absolutely got mowed through, knowing that an Odin was on site. On that B side, every single time you hear it spraying through that wall. I mean, you can see it right now for size. So, I mean, when you're swinging out of a smoke, you gotta have some kind of coverage. You have to have some kind of a TP. You have to have that boost pad down from your Brimstone to speed up that approach. But none of that was there. Essentially just handing over the round for free. And Fever Dream, once more, giving up that first blood to the side of Guppies, making sure they have a main advantage once more to hold down these sides.
Oni, this is going to be so mean. So remember, Oni has been playing a little bit more conservative usually, but the crossfire is ready to go. They are ready for it. Oni says hello. This is why you shake things up. A second flawless round in a row. Oh, Oni, that was so mean. 12 frags, 2 deaths, and 4 assists for the Mad Lad.
Keep in mind in that round, they're not the best weaponry was available to Fever Dream. They weren't working with full rifles or anything. They were kind of already on the edge of their seats and already a little bit down in the dumps. But this is a situation now when you look at the scoreboard, and more importantly with what this can lead up to, is that you need to win this round. I mean, this is almost a guarantee. This is a swing round already. Every round past it will also be even more of one, not only at a linear fashion, but an exponential. Knowing this map's going to get that much further and further and further. But 314, taking a little bit of influence from Neon, pushing right up, jumping right through a smoke and finding a kill. Make sure you get yourself the man advantage, but still, no pressure into a site just yet. Just mid taking care of control of, and the spike still really not making itself at home anywhere. So you still have to take care of that before you even get yourself or start considering around, because that clock is still up against you.
Yep. And there's a very big difference between playing slow and playing uncertain, right? There is a very, very big difference. And there are points where you do see just kind of those Hail Marys, and I feel like this is one of them. They're chasing once again, and again, I was very excited to see this once again. We know that Fever Dream have a composition that likes to play fast, likes to play kind of ballsy and just kind of up in your face, and this time they try and chance it again. From slow to fast, they push their envelope, and 314 is able to pick up a kill. Fruta is able to fire through, but Oni, again, look at this Odin that's been carried over 3 separate rounds. He's able to push it to a 1v2. Jaden, though, in the back corner, is going to try their best to maintain some information, and Oni, I mean, a double shock bolt gets absolutely no value right now.
Jaden trying to do exactly what Oni's been doing. So sick and fed up with the Odin at this point, saying, if you can't beat, screw it, join them, I'll do what I can. And honestly, Odin may be enough, but Oni has enough of the feeling, knows how the gun works, but not enough to find the closure on that kill. And Fever Dream finally managing to get themselves a second round on the board.
Oh my gosh, so we got a small glimpse of it, and we got like a very, very small taste of what that was. Oni actually threw, it's very basic, right? But it's always fun to see. Oni threw out the recon bolt, drew 314's attention, and got the frag, right? And then swapped to the Vandal. That's what actually happened there. So it's always fun to see. It's a very routine play, I guess, for Sovas, because of course that's like your bread and butter of trying to use that recon bolt. It's still fun to see. It was so close to a clutch out. We could have added a 5th one up there, but it's not going to happen. So Guppies do lose their second round here, and because of that, it's a hard chase forward right now. Oni sending out the Hunter Series. Do you get a 3rd? No, you get a lot of damage down,
got your trail.
Hey, that's honestly, a Phil from Flex Seal, he would give that the Silver Pro. he would give that kind of situation. That's a lot of damage. That's all you're looking for, because even then when you know that your team is pushing on the site, you know you have a 3v3, that damage will do enough, especially if you've done it in the sky, the one player who can't get that healed off. But 314 already go ahead and get one, still making it a 2v2 situation with the trade, respectively. A site being the site, the area that we're fighting for all this control of, and the Rolling Thunder comes through, but Cactus gets the shot of a lifetime. Still interesting enough. The spike gets it down, and we see 314 just trying to play rogue here. And can't manage one, but still has one more to run through.
Ready.
You get through this one, you make it not so uneven. You get some shots off, but Cactus was ready. 314 actually had the lineup, but even Cactus knows that that was a rough one to lose out on. 314 had the angle. And with the Odin picked up, it's right back in the hands of the one person you just want to see it in the hands of. Oni's running right back to position. Says hello and welcome to the pain train. Now the only question is do you hide out in the shed here? Or do you hide along the wall? That's really what you're looking at. Oh no. Oh no. And Fever Dream. Come on. You know what's gonna happen. You saw the Odin picked up.
Yeah. You know it's there. Yeah. I mean, you know it's inevitable. Genuinely. It is an actual just guaranteed pick at this point. He's had such consistent results. Just why not? Honestly. And I think with it being the last round, we should see every single ultimate being popped at the same time. But that Null Command does not go down. Jaden instead going ahead having a retribution of their own with that Ares in hand, showing that it can have just as much of an impact as the brother god that is the Odin in terms of this match so far. But Cactus in the back end with the Torty Force, able to go ahead and be that last little stead still towards this B side. That is knowing that, I mean, you have control of this. Chillin is the one who pops down the smokes. And he's going to just be playing that out as slowly as possible. Honestly, it says, why should I do it? Cactus is going to be swinging out. He's going to have that Torty Force to work with. He needs to just be TPing and messing around with the game. So, honestly, when you have a pressure like that, you know exactly where they're running off to. And Jaden with nothing but an Ares, it's going to be a 10-2 you have to be working with. And Guppy's feeling a lot more confident in this game than they did in Breeze. I can guarantee that much.
Oh yeah, that was one of the ruder ways to exit the half as well. A double TP just to mess with the sound difference, right? And really flushing out the last opponent. Very mean, but very, very well deserved, right? 10-2. This is Guppy's consistently being aggressive and being on point, right? So the other games that we had, or the other game that we did see, just as we have time here, and I really want to bring this up because I think this is something that is very, very important to see, right? In their original game, they had a nice, I want to say, spread between all the members. At the end of the game, it was Oni at 21, and then the lowest was Fruta at 11 kills. This time around, they're much closer in order, right? About 5 kills difference between all the members. So it's much more of a team effort here as we do get underway with this round. It is popping off here as Sai is able to sprint to the forefront. Fever Dream here on the defensive are able to collect 2 instead of after only losing 1. But Fruta from behind was able to wrap around and pick up some more. Fever Dream get the pincered on them. And Guppies in a 3-1 feel real confident about this pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, considering that what we saw and saw the lap round and how much of aggression they had, and knowing that Fever Dream thought they had the upper hand in a situation like that, but still immediately flipped on its head. Still spike control in the hands of Guppies, looking to get it down and looking to take control of the side at the same time. But Snap is looking for a play with only 45 HP in a Dream. And he comes down to the swing, and Cactus just ready for it, making sure that Guppies can hit that 11-round threshold. I gotta say, the beginning of that round, I was very, very concerned for him, but still, finally waking up and showing, you know what? I mean, whatever you expect here for the pistol round, we're gonna make sure to keep this series as consistent as possible and just keep this thing going.
Yeah, this hurts, right? This one hurts for Fever Dream, and rightly so, right? I agree with this. Take the time out. Just say, okay, get your head on a swivel. Maybe you could have done it when you had weapons in hand, but you know what? A timeout is a timeout. I agree with this.
Well, typically in something like this in a half, when you know you're going to experience the full 12 round for the half, you say, you know, this is a pretty aggressive start, but considering it's 11-2, you don't have much to work with your Fever Dream. So maybe a couple hopes could come out. Maybe hopes and dreams could be recovered here, because a timeout isn't just a one-sided affair. Both teams do get the opportunity to talk to each other and figure out what to do, but That's the problem for Fever Dream now, being on the defensive end. Attack is usually where you set the tone of the game, where you start saying, we set the pace, we control the map, we decide where we're going to go with this spike and where the rest of the game, at least in the second half of every single round, is going to be played out. But we saw that, I want to say, what, 80% of those rounds didn't even really, or excuse me, more like 60 to 70, didn't really even get the spike down. So in situations like that, you're trying to figure out, well, if we can't fight for control on the side too much, they had an entire half where they didn't even get a warm up on side. They didn't even get to see what the sites looked like because they were getting mowed down so quickly that this is almost looking like foreign territory to them.
Yeah, and in foreign territory, there's only so much you can do here. Snap goes ahead and takes a headhunter. Headhunt is able to grab one. So Fever Dream once again locking down that first blood, but you need a bit more than just first blood if you want to carry through. Because of that first kill, though, you are able to lay back. You say, okay, let's go ahead, back up, play for the squad, and go for the retake with all 5. Spike is down, and eyes are open. Pistols are allotted to Fever Dream. I don't think they're going to have much more. Spectre in hand. Mars lit up across the board. Chillin' now on the chase. And that's more, that's a little bit more of what we expected, but down to the 1v1. Chillin' ready to go against 314. Who's going to go where? You take a swing and a peek. And Chillin' is chillin' with a 4K.
Those stairs, man, they make these ring around the rosy situations so much shorter, and I hate it. I just want it to be an even playing field where we just see them just play the Benny Hill theme. We all go in circles and go on our own way until that spike finally goes ahead and goes off, and you had to lock up on that. But instead, it's going to be 12-2. You had the angle right there. You won out the fight against 314, but still, there has to be more game available regardless, no matter what. Either we get 10 more rounds, or we get one more round, or we get anything between. It all comes down to how well we can see Fever Scream tighten themselves up, get these guns to work with, and maybe that one Phantom doesn't play, get a couple kills with.
Yeah, this is gonna be the angle. Fruta setting it up, and Chiquita says, nah, we get first blood this time. And remember, it was bought out by Fever Dream. They went to the bargain bin. They bought up what they could. Guppies with 4 alive. Fever Dream with 3. Oni gets the plant down. And it's all down on these 3. Mid plaza to the upper pizza side. You're going to try your best, but Fruta says, nah, we want to end it right here, right now. Mars is going to make it a bit harder with that stim.
Oh,
It's down to the 1v2. All down to the chamber.
all down to the chamber, snapping whether or not he can actually make the plays and get the read on the player that's hanging right under that staircase, which will be Cactus, but I don't know if he expects a double cross. So Chillin' already over to the edge. I mean, he's not even pushing on the side. He's not fighting for the control, but he can go ahead and get one. But he's not ready for the second. That's Chillin' with a closer. And that's a 13-2 game to be working with. Good God.
Mick, I feel we went in reverse order of what we thought the games were supposed to break out here in the first 3 rounds, right? Game number 1, the first round of the day, we had an OT. We went hard. We went crazy, right? It was OT 1, 14-12. Game number 2, a little bit more even, right? 13-7, 13-8. This one, 13-2. That was impressive. Huge props to Guppies, and no hate to Fever Dream, right? They tried some fantastic setups. They went, again, the prep was proper. They had the proper prep. It's like when you had the playbook, you read through the plays and coach sent you through the drills. You knew what to do, but the execution was just a little bit flawed during the climax of that entire fight. That's what it really felt like. So huge props to Guppies, and just an unfortunate matchup for Fever Dream.
Yeah, I think honestly, even then, I mean, we saw the ideology for them to get to this third round, and even then they went for some crazy picks. I mean, like the Neon on Ascent, I've never seen before. I wanted it to be viable. I wanted it to look good. I wanted a closer game at least, regardless. I mean, because obviously we're not biased on this test. We don't really know these teams like that. We're just hoping for a good long game.
Yep.
And that's just not what we got instead. I mean, Guppy's just looking so confident, going from Breeze, a completely different kind of map and play style, to feeling just right back at home on Ascent. If it was anything else, it may have been a different outcome, maybe a longer game at least, but still, I mean, Ascent for it to be that much of a stomp on a map that we see the most even games in terms of percentage wise, it's just a little too disgusting where Bubble Company's going to figure out what exactly they can do. But I mean, Fever Dream, they performed, they showed up, they had the right ideology, they had the right execution, as you mentioned. Problem is, they just didn't have enough to really do it. I think honestly, maybe an Omen would be better for situations like this. Any of their smokes characters, because I just didn't
Mhm.
feel the impact of that agent specifically, knowing the impact of the controller.
Yeah, if you're gonna be playing slow, I mean, you do have to have those smokes, right? The
Yeah.
agents that they had selected were very aggressive and forward, and as soon as that pause came out, you saw just that dramatic shift, right? That dramatic shift of we're gonna play slow, we're gonna look for those picks, but it doesn't value you at that point. So it's just the idea was right at that point. You did have to change up. The aggression wasn't working. It's just the agents didn't really weren't on your side in that point. So again, we said it once again, it's over and over again. I can't wait to see what Fever Dream can do in the future. I want to see them again because honestly, their macro was pretty up there. They had the right ideas. Clean up the execution, and maybe they go even further than the third round.
Yep. Well, speaking of seeing again, you will be seeing us again tonight, for better or for worse. It's up to you. We're gonna have two newcasters on the desk after this one because me and Orbital will be done. I'm starving. I need dinner, and we got other people getting ready to go ahead and hop on the mic. So thank you all for joining on us. Thank you, Community Game, for putting this entire thing on, and thank you to the viewers that actually have bought GLG socks. And if you want to be part of that cool kid club, type an exclamation point socks in chat and get yourself some. Regardless of that, though, we gotta get to some caster musical chairs. And even then, we got to get a break to do that. So we're going to catch you on the side of this one with two new casters and two new teams. We'll see you in a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, gents and Johns, welcome back to the stream. How is everyone doing? I hope the viewers are doing marvelous. I am Strive, joined by Becky. Both of us, what's the word I'm looking for? Uncoincidentally, have decided to go for comfy clothing today. So, sweatered up, feeling good. It is midsummer here in Toronto land, and actually really hot outside, but the basement's cold. So, c'est la vie. But Becky, how are you doing? Mine is looking super comfortable today.
It feels nice to be feeling comfortable. It's a Wednesday, you know. Pit of Valor once again, number 99.2. I'm very good with numbers, as you can
900. I'm not that old, man.
900 would be insane. Maybe one day we'll get there. I may not be around for it, but who knows? Maybe the next generation of Valorant players will be the ones to bring us to that 999, but instead it is just 99.2. We are pushing off on that 100. We want to make sure that it is extra special for all of you wonderful viewers who have gotten us this far, for all of our players who have stuck with us time and time again. And you know, we've gotten pretty far. We went from that $50 prize pool to this $250 prize pool that we're now sporting, thanks to people like MSI, Community Gaming, and Control. We just have had so many wonderful sponsors time and time again who keep making this possible, and we thank you all dearly from the bottom of our hearts.
Yeah, mega. And you know, you said it so well, that the journey, and I truly do believe that Pit of Valor number 999.2, because why not, is going to happen eventually. So far though, we are trying to build up towards that fantastic number 100, which we're hoping to make a very, very special one for not just our viewers, but the teams as well. So getting into the latter portion of the evening, we are going off to Haven for this matchup. It's going to be right down below 3VN versus Matrix. Going to be a good one. We're ready to go for the most part here, but yeah, I'm pumped. I'm glad it's Haven. Mick and I casted a whole bunch this weekend, and we casted, honestly, it felt like so many maps of Haven, but we began to appreciate it towards the tail end of it, and I'm looking forward to seeing it again here and seeing what the Pit of Valor crew, or at least the Pit of Valor teams on this Wednesday have in store for us, Becky.
Yeah, hoping for some cool team compositions, especially considering we have a lot of changes that recently came around the corner. We have those nerfs to Chamber, and that could potentially lead to, you know, some other agents being picked up. However, I've yet to see that actually happen, unfortunately. Would love to see that kind of turn all back around. Let's start to see something like a Phoenix. Phoenix got some buffs recently. I keep crossing my fingers, hoping and praying that that's going to be a pickup. Unfortunately, that has not been the case for quite some time. And instead, we do still see those chambers getting locked in once again, like it never changed.
Yeah, it's kind of the usual run-of-the-mill stuff, and I mean, Chamber's staple, I think. A well-executed Chamber, I know that alt now costs 1 extra orb. I get it, and in the grand scheme of it all, that just means you got to be a little bit more patient to drop a slapping. So that's okay as we watch the rest of Matrix solidify their squad. I do like me some Neon versus Fade combination, right? It's the matter of that Initiator versus that really, really slippery duelist who can make the agent sing a little bit better per se. But getting into this matchup, yeah, I'm pumped. And I was going to say, Becky, you're talking about buffs and nerfs and all that other stuff. I'm just here to see Reaver 2.0 skins. So yeah, that's my focus for this evening. Appreciating that dope knife especially.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we can see already quite a few people with that player card in place as well. So we'll see. I promptly bought it and then realized that I had no Radianite to upgrade everything with.
Hey, what? No. Are you doing your battle passes or what? Come on, like if you're.
I am. Man. I just buy a lot of skins.
Oh shit! Yeah, see that's a different problem actually. If you're buying a lot of skins, then you're forgetting. I was gonna say, like, are you not doing the battle passes? What's going on? But okay, all good. You're forgiven. But just means you got to play more Valorant to get those points back. But yeah, let's get into this matchup of Haven here, aka Reaver 2.0 Central, and see how these first couple rounds kick off for us.
Nice starting setup here. Actually, 3 players from the defensive Matrix side are going to be hanging out towards that C site. So very heavy hold towards there. While the rest of the squad hanging out towards A. A very quick information gather and rendezvous to safety going to come out from Swift. So continuing to stay safe and be able to find some nice headshots.
Getting into it further and further. Initially, that pick is good for the defensive team, rather. That Chamber took a bit of a beating, but all's good in the hood here. Haven is a game of numbers, and you know how that works. But meanwhile, the attempt to get on the site towards A is good. Swift gets the one. Fear and Fury back and forth, tit for tat type exchange. We have Neon on that, you know, back end flank, has to do something with Zella and decides to rendezvous to a bit of an unfortunate position. So the saga of the 1 HP Neon continues here.
1 HP Neon, but it doesn't matter if you're able to hit those shots and your opponent just can't. And now the two remaining attackers, work cut out for them. Fear decides to get really aggressive, falls right into the hands of the remaining Matrix squad and falling prey to that 1 HP Neon, and giving that over to Tong, who's going to be that much closer to having those Seekers at the ready.
Yeah, all's good here. First round out of the way, and you got to appreciate Matrix on that opening pick. It really makes a huge impact, and I can understand what the intention was with that strat, kind of going for the fake and then hit that A side. But, you know, pistol round on Haven, 3 sites. I think numbers do tend to reign supreme, and that's where my focus tends to be. But alas, getting into the second one here, the buys aplenty. Why am I not surprised? And we'll see what 3VN can do. A little bit of a, you know, mediocre situation with a Sheriff and a Frenzy, but overall, nothing too major here. This is Haven after all. It's kind of like that slow and steady reliable horse or donkey, depending on what kind of your favorite 4-legged creature you like. I'm a donkey fan personally, but yeah, you just want to get this this guy warmed up a little bit, you know, give it a little spanking in the tushy here and get some steam into this Haven matchup.
I also am a fan of the ass, and I'm also a fan of just going into people's smokes. Takes out Blue, very nice. Frenzy use coming out from Dior there, and now Goats trying to just get those sprays through with that brand new Reaver Spectre.
Yeah, all good here. Skin diff is at its finest now. For once, actually not for once, rather. Actually, it is for once because it is the beginning of this matchup. But alas, 3VN here, kind of in the driving seat after getting their opening pick. I'm not sure if they were able to retrieve a weapon off of that kill, but being at the front end of garage there, I'd assume they probably got pretty close to it. Meanwhile, kind of 50-second tipping point, and being a smaller map doesn't concern me too much. You can run this sucker down to like even 20-30 seconds and make a move if you wish, Becky.
And we see that is exactly what's happening. 40 seconds left on the clock. That Prowler being used from Fear, trying to see if anyone is hanging out in this sewer area before the rest of the squad pushing on it to that site. With a little bit of a lurk from Taps over towards the other side of the map, and we'll see if that ends up biting 3VN.
Spike plant coming in through. Swift is in the back end. Bit of a retaliation pick there with the Ghost, but of course, Papa Brimstone makes sure things are kind of signed, sealed, and secured. Forces the jump out from Swift and Co. Coming to the back end. Tong, Swingaroni flex here, making the magic happen, and that Spectre sings, but you don't sing the high notes as it comes a little bit short against Fear. So talk about a nice mix-up of round number 2, what you like to see, and gives you that, you know, fight and vigor early on.
Speaking of vigor, we are going to see that continue for 3V, and they're able to buy up into this round, throwing Matrix for a little bit of a loop here. Instead, we're going to see a lot of those pistols still just have to come out for Matrix, despite wanting to hold on to a little bit stronger of a point here. We do see, trying to see if we have some lineups for this hunt. Potentially going to be something to come out, but instead, just kind of one of those default throws. We'll be able to take a peek at that long angle, but Blue moved to a much safer point.
Minute 20 and change or whatever it may be, and that doesn't again concern me overall. Dior and Co. after a bit of a loss in the previous round here, going for it. Goats doing what a breach should be doing, which involves swinging off of the flash, but of course there is everyone's mother, brother, and sister sitting in window room with a gun ready to mouse one their way and get that pick. So with that, it's 2 great openers for 3VN, a minute plus on the clock, and you can see here, just too easy, looking to get aggressive here. I mean, at that point, you're down in numbers, you might as well try and steal a gun or something, but it doesn't come up too clutch there against Zella, who retaliates, brings it home as Dior and Co. have set up shop at Seaside.
Set up shop and have the site completely to themselves. That Brimstone is going to be able to get that plant off. That 300 credits for the squad. 2 players of Matrix remaining in a 2v5 situation, and those sky smokes don't make it any easier for them to even have a hope of getting onto site. And as Tong falls, Blue nicely able to pick up a 1 headshot. Unfortunately, being able to scoot around with that Vandal is going to do Dior just a little bit better on the round. 3 kills, but 2 for 3VN. And now we're finally going to see this equalizer round come through. Enough credits in the pockets of all the Matrix players, and especially for Swift, who's going to be going for that operator.
Yeah, this is mega now. You know, you got Swift getting on that comfortable buy, or so we hope, being a chamber. Got to see that sucker really sting. And I've said it before, it's not even a map dependent thing, honestly. The chambers got to look to extend, got to look to get in very slippery places. And so far, Swift not even getting aggro, actually picking the high view of the boxes, but there may be some traffic incoming. No connection, as they realize dry peeking along C is probably a very stupid idea as they back away and kind of resettle back towards Midgrass and Co.
You're prowling once again, a little bit cut from the rest of the team, but still just go and see if we can make that first point of contact. It's not going to be so lucky as to do so. So we're going to do a little bit of a trade so that this duelist can go ahead and stick around with the rest of the pushing 3VN squad.
Prowler doing Prowler type things, just too easy. Spotted out that ninja clutch spot, and no bueno as Dior goes for the swinger. Luckily, there is some friendly tongs there to pinchy and support with that trade. So again, initially this is really good mobility from the side of 3VN as they're looking light on their toes, making some moves and then backing away and really utilizing that clock to its fullest, I believe.
Yeah, and we've seen them do this before, so it's exciting to see them do it again, this time with better guns. Unfortunately, Zella waiting, prowling that lurking chamber, doing absolute wonders and pulling that operator out of the hands of Swift. It is down on the ground, but 3-2 now. 3VN looking a little bit better on numbers and booking it over towards that C site.
Yeah, Spike not going down here. Retake potential is viable. I mean, double flash on a retake is great, but Taft's here opening it up with the most biblical molly I've ever seen in my life. Complete whiffer, but that's good in the hood here as the rest of the team is holding a little bit more aggressively. Zella continuing to lock things down, actually gets swung on by Tong, and somehow we end up in a 1v1.
Tong doing a great job there, unfortunately, potentially not understanding where Dior could possibly be. Will be the death of a Tong. A great lurk around, decides not to pick up that operator, so we won't be seeing that on the attacking side for somebody like Zella. Instead, we're just going to have to worry about the showstopper from Dior and the Nightfall from Fear. Ready to go going into this round. Two very potent ultimates for getting onto a site and getting that bomb down.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. It's an absolute steam engine of a combination if you want to put them together, but alas, we'll see just how aggressive we are. We've seen Dior be super clutch and super patient, obviously 8-2 on the scoreline, I think, but yeah, back it up with that Nightfall. It's that extra little bit of confidence and knowing that the Prowlers and such are going to give you that intel as to where to shoot that rocket, but I'm just going to be a patient beaver, Becky, and not get too ahead of myself.
Patient Beaver is the one that gets to have the strongest dam, or so I hear. And shots just through the smoke, not allowing that room but to gather too much information as 3VN once again just scoot forward and try to find themselves a first blood. But it's actually a nice 1-for-1 trade here with Tong as that gun gets thrown back to the rest of the squad. So very nicely done by Fear here.
Yeah, kind of taking it a little bit easy for the most part. They're kind of in a, one body down type situation. And I gotta say, 3VN though, I've said it earlier on, they're really good at just being immensely patient, almost kind of borderline too patient for my liking. You know what I mean? Like, they're just so meticulous in how they manage the shot clock and work together as a team. And you can see just how much of the rotates have been pulled over from Matrix posted up on this A side now. And as they make their moves back to regroup and recalibrate, it may boil down to the one omen of the one chamber on B and C to hold things off.
Yeah, the spread for the defensive side of Matrix kind of rough here. A lot of players over towards A and still a lot of utility being used there. But now we are going to give away the information. Swift will be able to rendezvous too safely. Is trying to watch that angle with that headhunter, and that sees it's going to make it a lot harder to get out of this situation. But thankfully is able to stay safe while the rest of that team is able to reconvene.
Yeah, this has been the pattern, I guess, from Matrix, kind of working on the retakes and obviously having to come back and clutch it out. And trying to get garage control is a good opening step here at Blue. Paranoia, but alas, this is 3VN stacking that long C for the post.
More shots just through these smokes, trying to find players of the defensive side who are going for this defuse, but it's actually Fear who's taking the most damage as this pop flash comes out from Tong, and the run and gun with the stinger is going to be more than enough for Fear to find Tong. Swift to finish off that final kill, grab some guns, and a nice pickup coming back as a rebuttal here from Matrix.
Yeah, I think the grand scheme of it on the post for 3VN playing that double stack towards long, like there was nothing wrong with it. I think they just got kind of outnumbered, out retook, and weren't in a great position to pick up that pick. I mean, the Rolling Thunder was just one piece of the puzzle, but alas, we end up where we end up. But the saga continues, and like I said, despite the adjustments and massaging done to Chamber, would you look at that? There's a tour de force on the board for both of these two Chambers here in this matchup.
To start things off, but Dior pushes through anyway. Dior's just been doing such a great job for 3VN of kind of pushing forward despite a massive utility and being able to put themselves in some really difficult positions that are unpredictable. Unfortunately, that's still not going to be enough. That Trailblazer was narrowly able to spot that corner, and Dior's not able to move in enough time, but neither is Just Too Easy, who maybe it isn't just too easy to get out of an aftershock range.
Yeah, there's fight though. I mean, you can see just how hard 3VN is pushing to get bodies away, and it's all just one big show for the most part. Zella, who's been playing super patient with trademarks, watching flanks and stuff, hasn't necessarily been contributing too much in this round, but you can see Matrix, they're not going to want to do anything unnecessary here. They've been in a really good position for the prior round and this one now. Tong playing the counter flash and whatever else may take to hold off the push, and they know at the end of the day, Becky, they're in a great position, and they don't have to peek or get aggro for any specific reason.
30 seconds
Because they
left.
don't have to. It looks like they're just going to kind of search for some peripheral kills. You can see once again that Chamber lurking all across the map, and 20 seconds left and that bomb collected. If we see Zella be able to pick up a kill, we could likely see a dedication towards that site, and this is going to be the first point of contact. Unfortunately, Swift misses the first shot, but a nice reset, able to find it on that second one.
Continuing to battle the blue here, looking, chasing, do-si-doing. Striker gets the one, but it's not really too concerning. Part of me was kind of thinking of something when I was finishing my comment about the trademark, right? Like when Haven came out and Chamber didn't exist, or when Haven existed rather and Chamber didn't exist, I really appreciated Cypher. Like I thought, like for me, Cypher was the core fundamental staple part of this map, and now that I don't see that pick anymore, it kind of breaks my heart, you know? It's like this evolution, like you know how they remove Split? Like it feels like I just lost Cypher, and thinking back to this in the early days and going down memory lane of, you know, Pit of Valor 99.2 for all that matters, it's yeah, it's a little bit heartbreaking, Becky, at least for me.
I agree. Cypher was one of the agents that I was really interested in playing when I started getting into Valorant, and then quickly found out that it was just silly for me to even want to play that agent because he was, for the most part, largely considered obsolete and only got pushed further into the ground the moment that Chamber came out. And was kind of true for all Sentinels, and now you still sometimes get to see Sage picked up. There's certain maps where that wall is still very important, but for the most part, it's just not quite the same. There's still some cool things and some certain players who are really good at using that Cypher, but it feels like the barrier of entry is just so much lower for Chamber, and almost is a great connect for 2 kills from Just Too Easy, but Taft's that spray from that Spectre able to get a lot of work done, so it is just going to be that 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, this situation now with Dior, who's got a very reasonable amount of map control towards garage window now, posted up. I don't believe Swift has a single clue
Swift.
at
Oh,
all
no,
as to
Swift.
what's happening. That's just, yeah. That's those moments where you're like, darn, I wish that didn't happen. Blue, after getting a bit of a
30 seconds left.
step up onto platform, battling away. And again, this is what Dior does so well. Just kind of peeks a nose, says, hey, hi, hello, and the rest of the team is already making tracks. And this is the trap that you can fall into as a defender on Haven when you're not prepared. But in terms of preparation, late smokes into Heaven means there is one pick available. Fear is there down in hell to pick up a second one. And with 12 seconds to go and 3VN posted up, Goats is going to send that Rolling Thunder as well and let the chaos unfold.
A nice Rolling Thunder 2 does stop that initial plant. Unfortunately, we didn't actually get to finish it off in time, but it doesn't matter. The kills come through regardless, and that's actually going to be a round where Matrix could have won if just one player stayed alive, because that plant wasn't going to go through. So potentially a little bit of a heartbreaking round. But off the back of that loss, we are going to see Just Too Easy say just one moment here. That was kind of a rough one to lose. And, you know, I'm kind of thinking the same thing, but they are still at a pretty close situation, a close point in this game. So they're not too far behind, and they do have that overdrive ready to go to start this one off. But on that same note, that brimstone for the attacking squad does have that orbital strike at the ready, and that could be instrumental. But if you do have to get through that little zappy neon, things could get a little bit slicey, dicey, and end up going really in the favor of the defending Matrix side.
Yeah, there's a lot of great things primed and set for the next round coming off this timeout, which is kind of the way you want to exit a situation like this. But in terms of entering something, which is a little bit better, perhaps, or worse, depending on where your situation is headset-wise, an MSI GH50 headset giveaway is live as per usual. I see some 60-odd viewers in the Twitch here, and do us a favor, ! Giveaway in chat. Get yourself entered in right away. And yeah, MSI, like Becky said there in the early beginnings of the desk, have been doing such a notable job of supporting GLG. They've been with us before, and they're back at it again. And the saga continues, and hopefully you can pick up some nicer sounding headphones if you're in the need. But alas, Becky, let's see how we fare getting into this round and how much of that utility and ultimates and such come out. That orbital strike for me, like Brimstone again, another one of those agents that I remember that the day I got my beta key Valorant drop and I got on, I played Brimstone until I went blue in the face, and I absolutely adored this agent because I was like, yo, this orbital strike thingy is hella broken. So yeah, what else is hella broken is just too easy's aggression, no fear at all, and a quick little speedway and a dash away is all it takes to get in and out of a mess like that.
Dior, don't pull your knife out like that. Oh, I mean,
it's a better knife, though.
It is a nice knife. That's true. Yeah. Unfortunately, it is the reason that Dior died there. So, gotta be a little bit careful about where you're using those. Was potentially trying to go for those jump peaks and got bit. So we'll see if that is going to be once bit, twice shy, or if we continue to just go for the same aggression that we've seen time and time again. As Zella very nicely peeking out onto that grass area does find a kill, so now evened up to a 4-4 here. It's just too easy. Trying to get vengeance once more.
40-odd seconds and 3VN doing what they do best here. What I do like, on the opposing end of it, for the first time, I feel very comfortable with the setup of Matrix on their defender side. They've kind of split their bodies fairly, have, I think, most importantly, lent the correct agents to the correct sites. Like, you have a Sky to play the counter flash on A, the same thing goes for B, Neon's ready to rotate and be on the move, and of course you got your chamber with the rendezvous, able to escape nasty situations. But with 20 seconds to go and Chamber already pinging it, I think they know what's up. Prowler leads them in, and this should be the take on the C site.
Yeah, and then Prowler did get a nice chomp on that Neon. That overdrive is still at the ready, but it looks like we're not going to use it. Just going to go ahead and utilize that gun as we do get all of those kills to come through. The rotation not even going to come close to making it fully onto that C site. Matrix falls, and 3VN find themselves another round despite that timeout that we just saw come from Matrix.
It'd be like that sometimes, I think in the situation that they're in, I'm cool running the clock down like that, but I think you need one more pick, if not two. Like a 5v2, a 4v2 situation really makes those opportunities sing. But when there's so many people available to make moves and counter you and vice versa, it's a little bit more frustrating to manage. I mean, in the sense of Matrix specifically. So, alas, it is what it is. We continue deeper into what Haven is panning out to be the past couple days of a lot of great even matchups to start us off, and the same thing happens on grass again. Quick back and forth exchange.
A nice shred step to safety as well. Matrix lower on players, but not for long, as Tong doing a great job of crosshair placement that's able to knock these heads off the bodies of 3V and players. So 2v2 now, but the gun's a lot lighter in the hands of Matrix gamers. Unfortunately, that can start to change as enough players have died, and Blue in a cheeky enough place to find that kill onto Zella. I don't think a gun has been picked up for this breach, so that's coming in just normal gun, but the paranoia enough for Blue to find that final kill. A nice pickup on this round, and Matrix find themselves a thrifty.
Yeah, really clean work, clean execution, great support, and that's I think the synergy and the beauty of that Omen Breach combination. Like, you think about how rounds unfold, and sometimes you wish, like, darn, I really didn't. I wish I didn't lose my chamber, or I wish I didn't lose my breach. And in that specific round, I felt really comfortable getting into it for the side of Matrix, knowing they had those flashes available, and especially Blue being in a clutch position with that paranoia out of garage, and it worked out immensely well. And you look at the overall differences between these two team compositions. Thus far, I think it's been really an interesting diversity, and it's been kind of tit for tat. But I think once we get onto this attack side, I'm really keen on seeing what this triple flash situation is going to do.
Fire Striker trying to go through that window and does find Blue. The previous player who locked up that last round is down to go into this one. So a lot of these attacking players hovering towards mid, trying to watch that place where a player fell from the defensive side. Getting ready to push out. The Prowler and that Guiding Light are going to trade places. And a nice use of utility to try to slow this aggression from just too easy, but the spray down as we're trying to do those zoomies to safety is just not going to be enough. And once again, these lurks, we gotta start learning for the Matrix side, are something that 3VN has used time and time again to get themselves this agent advantage.
This be one of those rounds where if you're Swift and Tong, you just should save. I mean, okay, or don't and just go for the sickest smoke clap NA, but there is so much here that can absolutely dump on your forehead that you don't even want to bother retaking. Like, there's an orbital strike, there's a rolling thunder, you're not going to get too far with the situation, and yeah, you get on site, that's great, but the post plant was just really strong as a whole. So Team Ace it is, and thumbs up from the well, I don't know why that cat is sad. I would be pretty happy after that round as we teeter on the end of this first half, and the push continues from 3VN. They're looking great financially. They're set to close things out, and this is a major round for the side of Matrix to win out. Ideally, I want to see an even half for Haven. This is, after all, the second half of this bracket, or rather, the second half of this night, rather. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's going to be really difficult, I think, for Matrix to be able to grab this one. Half the players aren't able to buy. Tong is the only one with an ultimate at the ready, facing down 3 on the side of 3VN. So as long as they're good about budgeting their ult economy and just making the most out of those situations, I think it's going to be really difficult for Matrix to shore it up. But that being said, we've seen Tong land some nasty sheriff shots, and if those can come through once again, we could see Matrix be able to take this one.
Could, but will we is the question. Is that Prowler definitely was on the could make it around the corner mentality, but didn't. We're just chilling. I mean, you must be feeling pretty good if you're 3VN in this position. You're still holding on to great ults, and here they come right now. Rolling Thunder numero uno. Aftershock halting a bit of the push, but they're going to look to really pressure it here, send it full, and oh my god, Dior says, I'm going to send it and then some.
And we're deploying that orbital strike coming out here is going to keep a lot of players from pushing onto that site. But thankfully for the side of Matrix, that bomb is not down yet, and that rolling thunder is able to come out. Unfortunately, Goats falls at dropping down, and with the power of the agent placement, they just all fall trying to come in onto that site. And I don't think they needed to push that aggressively.
I would agree with that statement, but you know, it's what's done is done type mentality, and this is where we land in a interesting pickle where Goats is kind of going to have to manage with whatever Goats can. Actually, wait, that math worked out somehow. Goats had 3k and oh no, okay, never mind. I don't know what's going on. Mathematics isn't my forte this evening. Usually it is. I don't have my fellow co-caster Anton next to me, who usually is immensely on par with his math and puts me to shame. But let's get down to the last round of this half. Huge aggression here out of Goats, and that's all that it really was. Is gets picked off there from Striker, really up close at that window area.
Yeah, great use of that haunt to be able to see a lot of that area on grass, despite a lot of cover being put in place to try and deny vision. A nice counter that you can use as these paint shells come out from Dior and force Tong to move into a closer location. The swing from Fear, though, just isn't going to be enough. A ton of ultimates being utilized as this from the shadows tries to get Blue into a better position and finds the better of Fiery Striker, who is now in a Blue is now in a 1v1 against Tafts, but is not ready, but the swing is more than enough, and Matrix are going to be able to end this half at 5-7.
Yeah, it's a mega first half and really good battle. Kind of sets the precedence for kind of how this half should theoretically unfold, but that's all theory here. For Matrix now getting into this, I think they've really had the chance to absorb 3VN's style of attacking and how patient they are and are really, you know, flexible and mobile. I think that's a key thing to carry forward into these first couple rounds, right? Understand that 3VN is going to be very planted on their sights, but at the same time, they're going to be looking to make quick and fast rotates depending on the execution. And like I said, where I didn't get to see it the last half, pistol round united as 4 or 5 people is, in my opinion, the way to go. And given how things are looking on that minimap, Becky, we might get that quick and swift C push, but my goodness me, there is a raise and fade combination, which typically spells disaster with paint shells.
Yeah, and you can see Dior kind of pulling out those paint shells, getting ready to use them here, but that smoke in place is slowing a lot of the push from Matrix, who do... What? I don't even think Swift was looking in Fierce direction.
No, I bet you that was the nuttiest flick shot on A, and we just missed it because it is what it is, but damn, that was mighty fine.
I guess my eyes just don't go as fast as any of these players' brains do, which, you know, certainly a little bit true, but showing off quite nicely there as we see a nice peek out from Zella, takes out Just Too Easy, who isn't able to get onto that site. We might be seeing Matrix be run around this whole map 3 times over.
They got their Jordans laced up and are going for that run, the speed run at that. And you can see, just like I said, flexibility. Look at 3VN immediately preemptively rotating, and they might be set in a great spot here. Goats at window, Tafts, the battle continues, and look at that fast rotate covering that C site, and immediately Matrix are kind of caught off their toes, deciding to back away, but 30 seconds now, moves need to occur, but oh my god, they're gonna go right through B, if not plant at this B site as well.
Yeah, it looks like that is probably going to be the call with only 20 seconds left. Their options are getting more and more limited. And that Omen is going to be first point of contact, and the right clicks are good enough for Blue to be able to find 2. Fiery Striker, the only one remaining, the only one standing between Matrix and their 6th point.
Blue here, after those 2 kills, can definitely prepare a cup of instant noodles. Just vibe and let this round finish doing what it's doing. Yeah, Tong's like, listen, I can't let Blue down after that showing, and gets a clean little pick there to get them their first round.
And hey, Matrix being able to get that one does mean that they have the credits to be able to buy up those full armors and specters going into this one. We might see somebody save for... Nah, none of them are going to save. Looks like we're going a full-on buy-up. Let's see if we can just wreak havoc, keep ourselves safe with these huge shields, as well as just be able to spam some shots down with those specters. And it looks like they're going for a little bit of a default strategy this time around as well. Just going to be some peeks out towards all parts of the map, trying to wait and see what information they can gather first.
Yeah, good adventuring here from Zella, kind of get peeky and utilizing what should be that rendezvous, and yeah, amazing, gets the one onto Blue and right back to safety. Meanwhile, Brimstone there in the smoke, just kind of dancing around, waiting for an aggro push. Tafts, yeah, it's the shorty, so rightfully so, permission granted to play aggro. We just kind of vibe now. Again, more attempts from Just Too Easy to get some site control and whatever it may be, but often finding that fast lane is getting used to get out. Even on the defensive side, I felt much of the same, Becky. I'm not seeing overly aggressive plays with that utility.
Guiding Light is at least giving some information there, as Swift unfortunately isn't able to finish off that kill. Goats thankfully there for the trade back. Same around with Just Too Easy. The jump and right click out of the smoke from Zella is good for those shots in sewer, and we're still at a 2v2. Well, we were at a 2v2 situation until Just Too Easy straight took Taf's heads off, and then Tong with a nice peek around. This time we're not seeing Matrix have their buy-up taken away from them.
Yeah, this is a mega round, and that's the, you know, the early precedence from Matrix that I was really keen on seeing these first couple rounds, and 3VN has been responsive. Like, they're not asleep at the wheel here, but rough start typically means better opportunity down the line, and that's A-okay as they're getting into their buy round. whatever it may be here at this point, a lot relies on these Vandals and the single op of Zella to do the work. But I will say Zella with this op and even the previous round towards mid-grass B has been superbly aggressive. So I have no major concerns at this point for this chamber.
Ooh, a strong mid push this time around, and I like this decision. This is something that we see a lot with this fast lane. You can either go for that aggressive push, the wraparound through CT going towards A, or just go for this dedicated plant towards B. And I like the decision to go for these kind of scrappier plays when they are on mostly a save, just being really aggressive and trying to see what they can get. Fortunately, Blue not going to be able to get anything, but Swift is saying, hey, chamber to chamber, let's get these first bloods for our squad. And let's continue to be scrappy with a lot of utility here, but Fiery Striker is having none of it.
No, complete negation, and begs the question of venturing too far away from home base. Why? Not really quite sure. And in the end, 3VN just is super patient. They do what they got to do, albeit Matrix was down in terms of, let's say, firepower, quote unquote, which is fine. I mean, I understand that the intention, but they felt quite short, and the Neon wasn't able to open opportunity. And that's going to give that 3VN buy round to where it should go, right onto their way, 8-7 half, and they continue forward. But here's Matrix's patience now paying off as they have their own buys in their back pockets for this round.
Now, once again, that equalization, but Zella has been kind of a menace, picking up a lot of first bloods on the attacking side for 3VN. And that's kind of impressive if you're on an attacking side and you're still able to pick up kind of those lurking first bloods with something like that operator. So certainly something that I would be duly afraid to run into on the defensive side now for Matrix, who are just trying to shoot through a lot of utility that is being thrown out onto this mid-grass area.
It's all good here. Some blind pop shots go the distance, at least for the beginning, but no major connections. We've definitely turned the volume knob down substantially this round. A lot of silence, a lot more meticulous in the setup, and looks like Matrix is kind of adopting that 3VN style of play, at least in the beginning portions of this round.
Ooh, and I mean, we were talking a lot about how 3VN on the attacking side would play pretty slow, go for those rotations. This can potentially be a little bit of a choke point if the rest of Matrix try to push into this garage area. There's only so many directions you can go, and one of them normally you're left in an advantageous position as you have to go for that little bit of a drop, but just too easy makes it look just too easy, and finds that nice kill in the smoke. The fast lane to block off a lot of vision towards B once again allows for the plant to come through for Matrix on the B side.
Playing the post, and I do like how they're super aggro in sight, leaving just most of that breach in Neon of the grass area. This could pay off or be complete disaster as we started off here. Boombot goes in, Tong pinned in sight, looking to get absolutely clapped on. Oh my god, talk about transition for the 1 and the 2 now. Now they got to worry about this grass head, and so far it is looking reasonably good. Swift low HP, a dream on a mission. Oh, but no bueno, as in the end, Striker makes it happen. And you know what, Becky, to no fault of Matrix, they played that, I think, really well considering the odds, and 3VN was just a little bit ahead of the game on the retake.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of a scary place to be. That once again was that equalizing round, and so not being able to take it down is going to spell this save from Matrix once again. They do have some ultimates ready, but it's one of those things where you try to decide, do you go ahead and use them? If there's some of these economy ultimates like we can see from the Chamber and the Neon, you could just use them in place of something like a Sheriff or any kind of gun. And hopefully if Swift and Just Too Easy are able to pick up some early kills, both Swift with being able to peek long angles and Just Too Easy with being able to get up close and personal and really aggressive with those shocky fingers, then we could be seeing them grab an early kill, pick up a gun for their squad, and move into a place where a Thrifty can be secured.
That's the game plan, at least. We'll see if the coach can make it happen. Oddly quiet again, I will say. Not used to it, at least from the previous half coming into this one.
Yeah, we saw 3VN every once in a while. It felt like it was an adaptation after a very strong start to go ahead and go for these slower rounds, but Matrix really starting off kind of slower.
Temple may be the recipe to success for 3VN, it seems like, as They're being slow and steady, but alas, going in for the push here, just too easy. Overdrive, Tafts and Co. Gonna go ahead and back things up. Dior shutting everything down. No shot. Platform is the place to be if you're a Raze at this point. And it's down to Swift here. Tour de Force, 1v4. And of course, with a breach around the corner and a very nice and conveniently placed box in sight, such as the pop flash, and that's the kill. Double digits for 3VN.
Can you believe that there was a bug in the game that was stopping people from getting flashed?
I read that and I was like, wait a minute,
So
why am I not playing in those games? Like that's the diff right there.
And now we're getting to see like the fastest patch we've ever seen Riot make, just saying, oh, it was such a weird thing too. Like you disable your HUD and all of a sudden you can't be flashed. Like, oh, what?
I feel like imagine being Riot in the office that day. Like I feel like no one would even get mad at anybody, but they'd just be like trolling and laughing, be like, yeah, like, hey yo guys, who's gonna order the pizza while we fix this really disastrously hilarious bug? Like that's the kind of environment that I foresee Riot Games being like. But at least that's how I would be. I'd just be laughing my face off. And so far, yeah, in the notion of laughing, I don't think Matrix has that much time to be laughing, albeit they have gotten onto site here. So we're gonna rinse and repeat this B or C post plant situation or B post plant situation from 2 rounds ago. Except my goodness me, look at those ultimates. This is gonna be painful, Becky.
Yeah, there's a lot at the ready. And speaking of it being at the ready, the Rolling Thunder, the Showstopper, Aftershock, so many kills coming out from Dior, and Matrix is just trying to get some right back. Swift going back into that sky smoke to try and get to safety, is still within it in a 1v2 situation with a 1 HP. Fear just able to hold down that defuse because the unfortunate situation that Swift got left in, and at the end of it, 3VN walk away from that. 3 ultimates used from Matrix and not a round one over.
Yeah, like that round, when you saw the Rolling Thunder available, you're like, yeah, everyone's gonna dump literally everything on the site, and they did. This is where you start to really have to buckle up. And for the side of Matrix, they're saying, listen, we're gonna buckle up and we're gonna do it with some weapons this round. The buy for next fight mentality, which again, we've seen them excel quite well at. They've had a really notable presentation on the defensive side, but very lackluster on this attack as they're kind of falling the back foot. But as I say it, it's like the casters have been heard as Swift gets that first opening pick, and they want to repeat this B side, but when Dior is near, that typically spells trouble as well.
And just so many angles covered, so much difference in how 3VN are able to be completely separated. And unfortunately, that separation to gather information does mean that the buddy system not going to be good for those trades back and forth. But Zella doesn't need a buddy. A quick swap from that operator to the headhunter allows for Zella to find 2, but that does mean that now all of a sudden you're stuck in a 1v3 situation. You hear that rendezvous, pull out the shorty, but it's not quite that close, and it looks like Zella is going to make the heads-up decision to say, Matrix, you win this one. I would like to keep my operator.
Yeah, that's kind of the sitch, and with that spike taken away, and oh boy, Blue, you're going to have to just really do Zella dirty there. Get the kill. Recover that up, and just like that, $4,700 down the drainer. But in the counter result of that is Matrix on the board with an 8th, and talk about coming back at it once again. It feels like they're, they are immensely tenacious. I commend them overall, right? Like even plans that have failed before, they have made the required changes and come back in a round or 2 later and kind of rinse and repeated the same strategy, and it's working out. They've got some steam behind them again, and of course some dollars and cents to back it.
Yeah, and we do see this time out from Matrix. They're a little bit behind, but morale starting to probably pick up off that last round win. And if you're looking for your morale to be picked up, go ahead, use this QR code and enter into our giveaway for this very nice MSI headset, trying to get us a little bit closer in this game. So moving on into those semifinals, we have 3VN versus Matrix, and we're trying to figure out who exactly is going to be the one to take it all home, as Matrix just were able to get themselves one back after a 4-loss streak. And now this big difference here is going to be, is this equalizer enough? Previously, when they were even up against the 3VN squad. It wasn't enough for them to be able to take it down, but that can hopefully be a difference for them this time around. Learn from the previous time and just try to come in hot and find themselves some kills. They have no ultimates ready, and that could make things a little bit difficult, but that's a great start for Matrix. Swift is able to clean up a nice shot there.
Like, Swift, who suffered drastically at window, decides to do it again and comes out on top. It's just like, that's the kind of stuff that makes me happy. Like, this is what Haven's all about. I think it's really and truly, and it is an art piece, right? I mean, Mick calls it the Mona Lisa, and I would agree with him, right? Actually, Mick calls Ascent the Mona Lisa. I'm calling this one the Mona Lisa because I like this round a lot. But overall, Swift's coming alive here, continuing to fend off 3VN, who's been getting nosy, to say the least, getting that, of course, B pick and now that long C push. And with that situation and a minute on the clock, you know, Becky, paint this portrait how you like. They're looking quite good as, oh my God, no, they're not. Fear quickly shuts things down, turns up the tempo a little bit, and tries to establish some dominance on Matrix.
Oh, I'm no painter. Well, I am a painter, but I'm no Michelangelo. And I don't know that either of these teams are either, but they're certainly doing their best to do their best impression of that masterpiece, as Swift is just doing an absolutely phenomenal job of bringing everything together in this composition. I mean, okay, as I'm trying to talk them up, all of a sudden, not able to land that kill, but the Aftershock is going to force back the two remaining 3VN players who just aren't even going to try and tussle with this 2v4. So another round actually won for Matrix.
We don't, we're not short of, you know, I guess, turning points and crossroads in this matchup, it feels like. And with the not only round win, but 4 people staying alive, like this is where I don't, you know, want to talk too much about the economy, but survival is critical, and of the fittest especially. But as they start to build economy into this, they're setting themselves up to play the long game, and with a 3-round deficit to close off, that is exactly what you want to be doing.
They're only 2 now, so they're getting closer and closer. But it is looking a little bit rough for the economy of 3V, and some players able to buy up. Some looking a little bit rough there. Armor and gun buys kind of all over the place, but Zella, tried and true, trusty headhunter at that extended arm of that chamber, trying to look for a kill. And this is kind of a difference that we're seeing from 3VN now. Once they're on this little bit of a save, they are playing very closely together. They're trying to go for those trades back and forth and make sure that if they drop a gun, it's not going to be the end of the world, not going to be something that just throws their chances in this round away. I love that we're getting to see all the new Reaver skins too.
Yeah, same about that here. Big push though, heavy commitment to this A side here, as the attempt from Neon to get everyone in works quite well, as they've got full site control. Back that up with a couple Omen smokes to secure things here, and that should buy a little bit of time here before rotates come. Chamber kind of taking some Chamber sweet time to move, but they're posted up now, and I think they feel the pressure. Is I don't believe they're going to want to save here, Becky. Their intention is to retake.
I mean, there's only so many of those rounds that you can give up, and I think with that mentality, they're all just falling in a blue and tongue. Find all the kills in the round and find Matrix double digits, 10 points, and getting them so close to a situation where they can overtake 3VN, who saved for this next one. But I mean, even still, though they saved light armors on 2 of their players, no armor on Zella, who bought up to this operator, and now they're also staring down 2 pretty big ultimates for the side of Matrix. So I don't think that we're going to see Swift go ahead and use that tour de force, but Tong does have those seekers, which can give away a ton of information, which on a very wide map like Haven can be so important and coming through right now. But at the same time, Zella, an early kill. Don't need armor if you're able to hit those shots.
No, 100%. You can see, I think Matrix felt a little bit of pressure and, hesitation, but with Breach kind of leading the way on through, getting immensely aggressive. You can see Goats kind of going a little bit far out away from home. Omen's there to support the crossfire, as the retake should be imminent, but they're going to have to wait out some of this utility. And my sticky senses tell me there is a lot more to come with that Breach as well in terms of counter flashes if they want to get back on site.
Oh, Prowler trying to come through, but Tong able to go to safety alongside Blue there. A nice swing, but unfortunately there's a few too many players of the defensive side, and Blue, work cut out for him, isn't able to find the shots. And the defuse is going to be going to, I mean, we're going to get halfway from Taps, but since that orbital strike is ready, is going to do the nice thing. Give it over to Zella there, and that will be putting 3VN onto match point.
I don't know how I felt about that aggression now that I kind of think back, and not just because the round was over, but seeing Goats and I believe it was Blue playing that super really up close and personal position towards A at let's say spawn entry, not from heaven but from down below rather, wasn't the greatest and warm fuzzy feeling. Combine that with the fact that they missed a huge amount of shots and there was 3 people swinging simultaneously. 3VN did the right thing by working together on the retake. I mean, if they went mono a mono, we might have had a different outcome, but in numbers they do seem to reign supreme, and now they're walking in with not only the Nightfall, but again that orbital strike as well.
Yeah, this is kind of a rough spot to be in also for Matrix. They have 2 ultimates ready, but it's the Tour de Force and the From the Shadows, 2 that aren't really the most instrumental in winning you rounds per se, especially when you already have the cash to go ahead and buy normally. We could use that From the Shadows to gather information or pick up the spike, but things kind of already have to be going sour for you to utilize it in that way anyway. But you got to do what you got to do, and better to use it and get some information than to just let it go to waste. As Goats, the first to fall, and losing that breach and losing that extra set of flashes is going to be something that is really rough, but just too easy. A very nice little push onto a site. Finds that pick onto Zella, so nice little 1-for-1 trade. Things could potentially get really spooky here though. 3VN, they have the Nightfall and the orbital strike ready.
As if it was spicy the first time, they want to repeat it one more time now in a 4v4. Still great opportunity is ahead of them. Nightfall 1 is out. When does 3VN dump that orbital strike is what I'm looking forward to. I mean, right now in Hell might be a great option as Dior falls, and now's the time here, Becky. We can't hold on to that much longer, and they don't even drop that ultimate. Why? Why not just ult Hell or Heaven?
Yeah, this seems so scary, especially considering that 3VN are on match point. If you're using those ultimates and you're able to just clear out certain areas, force people to push forward, you can really start to swing things in your favor. And once again, trying to be on match point, trying to end things, but the economy just is very rough. Dior does have enough money to buy up here, but Zella looking rough and not very close to that Tour de Force. And Tafts, as well as Fear, stuck on light armor, so not the buy you want when you're on match point and trying to just close things out.
Well, it's the polar opposite indeed, but I think they're walking into this round with what may be the most optimal situation for them. We're going to go to the opposing side of the map now, hitting that C. Rotates are here from the Fade and Raze, making some traction. I believe the rest of the crew should be wanting to wait and not necessarily peek out too far before the crew set up, but here we go now. There's that Rolling Thunder, Showstopper. Fear gonna go ahead and lead them through with some Prowlers and whatnot. Tafts out of the garage here. Dior is desperately looking for some contact, but oh my god, with sight empty, where could they be, Becky? Shocker, shocker.
Oh, and they are on long. 3VN all staying alive here. The final 2 remaining players of Matrix just trying to figure out if there's going to be a site that they can take in a 2v5 situation. That ultimate, that orbital strike coming out from that Brimstone, able to stop the plant long enough for the rest of the defensive side to reconvene and go for that retake.
And given 30 seconds on the clock and a 2 versus 5, kind of like what you touched on, this is just super tough. And you can see just how confident they are. They're looking to go as a duo, but besides Blue getting the 1, it is Dior to wipe up shop, and 3VN are the victors here, 13-11.
And better late than never, being able to find that 13th round on the precipice of going to that overtime situation. 3VN are able to lock it up and will be advancing into these semifinals matches. And if you're interested in finding out some more information about not community gaming. Well, if you are interested in know about community gaming, it's communitygaming.io. They give us some lovely sponsorship and have helped bolster up that prize pool. So certainly worth talking about them too. But if you're trying to stay up to date with Great Lakes Gaming, you can go ahead and check out our Discord and Twitter GL Gaming Lounges, as well as, give us a follow. If you're a first timer here on the Twitch, give us a follow. Maybe think about subscribing, as we do give you this Pit of Valor every single Wednesday, and we have a 99.3 coming up next week. A way to get involved in a lot of these free-to-play tournaments and try to get yourself a little piece of that cash.
Yeah, there really is no reasonable reason why we're not seeing you sign up. I mean, we do a notable job of giving you opportunity. Get yourself some friends, join and have fun. I mean, it's a Wednesday, it's that hump day. You kind of want to unwind a little bit and settle in for some games. Why not do it with GLG? So I think we are going to wrap it up. Before I do, a reminder to everybody, again, something immensely important. The GLG Country Club membership is something that has been around for a hot minute, and it's an opportunity for you as viewers to support us, but most importantly for us to support you by giving you and your team priority access into all of our events, in the sense that priority seating and a more or less guaranteed spot, not more or less, a guaranteed spot. So it's 3 months for the price of one. It's a measly $10, and one team member holds it. Your whole team gets that, the goodness and the benefits of that country club membership. So sign up if you so desire for some events, and grab yourself a membership if you wish as well for your team. If you're a regular, great. If not, heck, why not? Just toss $10 my way or to Ben's way. He'll say thank you via Twitter and probably roast you as well while he's at it. So yeah, on that note, let's go. Oh boy, I'm getting fired tonight. Let's go to a quick break. We're going to come back for the semifinals. Don't go too far.
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. We're going to go ahead and continue further into the evening of sorts. It's going to be Aspire Entertainment versus 3VN. For those that have just joined us, I am Strive, joined by Becky. I've gone ahead and removed the sweater. I like how I'm giving you apparel updates as if you haven't been watching with your 2 eyes about my day to day. That's how amazingly close I feel to our viewership here at GLG. But let's get into it here. Aspire Entertainment, of course, a familiar name here on the Wednesday Pit of Valors, and y'all just watched 3VN deliver the goods on Haven. So yeah, let's get into this one very shortly, Becky.
Yeah, I think it's a little spooky that we're actually going to Haven again. 3VN very clearly has a good sense of how they want to play certain rounds, whether they want to play it in an aggressive manner or whether they want to go ahead and play pretty slowly. And so it'll be interesting to see how that is going to change up as they go up against Aspire Entertainment. And you're giving updates on how you're looking. I think that chat deserves to give us updates about how they're looking. Let us know what you're wearing, or just be a little bit safe for work about it. But I am curious now, since I'm still wearing the same thing. I'm still being comfy cozy. The AC is on, so I can also afford to wear this right now and not be sweating. But our players, I don't know if I can say the same thing for them, because 3VN definitely after that last game do be sweating.
Yeah, they're going to need a whole lot of Axe and body spray and whatever kind of Old Spice deodorant for this one. But I know for a fact when it comes to perspiration, Aspire definitely sweats pretty hard when it comes to these Wednesdays. Like, they have notable players. Like, I'm just keen to see getting into this, what they decide to lock in and what they bring to the table. It's been a while since I've seen some Aspire goodness on desk here. So I'm keen on it. While we were on break, I hope you guys did a couple things. A is a country club membership. B is that giveaway which popped up during the freeze time for the timeouts, the exclamation mark giveaway opportunity. The fellow co-casters prior to us did mention GLG socks. So get those. I mean, it's like literally 30 degrees here, Celsius, not Fahrenheit, because I'm Canadian AF. But I don't need those woolly socks, but I do tell you they are mighty, mighty comfortable. So grab yourself a pair, support GLG, and wear some Great Lakes on your feet while you're at it.
This is the entire roster that we're going to be looking out for both of these teams. Yes, there is somebody on Aspire named Because. Try not to get too confused with that, as it is difficult to weave into sentences as I continue to cast this match.
Where do we land, though, Becky? Where do we get in terms of agent selections here for Aspire? Like, looking down the line and how things are for the most part. Yeah, you kind of have your staple picks across the board. A little bit of changes that I'm not. Wait a minute. Roompa on a Fade is different. Smiley on Breach is familiar. McNutty on Omen rings a bell. Ladder moves on Neon, potentially. Because on Chamber, cool, I get it. But some very quick change-ups that I'm not used to seeing. So keen to keep my eyes peeled and watch these guys joust it out on the first couple rounds and give me that warm, fuzzy feeling inside.
Yeah, for the side of 3VN, you know it, you've seen it. They're going for that same composition that we saw the time before. And now we are going to see a very different team composition face them down. The only similarities that we're really getting to see are going to be that Chamber, that Breach, and that Fade, which, you know, tried and true, pretty strong to have used on this map. But McNutty, as you mentioned, can go kind of hard with that Omen. So I'm excited to see how that controller is going to make a splash on this map as well. And you're playing a controller that has a little bit of extra oomph to be coming out of that fast lane with, especially on the attacking side. So that can have quite a nice extra push to it for the Aspire squad.
And I feel like I'm going to get maybe a mild seizure / stroke watching this knife spin around in circles. Maybe, maybe not. Observer, please do me a mega solid and save my eyeballs. I'm just kidding, but yeah, okay. I'm good now. My eyes have stopped rolling around on my forehead. Let's get into pistol round number 1. Becky, the semifinals matchup of the evening, and like you said yourself, which makes it that much sweeter, the $250, a little bit more tempting to push us that much harder and to sweat just a little bit more.
Oh, a strong start here. A lot of utility thrown out. Nothing quite coming through altogether right now, but some information gathered, some shots coming out. So a lot of defensive Aspire teammates holding out on that A long angle before going for this rotation that's given away by that Prowlers, because first to draw blood, taking down Dior.
Launching smoke.
Quick push onto the C side here. Looking to solidify the plant, but the rotates are here, and my goodness, the caboose is set. They're going to go ahead and utilize every bit that they can. The tether, the flashes, here we go in with ladder moves, getting a nice opening pick. No support here as this Neon, Roompa, everyone are just collapsing on this site. Look at that unity on that retake, my goodness me. You blink twice and you straight up miss it. They hop on that defuse, and with 4 bodies alive, that's one way to make it out in style.
Blazing start for Aspire Entertainment. You'd think that there was a Phoenix in the game, but no, it is just ladder moves on that Neon and going, zooming around the map, picking up 2 kills, 2 points closer to grabbing that overdrive as well. This is kind of a crazy team composition, and I think that for players who are able to feel comfortable enough on that Neon, it can do some big damage, and I've seen some crazy plays ending up in unexpected areas, and it just like throws off the whole mental of a squad that has to face it down.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's that you got to be immensely mechanically sound, I think, to utilize that Neon to its fullest. And, you know, in terms of quote unquote skill cap, it makes a huge difference. But we digress, as McNutty is observing the Marshall itself is quite powerful, getting that opening first pick right on through garage door. So solidifying some control initially is Zella, and again, McNutty back on it one more time, making some moves with that Omen. And we have the attempt of getting on site, and McNutty with that McMarshall coming in absolutely huge and gets them that second round.
I'm gonna apologize in advance because McNutty's name is so fun to make a bunch of puns on, and I will just like be throwing Mick in front of things, Nutty at the end of things. I might throw in the 333 somewhere, who knows, but it's just a lot of fun to cast with. So something that I will probably be doing to a fault in this match, and something that is not faulting is Aspire Entertainment, who had a strong start and get to hold on to a lot of those guns from their buy-up round, because it's the only one holding on to just that headhunter, that shorty, and some light armor, as that haunt is going to be the first thing to come out. But we are going to be able to hold on. Unfortunately, 5 HP, rendezvous to safety, not finishing anyone off for 3VN, not even a whole lot of damage done, but it is still going to be a 5v5 situation.
Yeah, that's the play here, and so far you got to go ahead and commend 3VN for really getting in on site, but solidifying much of that same type of energy. Aspire Entertainment know what they're up to. Like, they got a straight and concrete plan, which means, guys, let's just work together as 5. Losing 1 or 2 bodies on a huge push like that is mega trouble. The tether here, doing a huge number onto Fear. All I hear are breach flashes whooping in my ear, and it allows for some sort of retake potential. Brimstone down, Taps is going to perspire to the next level with the lineup of the Gauze. Do we get the connection? As Because lands for the 1. Where is that Molly? Oh, it's here. But is it going to work?
Oh, it is actually going to be able to hold down that area of the spike, and Smiley trying to wait enough time, but just barely not able to get that defuse across. That Molly is going to do damage, but so will that spike. Every player falling, and that will deal a lot of damage to the economy of 3VN, as they also spent a lot of their credits to buy up previously. Will they go ahead and save? Will they buy up to match Aspire Entertainment? Right now, Dior and Fiery Stalker have very different thoughts on this matter.
Yeah, they do, and it's kind of this is where you find yourself at a bit of an interesting crossroad. You gotta buckle up for the long haul, I feel, and the buy situation in front of them now is, I guess, the most optimal thing they could do. As Aspire Entertainment not only continue to pick up rounds, they're building those points towards the ultimates, which again is going to continue to make things just that much more troublesome to deal with as this match continues.
Dior Stinger in hand. Both satchels unavailable. McNutty just taking some shots and finds a lot of damage. Unfortunately, the reload will be more than enough to spell the end. McNutty is Mick in the ground.
You're just going to drop Mick in front of everything now, aren't you?
Yeah, I said I was going to, so certainly.
Fair warning. Waiting for the Mick push onto either Mick B, Mick A, or Mick C. I just absolutely ruined it. I'm so sorry. I'll leave that one to you. You definitely have finessed it and got it down to an art. So posting up 40 odd seconds on this shot clock, and it looks like now 3VN looking to make their moves onwards. Roompa posted up, looking to say nay as Dior. Oh my god, this is going to get really, really messy in a second here. Doesn't get ladder moves that opportunity to peek, but the up close stinger. Oh, ladder moves. Not sure if it was taking a bite of his McDonald's Sammy there, but doesn't end up getting that pick.
Yikes for the side of Aspire, but thankfully Roompa trying to clear things up, bring things back. That decay and that cut of audio is going to come through and allow for Smiley to make a nice peek around. All of a sudden, Taps the only one remaining, blinded, marked, deafened, decayed. It is all on to that Brimstone, and it is all in Aspire's pocket as they get themselves that dub.
Begs the question of that aggressive post up on that long A with that smoke there. Was it the necessarily correct decision? I'd say, yeah, 50-50. It just didn't help that Stinger was so up close and was able to unload a full clip in about 4 seconds flat. But getting back into this round now, we've got 3VN back in the in a good position, and I'm expecting a good segue into this round. Dior and Tafts are sitting on their ultimates as well, which we know historically has been a huge number on this Haven setup for them.
Oh, and ladder moves, Zappy fingers pushing because finds 2 through that window. Ladder moves finding another 2, a flawless round. Breakneck speed coming through, absolutely just zooming onto the side of the map that you would normally expect 3VN to have control of, but that is not the case for that round. Buys looking rough, so that aggression really paying off.
It feels like the tempo for Aspire Entertainment has been to get super up close and really get their dominance heard. And we saw this on Ascent the past weekend and some of my previous casts, and I think I'm kind of seeing that overall play style really pan out great. And you can see just when they do get aggressive, they're doing it in the, the quote unquote buddy system. That chamber fade really up close in that short area, that neon breach towards garage, both critical choke points, and it offers them some sort of control in the 50-50 dice roll of where the opposition is going to land. So as Because gets that opening one onto Task, falls right back to safety, and in a very sticky position, he gets more going for the mouse one. The tether tries to hold things steady, and it does. As Roompa says, no, please, like, you can't take my teammate without me showing up to this party. And yeah, this is where Aspire Entertainment are making this Haven map their own and really establishing dominance on all fronts.
Dominance is a light way to put it, considering 3v-N were just in a very close game, and now are kind of getting themselves knocked around a little bit by Aspire Entertainment, who look very swift and very exact about all their game plans. But I love this timeout. They are going to be able to buy up, so they'll be on an even playing field against the gunpowder for the side of Aspire Entertainment, as well as having 4 ultimates ready, and they all pack a punch with this team composition. We have that Tour de Force, as well as the Showstopper for a little bit of weaponized ultimates, as well as that Orbital Strike and that Rolling Thunder. So a whole lot of utility able to be deployed as we go forward here. And if you're looking for a little bit of utility for yourself, there's that QR code. You know it, you love it. MSI helping out the Pit of Valor, and get yourself involved in this giveaway for that nice headset so that you're able to hear every time Brimstone says, open up the sky, and you have to GTFO.
I was gonna say you should definitely you used the word bolster and you said yourself you like bolster your ear. I think you'd definitely catch on to that one, Becky, or the McBolster, the McGiveaway,
Bolster, the McGiveaway,
the McHeadset,
you know?
the McMSI. That sounds really messed up. The McMSI, that just doesn't work. Is there any McDonald's meal that starts with an M, like a Mick with an M in it? No. No. There's got to be a psychological reason as to why that's not a thing.
Yeah, there probably is somewhere along the line, but Ladder Move's gonna be the first one to make moves here. That Orbital Strike does come out and finds Smiley, but not after Smiley finds 3 kills. Zella now the only one remaining 1v3 here. That's a rough one to have ended up in, and Ladder Moves is just continuing to prowl forward alongside that Prowler. The double swing is more than enough. Aspire Entertainment are not letting 3v-N make good use of those ultimates or that timeout.
Yeah, it's not happening for 3v-N at this point, and you start to get into this nasty little pattern of just getting completely aggressed on, and it is not fun, Becky. Like, it completely takes a toll on you, your team, and you think you're doing something different. You know, you talk to the team, okay, guys, let's try something else. Let's, you know, send this agent here. Let's try and do something here. And none of it seems to work, as Aspire are just steamrolling on every front of this map. And that's where I get to feel for 3v-N a little bit more, because they're going to have to really step it up and maybe go for a faster strat. But even that's been kind of shut down by Aspire.
Oh, and speaking of being shut down by Aspire, Fear is going to be the first one to be shut down in that round off of that patented, signed, trademarked peek out with the operator, rendezvous to safety. Chamber, despite that nerf, still doing what you know Chamber's for doing so well.
Up close, Dior coming out, and oh my god, doesn't catch McNutty on the behind, as they're going to continue to shut down the C side here. McNutty getting aggro. Fury here is just having some aim practice sessions, aim labs 101, and in the end, getting Roompud, Smiley'd, and kitchen synced. That's just, oh, never mind. Fury just needed a warm-up. Gets the 1, gets the 2, but that's all that Fury ends up walking out with, is Aspire Entertainment yet again on this board, and they're consistently ending up in the opposition spawns. I'm not quite sure if, you know, what that tells you, but it does tell me that they are definitely running this defensive side down.
Yeah, I feel like 3v-N are also behind enough where I wish they were using multiple ultimates in a certain round. So far, we saw Tafts go ahead and use that Orbital Strike in one round. Zella used that Headhunter in the last round. Makes sense, trying to get a little bit of econ out of that Tour de Force. And now we see still 3 ultimates ready, and I think we just need that little bit of extra oomph and just being able to use those ultimates to continue to hold on to guns, keep the economy strong, and also get some mental back for the side of 3v-N.
Mental is critical. That's a great start, Becky, but it's not the entire picture. Is you're trying to get your mental together, right? You sign into the nearest asylum, and all of a sudden McNutty shows up and says, no, please go back to where you came from. And with the Nightfall here, doing much of that same, putting those voices in your head, it's leaving Ladder Moves to kind of dance around. A bit of a quick attempt to survive as the whole team is rotating. Roompa so patient with that Vandal in hand. Fear and Co are well situated as the retake here, looking from Garage. The battle with Smiley continues, breach on breach action, and very quickly they get back into it. Do we get because on the connection? No, in the end, the double swing and the miss is the crutch of that situation.
and just absolutely run by these initiators, Rupa and Smiley. They're doing a great job of really doing something that you don't always expect your initiators to do, which is just be able to shoot and have crosshair placement like no other. We've seen it from Smiley a ton, and it really kind of is a mixture of off of the back of those flashes and also just being right place, right time, patience, understanding of where 3VN are, and just waiting, lying to have that prey fall in to the maw of the predator that is Aspire Entertainment.
Yeah, this is like what now, 6 consecutive, 7 consecutive for them here after a bit of a rough A-long situation. They really came back to life and revitalized and have actually even said, listen, clearly what we did last time doesn't work. We'll send 3 over to that site and just stack that sucker up. Leaving C open for the retake, I think, has been a good strat too, and this is that type of change of playstyle, right? They have such good agent composition and are really, united on their strategy of choice. Is, oh my goodness me, because getting completely overwhelmed, and on the back end of things, Taft's is just doing Taft type things, just hanging out at garage while the rest of the team tries to get over to the site, and the push down long is not going to actually work, and still Dior is somehow alive, and finally Roompa shows up. Oh my god, Roompa showed up all right.
And it's still on the map, so something certainly to still be afraid of for Fiery Striker, who's giving away the position. The beautiful wide swing, finding that headshot among it all. Roompa is just looking, I mean, I've said it the round before, these initiators, not something you're used to seeing, but have aggression and have insane gunning ability. And you can see the score line of this map reflected in the KDs of these players as well.
Yeah, Roompa's been a mega member of Aspire for a hot minute or two, and this team has been mostly the same because is, I think, one of the newer team members, at least to my eyes, unless that's a name change. But, this squad is stuck together, and that synergy definitely shows in their gameplay and, how they show up week to week here at the Valors.
And showing up time and time again to that mid area. Smiley going to be good for 1, but those shots through that wall are going to be good for that trade. Breach for breach in this situation as Dior trying to get a little bit of vengeance too. Does get the jump on McNutty there, who once again is getting McDomed to the floor. And now ladder moves, trying not to have the same thing happen to them. A knife out. I'm not sure exactly why we're just keeping that knife out for so long. Maybe thinking about knifing that Roomba, but that's not going to be good enough, especially as Dior with a nice little hop onto site alongside those satchels.
Yeah, I don't think Because really cares to lose this up at all, just given how much money they've been accruing over these rounds. So expecting a hunt, maybe some exit picks, determining. This is a great view, by the way. This is a painting that you definitely see posted up on the wall in my house if I ever got to that point.
This is kind of a nice picturesque map. I feel like the painting that I would hang would definitely include some of the cute little bears, though.
Have you, I mean, Becky, at the end of the day, yeah, I feel like for those that have seen Becky's background, there's Pikachus everywhere. So rightfully so, Becky, yes, bears would fit the theme quite well, I'd say.
Yeah.
Actually, they are kind of cool looking. I don't know, which bears do you like more, the bears on Haven or the bears on Ascent? That's the real question.
I think I like the bears on Ascent more. They're like having a nice little dinner. They're on a little date.
The one in wine. That's the one I like. Yeah, see, that's where I'm at too. But, that's actually dope. Imagine paintings of like your favorite Valorant scenes. That's the stuff
that one would make a nice painting too. What else would make a nice painting? Ladder moves, just coming in, zapping. We said I like Pikachu. I certainly like Neon with those little zaps, trying to do their best Thunderbolt impression.
Smoke's down.
There's a huge number. Ooh, that's a nice little angle from Because. Right up on grass. You can tell that's not the first time around that rodeo. And Zella here is in spawn, doing spawn type things, which typically involves getting pinched out and dancing around as Smiley just immensely patient, strafing left and right. And you can always count on the ever so nutty McNutty to do a McLurk and get the final kill and pick up that round. And we
and also pick up the McTeabag.
Yeah, that's very McRude, by the way. So. Mick bad-mannered. We get into it 10-2. Not a lot to deal with, and I mean by that I mean rounds to work with. 3VN has to really make these pistols count. But I will say for a fact they did the same thing on Haven. They came back and really showed up in the second half. So I'm patient. I'm diligent here. I'm just gonna buckle up and take a mixed seat for the long haul.
I thought I was gonna be the one going kind of crazy with the nicknames, but
It's so catchy though. Like it's actually a lot of fun.
It really is. I agree, and that's kind of what we're here for. Is just to have a little bit of fun, and we're so lucky that Ben also lets us have a little bit of McFun here on the GLG Pit of Valor cast.
Going in, going for it. How far do we get though is the real question. 3VN have to be really swift to deal with this B take, and they're not even on site at this point. Smokes are here, and I don't believe they're going to want to really retake, sight unseen out of a smoke, but they're going to go for it, pushing on through. Dior gets in for the one, actually, despite having no real support, but Roompa's playing the smoke game, and that's what the Omen provides you the most of. Dancing with fear, and fear ends up raining over top of Roompa. 4v3 now, because mid control is on lock. Zella is in a different area code. They have to deal with this chamber and window.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, McNutty 6 HP, but could just run all over the people with that frenzy. Certainly good for one onto Fiery Striker. And the nice little trade back and forth. That defuse is starting to come through, but will McNutty be able to just find the headshot? 6 HP, but it doesn't matter. 3 kills. Gonna be more than enough to get Aspire Entertainment 11 rounds. They're not stopping for anyone or anything in this game.
No, they're definitely not, and this is start building up the hype in yourselves to see if Aspire can take this all the way to the finals. But with 3VN walking in with a now 9-round deficit, I start to feel even more uneasy than I was the prior round. Albeit they're kind of playing the style of Haven that I would say is the most favorable, right? That give up a sight mentality that Aspire Entertainment was taken on as well. Actually, wait a minute, the round has started and they're still running around determining what's what. Looks like C pinch is coming through. Garage is uncontested. Here they come through. Paranoia well placed. Ladder move's gonna go ahead and just completely dome faces. Can't see anything beyond the tip of Ladder moves' barrel, but with the whole team kind of there to back things up, and Smiley going ahead with the judge. That's one way to get on C site there, Chief.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there was a little bit of a buy that came out from 3VN in that last round too, so they don't have the credits to do a full buy here, and we might just be looking at a very swift round because that was just such aggression that I really don't think 3VN were prepared for, and this is one of the downsides. You lose so many rounds on one half, you really don't know what to expect, and I don't think they had any reason to anticipate that level of aggression, that level of push, especially from ladder moves just bursting through an ungodly amount of utility and still just spraying down with that Spectre. Normally you would expect any other sane human to go ahead and wait out a lot of that utility, but not ladder moves, who is just a menace with that Spectre. But the buys from 3VN really holding things down for them, as well as Dior, who finds 2, but because is still on the case, trying to do damage to the economy of remaining 3VN players.
Nothing feels better than the hype of when your entire team is watching you right now, and because it's going to be looking very intently to make this happen. Walking so patiently, catches Dior admiring this side of the box. That's one less to deal with, and a low HP Fury Striker could be that catalyst to secure this round, assuming because it's got the clutch panties on and secured for this one.
What did you just say?
Well, clutch pants, you know what I mean? Like, you never heard that saying before, like clutch pants? No?
I know, I have never heard it.
Maybe it's a Counter-Strike thing. Ignore it, but don't ignore the clutch-a-roni! See, there it is! What did I tell you?
Right, you called it! Holy smokes!
I mean, listen, I may be, I may, sometimes I'm good. Sometimes. That's like 1 in every 50 opportunities to actually shine. I do get it right, but darn, that was spicy. And like I said, yeah, clutch pants. Maybe not panties, because that's just a different story. We digress. The win goes off to Aspire Entertainment.
Wants to wear.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. It can be clutch shirt. It can be a clutch headset, clutch socks, clutch GLG socks for that matter. Hey, yo. But yeah, that rounds off this matchup. Aspire Entertainment in a whirlwind on Haven secure this win, and they're going off to finals.
And that's a place that we've seen Aspire Entertainment be quite a few times before. So they're no strangers to this, and they're no strangers to competing for that 200 first place prize pool. Big thanks to Community Gaming for helping bolster that prize pool so that we can get this a little bit more exciting for all y'all at home who are hanging out and watching all your friends compete in the very nice, very consistent Pit of Valor, as we are on Pit of Valor 99.2 and bringing you 99.3 next week. 100th coming soon, we promise. We just want it to be really big. You all have been so great in helping support us. Our players have been phenomenal as well. So just happy that we're getting to see that all over the place. And we really want to make the 100th something really special for y'all.
Yeah, that's the game plan in the grand scheme of it. So don't go too far. That 100 is going to be a banger, and that's what I'm looking forward to the most. So let's go to a break. Albeit it may take a minute or two to get settled in. By a minute or two, I mean a little bit more than a minute or two, just because we have to deal with the other side of the bracket and the other match. So don't leave us. Stay tuned. This might be a great time to check out that giveaway. Check out the socials. Order your favorite, McClutch piece of clothing, whatever suits your fancy. And yeah, we'll catch you here in a little bit. Grand finals is going to be a banger, knowing what Aspire just put up for us. So don't go too far.
Looking like it's all over. Hold up. Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Looking like it's all over. Hold up. Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And
Down B.
Night night. Recalling my bot.
One enemy remaining.
Placing sentry.
Placing swarm grenade.
Take flight. Enemy tag. Scanning ahead.
Spike down B.
Cover going out.
Last player standing.
Turret out. Placing swarm grenade. Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Take flight.
Spike planted.
Revealing area. There they are. Nowhere to run!
One enemy remaining.
Placing sentry.
Spike down mid.
Flash. Spike.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. Last round before the switch.
Right here.
Turret out.
Right here. Right here.
Get out of my way.
Reveal.
I am the hunter.
You are powerless.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Can't use that. No one knocks away.
Switching sides.
Deploying drone. Enemy mark. Scanning ahead. Found them.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Match point. One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
I knew it would all work out. It always does.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up. Maybe not!
Are you
what?
serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the gaming lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
blinds himself, doesn't realize it, and somehow Ian misses that shot. Not often do you see that happening, but gives Skirt a chance. Now only a one, but the teleport, big mistake. Don't think that's where he wanted to go, but nonetheless, let's Skirt get that 1-on-3.
Dealing with Undercolor pushing through with this pincher maneuver in towards market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on pistol. It's a 4-on-1 now for Nolu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all.
You have one player detained. I think it was Violet. I'm not too sure. I might be entirely wrong, but you are going to see a bunch of crossfire happening here as Fox and Jay are going to find 3 kills. Another flawless round by AGX. DKIM is not letting it go down easy. This round now a 2 versus 1. We've seen DKIM pull out these rounds in the 2v1 situation. Gonna rush him, is going to look for it, is going to find it in a 4-piece coming out. Oh my goodness.
Does not. It'll be so bad for Ben. I think he has an English decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Quaker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be Vet gone. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi, they take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top.
This could be absolutely everything. Gun out needs to have it, and ships to the night. What is happening? Gonna get 2, and the spray down's good. Finally turns for the 3rd, and he first secures it as well. That is absolutely amazing.
Back for the grand finale of this evening. I am Strive, joined by Becky, as you guys can see down below. If you've been following the journey of those participating in this Pit of Valor number 99.2, point something. It's not the 100 yet, but we're getting there. It's going to be Dawn versus Aspire. Both these teams are coming off of very notable wins in their previous matchup, so expect some goodness. And Loki, I don't know what kind of gabagoop people got on this evening, but it seems like Haven is like the staple pick, and I don't know how I feel about it, but it's okay, Becky. We'll survive, I think.
I do believe that this is also incorrect. I think
is it?
that we're supposed to be going to Ascent.
Prod's trolling.
Prod is trolling us a little bit, though. McBlizzard, I know that's not your actual name, but now that we're already on the joke, that's what I'm going to be calling you from now on. We are going to be going on to Ascent, so we will not be watching 3 Haven matches in a row. I mean, Strive might be a little sad. I know that Strive really likes Haven, but I personally would pick Ascent over Haven almost any day. I think that there's a little more excitement that can come out of Ascent, and I'm very excited to see what that excitement is going to lead us to, considering, as you mentioned, we just notably saw Dawn go 13-1 to get themselves to this point, and Aspire, I believe, go 13-3. So 2 very dominating wins to get them right here, right now, playing against each other for that $200 prize pool.
Yeah, this is mega. And, getting into this matchup, I'm keen to see how far this goes. Becky, you said, I believe, that these 2 teams have played each other in the past. True or false?
I think so. They're definitely both names that I remember, and times where I've previously cast Dawn. I know that they have gotten at least 1 or 2 crowns as well. So they're a very good team. Aspire has also made it to this point multiple times, and I believe that they've crossed paths at least before in earlier points, if not in grand finals.
So knowing that, the potential, I'm just ready to get into this matchup and see who's going to really take home that $200 first and foremost. But yeah, let's get down to it and talk about kind of Ascent as a whole. I briefly touched on it prior. It's kind of that notion of which map is the real Mona Lisa, the real painting, and Ascent's always been that great comfortable pick that you and I are used to casting. We've seen it time in and time out. And it leads you to believe that there is goodness to be witnessed here. I think it's a very even playing field for both of these 2 teams.
I also think it's funny. Sometimes I forget that Dawn has John Hamm. It's just a funny name. It's funny because it's such a one, it's just like a reference to the actor, but it's also just such a normal name. Like we have Faust spelled with a bunch of weird characters, Amaterasu, and then just John Hamm. Also,
I'm naming my kid John Hamm, even though I don't know if it's gonna work. Or maybe I'll get a dog and name it John Hamm.
There you go. I mean, it's like me. My dog's name is Apollo, but time and time again, I just call him Paul. And then people are like, "You just named your dog Paul?" And I'm like, "Well, no, but that's what I call him."
Yeah, he's a Paul.
He's
Actually,
Paul.
Apollo kind of does like give off Paul vibes. I think
He really
personally as well.
does.
Yeah, he's a good burger. He's a really good burger. Good dog. For those that know Apollo, Apollo's very, very, very adorable doggo, and GLG mascot for sure.
Yeah, we have both Apollo and Marvel. Strive's dog. Apollo is hanging out by my feet right now. Wants to be involved on this grand final action, though is paying more attention to his little stuffed bear than he really is
I don't
to
blame
anything
him.
else.
I should grab a stuffed bear for my own well-being and sanity sometimes.
We all should. We all gotta have those little bit of stress relief, and hopefully both of our teams have that stress relieved and are ready to get blazing into this final game. As Ladder moves gonna be the first to take a little bit of damage, but Exec almost getting taken out there by those paint shells.
Yep, initial looks back and forth here. Utility kind of being committed, and that's kind of okay for the most part here. We're just gonna let this round do its thing, unfold how it wishes. As the attacker side here, just kind of taking it slow, steady, and waiting for Spire to make a bit of a first move. Looks like they want to go for the jiggle here out of wine as well. One-way drops, and they may, for the time being, for the plans unless Smiley's waiting to play off contact here.
Finally readying up with that fault line wine. It's going to be able to deploy it, but that dark cover does make things a little bit difficult to get any of those shots off. So both of the defensive players going to be able to move back to safety as the attacking side members rotating towards that B site to join up with the rest of the team.
This is actually mighty on good considering Aspire has sent some rotates off. That Omen is kind of sitting towards spawn area now, rotating through, but Roompa's going to lock things down for the one. More from KJ to get him onto site here. Door closing as well. No jet commitment in terms of cloud bursts and tailwinds too, which leads you to believe that there could be some good potential post plant plays from that duelist on the Dawn side here.
4v4 situation fast. Nice situation there. Double peek, but still able to pick one up before moving back and forth here. And Amaterasu gonna come in, the very nice triple kill, and to dash away to the spray, finish it all off, and bring done that first one home. And Amaterasu, I believe, unless this is a name change, is gonna be a little bit of a switch from previous Dawn rosters that I have seen.
Yeah, so now as we kind of round off that first situation, I'll say Aspire maybe committed too many marbles off to the rotate initially, sending that Omen, but even now looking at the minimap and how things are kind of panning out, they are playing that 3A/tree mid-short type fiasco. So this is just that moment of just settling into some patterns, and you can see that they're getting aggressive off that. So no harm, no foul, as they're not really playing too passive, but Exec and Co are looking to get it. McNutty big swing, and Aspire yet again as a squad collecting bodies at this long A. That's really good, and they also got that pick outside B as well. Like that's how you use a stack to your advantage, I'd say, Becky.
That was beautifully done by Aspire, now taking a very far step back, saying, all right, we got that agent advantage, we were able to get those picks, and now let's try and keep that advantage. But 001 says, I've got something to say about that. I don't want you to be able to keep up with my squad, who were the ones who bought up here. So let's see if 001 off the back of this Owl Drone is going to be able to prompt a strong push onto this A site, but these flashes and the fault lines coming out from Smiley, making it very difficult to do so. A lot of damage on Aspire Entertainment, but 2 players still remaining at full HP for Dawn.
Ladder moves, needs to connect on this and doesn't end up bringing it home as Amaterasu, more attempts to get on site. Not really happening here because battling in that 1v1 and slightly short. Not Aspire-like so far, dare I say, in these first couple rounds, but this is now that buy opportunity. We'll see after some rough hiccups if they can kind of step back into this one.
A strong start. I mean, you can see 5 kills already for Amaterasu, 4 for Faust, and a just blazing direction. Unfortunately for the squad of Dawn, they did lose 4 players on that last round, so a lot of players going to be relegated to those classics, some of those sheriffs, some pistols, going into this round and facing down the absolute insane firepower of a lot of those phantoms, potentially Reaver phantoms, as well as even an Odin in hands of that Sova, as 001 finds one, but is really making it difficult as Smiley trying to throw those guns towards an ally over there and keep them as far away from Dawn's hands as possible.
Did you expect anything less from Aspire in a situation like that? I'd say nay. Like I'm immensely optimistic about these first couple rounds and seeing where they want to lead us through, but we have a long journey ahead, and that journey starts off with round number 3 here, as we're kind of witnessing. Looking for opportunity at this A side. KJ going to be a massive part of this A take as well through Tree, but alas, Omen and Breach are just as intensely watching, ready to counter that at a moment's notice.
Yeah, Smiley first to peek and has McNutty as backup, but not a lot of utility at the ready, and those blades, they are blazing for Amaterasu. That door is going down, but Aspire Entertainment pretty together here as Faust is able to find one. But as we mentioned, that buddy system and that trade back coming out very swiftly from Aspire.
Getting in, Amaterasu, Bladestorm as well here. Looking for some door action, but the whole kip and caboodle is going to come out of heaven in a moment. Nope, minus the 1. Roompa needs to make a move. Amaterasu cannot take these, or should be taking these 1v1 fights if it works out, and does end up coming out on top, but my goodness me, Roompa in the end comes out with the final Odin kill. I was going to say, like, leaving Jet to take those 1v1 battles would typically spell disaster, and for it to come down to Roompa in that situation made me a little bit uneasy, but they still walk away with that round in their back pockets and that reasonably expensive gun as well.
Yeah, but speaking of expensive guns, they bought up fully into that last round, and just like Aspire were able to do previously, and Dawn this time around were able to do a lot of damage to the players from Aspire. Only Roompa walking away from that one with that gun, and that economy going to be sitting intact there. So this could potentially be a big spooky situation, as digging deep into those pockets, Aspire could be in a deficit on a loss here.
With that situation ahead, Dawn here just looking to kind of feel things out. You know, coming off 2 massive wins, you got to appreciate the respect and approach to this matchup from both these teams. No one's really looking to, quote unquote, very lightly again, run anything down without a rhyme or reason, and they're just being immensely patient, waiting for Aspire to kind of flex their wings a bit and see if they want to overstep, and that doesn't really happen. They too also very diligent on their setup, and you can see just how mobile that Breach is on that spawn area, looking intently towards mid, getting ready to rotate at a moment's notice as well.
Cover going.
Yeah, this round being played with extreme caution from not one but both squads here. As you can see, very tight corners and far angles being held, as the lockdown going to be the first thing to come out here in this round from Faust, who throws out those swarm grenades, nice angles as well, trying to catch people running off of this site from that stair angle, but it is a little bit of a bait as the rest of Dawn pushing in, aggressing onto A.
I apologize as I continue to choke on water and die. I'm alive. I was going to say, like, that situation, although bait was a huge investment to put that lockdown towards the B side, and was it really worth it in the grand scheme of it? I'd say thus far, yes, but it could be a major issue, considering that Smiley does have that rolling thunder. The Christmas ham comes out for the one. Smiley trades it, dropping from above. Amaterasu from the site grounds is going to continue to lock things up, and of course Faust, that's just problematic. So I'll eat my words, Becky. They connected on really good shots, and were able to make that lockdown at B that was invested worth something in the grand scheme.
This is so crazy to me too, because while we do see Dawn ahead at 3-1, every single one of these rounds, only one player has walked away at the end. So despite this scoreline that maybe doesn't look super close, at least this far into this game, every single one of these rounds has been so close to parity, and Dawn is just narrowly edging themselves out on top of it time and time again, and they should safely be able to do so once more, considering that they do have the stronger buy into this round.
What are we waiting for here? What is that tipping point that's going to initiate the madness of this round? And it feels like really it's Dawn here picking some fights and dancing. They bait out that fault line, but that's only for the next 36 seconds. So all's kind of good in the hood here, as because getting really sweaty with it onto Faust. And oh my God, I hear it in the background and it sounds like music to my ears. Just that clean little one sheriff to the face there.
And that's the kind of things that you need when you're on these save rounds. Roompa, as well as Smiley, both players who pick up those initiators and are good at being able to find themselves those impact kills as that Hunter's Fury comes out trying to gather information, trying to stop this plant. And so far, so good for Aspire Entertainment. That bomb is down, but they do have the agent advantage, and they can be a little bit more aggressive. They can be a little bit more spontaneous as they go for this push onto site. But this one way from John Hamm, that dark cover, making things extremely difficult, and ladder moves kind of forced into certain game plans because of that Bucky in hand.
Down to the one, it is the lonesome Smiley, who may not be smiling after this John Hamm push. And oh my god, never mind. Bucky to the Chester is what it's going to be. Smiley looking to recover a gun. Actually wants this round, but not enough time. I'd be a fan of the save here. Yep, nice clean pick. And do we get the 001? 001 is now 000 eliminated. Smiley gets a 3-piece. Bomb goes boom, but in the end we walk out with that Vandal in hand, which is kind of an okay deal, I'd say.
Yeah, all things considered, being able to take down those kills, unfortunately, Dawn is bolstered by the dub in the round to be able to still hold on to pretty potent buys here. Just Exec and Amaterasu looking a little bit rough here, but Amaterasu is only one pip away from that Blade Storm, so quick collection of that ultimate orb towards this A site alongside Exec could be something that really brings this all together. Unfortunately, those are the two players who have nothing but sheriffs in hand, so that could be a little bit difficult. Maybe that buddy system should have been with somebody with a little more powerful gun?
That'd be optimal, but not everything always works out the way that it should, right? Hashtag adult life or Valorant issues, but because here has been quite notable in the past 2 rounds, getting a couple clean picks and whatnot. Faust looking to make some moves, and in terms of stepping forward, ends up eating a bit of dirt there, losing a fair amount of hit points, and says, listen here, Chief, I mean, I don't know what we're going to do now, but I'm kind of on the back foot of HP and going to have to slow the speed down a hair or two, considering we've also lost our Omen, which again offers that critical smoke entry potential. So, and that goes back to the conversation, Becky. Nobody wants to lose their smokes as first pick, and I think it's critical to protect the Omen or the Brimstone or whatever your smoke player is.
Yeah, especially when your opponents have a lot of these strong weapons in their pockets, and you also have to be very careful about how you're utilizing those smokes. If you're using them to bait, if you're using them to create one-ways, if you're using them to hold off certain angles like we can see McNutty doing here. And since we don't have that available for Dawn, we're really relying on the rest of the utility from this squad to cause a kerfuffle. As that happens, some shots from Roomba and McNutty take down Exec and Amaterasu, and McNutty making those McNice headshots with the turn and burn. Faust, just a sheriff to go, gave that gun over to Amaterasu, and we just saw Dawn really fall prey to a very nice recon bolt from Roompa there, which is going on to Aspire Entertainment and their strengths on these agents. And we said we were used to seeing McNutty on this Omen. We got to see the very nice Paranoia is very good at timing out those smokes, as well as Roompa, just very good and very clinical about the use of those recon bolts.
You got to be immensely careful about who you lose in these early rounds, especially, or early seconds of the rounds for Dawn, right? Losing Amaterasu here would be absolutely detrimental, which it does occur as Smiley picks off that one and is doing a bit of a do-si-do and does mostly potentially get away. And yep, amazing work. And now with the duelist out of the way, if they can eliminate the smokes, that'd be even better. Actually, they get a dubski on that KJ. Smiley completely shutting everything down. Sights closed for service. Oh my god, a bit of a wind up and a miss there from the Heaven Lands, and it's down to John Hamm, 10 HP and a dream here to
an HP and a From the Shadows and a dream, which makes it a little bit more believable. Would probably love to pick up a gun here though.
But do we get it? Do we get that gun?
Oh no. Okay. Save from the recon bolt. We could also use the From the Shadows here to go for a little bit of a fake. You could use it, put yourself on B, take a look around, and then just go ahead and go back to, especially because Aspire have already kind of started their rotation. So you could really sell this bait here. doesn't look like that's really going to be the case. Instead, John Hamm, with 35 seconds on the clock, is saying, let's get aggressive. Let's see if I can find a kill here, which, considering the 10 HP bar, I think is a great decision, but unfortunately, 10 HP makes it that much harder, especially when Roompa is able to find those headshots anyway.
Yeah, like Aspire, you know, maybe I'm gonna rename my quote of the buddy system. I'm gonna call it the pinky and the brain mentality, right? You gotta stick together, and it's all about the unity of what Aspire has been known for, I think, in this series for us. And now with 3 rounds in their back pocket, just 1 deficit, obviously quick mathing our way here, but this is just proper stuff. Like I'm seeing a real superb, I guess, tenacity out of Aspire, considering they had a bit of a questionable start, and now getting aggro. This is the kind of Aspire that we're used to seeing. Ladder moves here, pinching out from tiles. No one's getting away out of spawn. No shot. Oh my god, but wait, Amaterasu out of short, getting a quick 3-piece combination. So as I say that, I mean, I'm gonna eat my words. Clean picks aplenty all across the board.
I mean, but you're right. That is the normal aggression, the normal kind of chaotic push, and the throw into those frantic situations that Aspire Entertainment love to do. They love to go for that aggression. But a phenomenal job of shutting that all down for Amaterasu there. Said, chaos is not on the menu for me and my team today. And unfortunately, McNutty, those little bit of heavy footsteps from that ghost are going to go ahead and be more than enough to cause that peak out. 4 kills for Amaterasu in that round, and 3 of them really made a difference there.
Yeah, mega difference. And you gotta, you know, take that in stride if you're Aspire. Like, it's the intention that matters, and for them to get aggressive, I think fits their play style. But I think they've learned a thing or two, which means you cannot leave any stones unturned, especially towards that short area if they choose to go through tiles and or be main. But alas, we settle up one more time. Looking to battle it out at A with a quick KO ultimate to segue into sight. They're dealing with a lot of things, and Roompa, oh my god. Roompa deals with everything but one last remaining member of Dawn here. Exec, gone. Give Roompa the ace. Don't, yeah. Do me a solid, please.
Oh, John Hamm finds one, and that one kill is Roompa. The ace is not going to be good, but the damage is there onto John Hamm. Let's see if this Roompa can give over any information. It's more than enough for the kill to go on to ladder moves. And actually, great job of saying, like, communication through all of that, saying, hey, we could have seen that kill go over to McNutty, who was doing a great job of tracing John Hamm, but ladder moves was like, hey, I'm one pip off of Showstopper. Give that over to me. And sure enough, that is going to be available going into this next round.
Yeah, and the great thing here, kind of giving me some Fade Raze vibes, is the Sova Raze vibes, right? If you get that nice little recon dart off, at least Ladder Moves has a direct path to be flying towards, which makes that connection of the rocket a little bit simpler. But we're not quite there yet in this round. Actually, a minute or 2 away from achieving that. We'll see what the look that Dawn has here, if what they can shape up together. Is very slow and steady. Good map control all across the board, but much of the same thing for Aspire. They're super fluid and always moving, which again, it's that active defending type of play style that I really do appreciate.
A Showstopper that we talked so much about, unfortunately struggling to find a target despite the little hops from those satchel charges, as Dawn lost an early member and have just decided to play very slowly and take control of this mid area. Roompa laying in wait with dark covers are going to make it a little bit more difficult, as the shock darts are going to try and clear that area out.
Revealing area.
Roompa here has lit up Exec so much towards spawn area. Just as you'd say, Becky, a pip away from death. He's just trying to hang out, dance, and cannot dance with that Sova. Amaterasu, though, Guardian in hand, looking for the one tap. The fault line connects superbly there and gives Roompa that pick as well. Assists aplenty for this Aspire squad.
Now, once again, just left up to John Hamm. Well, maybe I shouldn't say it with such dismay in my voice, as John Hamm, nice dash around that corner. Less than 10 seconds about to ring out in the clock, though, and we've got to make sure that everything goes exactly according to plan. Unfortunately, That pain shells really put a wrench in John Hamm and Don's plan. We had that from the shadows available, but was just a little bit too scared to go ahead and dedicate that onto a site. Get that bomb planted, saving it for a... Oh, did not have the from the shadows ready. Never mind. Excuse me.
Right there.
You have been excused, Becky, and
How dare I?
how dare? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Yeah, it's one of those moments here where I'm kind of just taking a step back and really trying to decipher the Aspire Entertainment defense on this map. It's been a rocky road to say the least, and they have good, good footing, but it's not that same Aspire that I saw in Haven, which is leading me to, get more interested as to what they can do differently, perhaps. But in terms of different, Exec here wants another attempt at mid, and oh my god, talk about an incredible crosshair placement there. Ladder moves barely had a chance to blink, let alone click mouse one on that situation. Roompa, blind, full send, Hunter's Fury. We get a connection somewhere on this map, and it doesn't seem like that's going to come out. Not the greatest situation, but some intel has been gathered in terms of where the opposition could be.
Yeah, that entire Hunter's Fury, at least being able to say that nobody is in that mid part of the map. We're going to continue to have Smiley at least be able to watch it just in case that ends up changing. But it looks like they are under the impression that they could be going A. Unfortunately, that is not the case, as all of the 5-stack of Dawn have made their way onto this B site, and the lockdown has been deployed.
This time they are looking to play off of that lockdown as 001 onto the Sova. That eliminates your initiator role for the retake. And given that they have no other real ultimates to back it up, that's not the most, the largest problem in this equation. The 5v3, I think, is the bigger debacle, as the because crew looking back, looking forth, and the pinch could be a major crutch into Aspire's retake here.
Oh, a nice peek there from 001. Unfortunately, is revoked by McNetty, who finds one, but the Omen on Omen action ends up going in John Hamm's favor. This back and forth game showing up here in the finals of GLG's Pit of Valor as Dawn 6 rounds to 5. What do you think are the chances that Aspire Entertainment are able to make it to an even half?
110%. Without a doubt in my mind. Yeah, I'm immensely confident. I mean, they're walking in with what I think is a superb, situation, right? They're tenacious, and they're not shy when it comes to getting up close and personal and picking really great one-on-one fights. But when you have Amaterasu here jumping up high and almost connecting on the kill as well, kind of give me some heebie-jeebies there with Roompa. But we have some button coverage. Where is the rest of the team here to come and support? They're just kind of dancing around the smoke, finally getting out of there. Market here is open for the time being, but that door will inevitably close, which it has now. And with the attempt to get on site, Roompa needs support.
Yeah, this is really rough for Roompa. Ultimately, a Blade and a Shock Dart are going to be the end of that Sova, as the Hunter's Fury from 001 is going to take that location and try to gather information as that bomb goes down. A few players have fallen from Dawn, but we still have to worry about Aspire Entertainment, who failed to get onto this site once before, but that last time they did not have ladder moves, and ladder moves making a huge difference and making moves as we find 3 kills and get Aspire Entertainment versus Dawn even 6-6 at the half.
So far, I'm going to go ahead and say shout outs to my good inner gut feelings for the night. I'm quite pleased with myself. I can retire at least for another week or so. But yeah, 6-6. I mean, what did you expect here, Becky? This is grand finals. 2 amazing teams that came off of 2 really smack dabbing wins. They're here to play for keeps, and the keeps involves $200, as we said. So yeah, shout out to CG for hooking that up as always.
I mean, as like kind of a relegation prize, $50 is going to second place. So at least both these teams are in the money, and they have that in the back of their minds, but they're also playing for those style points. They're playing for the ego here. And so far, which player would you give the strongest ego award to?
Is that really an award that I should be awarding, though? Really? Like, am I...
No,
is
but
ego...
it's fun.
It is. I'm going to go ahead and say ego award. Honestly, I can't do it. I think everyone's just playing super respectful and just really, really well. And it's not about ego here. It's about just raw skill and aim. And John Hamm here with the frenzy gets a quick 2-piece combination. Looking for more. tell me why the frenzy is so good when I watch other people use it and I can't connect with the kill.
That's what I'm thinking. And Zach with a run around the corner. The blinded Smiley is more than enough to find that kill. A flawless pistol round is going to be the start to this game. Who exactly are we giving this defuse over to? Are we putting it on the KO? Are we putting it on somebody else? Who's getting this?
They give it off to the good old KO. So we've solidified the first round, and we'll see how things unfold with the next 2 or 3. I think for our viewership as well, along with you and I, Becky, it is far too early to get a good warm fuzzy about where this matchup is going. But seeing Amaterasu on that Odin tells me one thing, that we are going straight to Burrtown here with that gun.
Oh, straight to Burrtown. I mean, I'm here for it. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're seeing a little bit of a switch off. Amaterasu, though, is going to end up going for that Phantom. Still some heavy artillery in that gun as well, but I am interested in watching that Judge as well.
Out of charge.
Yeah, two big weapons that can deliver massive bit of damage if given the right chance, the right circumstances. And this is where I kind of start to question the KJ feeling. Not question, but I don't know if I quite appreciate KJ as much as I used to, because you're basically playing the lottery when, you know, almost every round. Are they going to go away? If they don't, well, guess what? Everything that I just dropped down on that floor is null and void, which is, again, not fun. But then low-key, I said I miss Cypher, so I'm kind of contradicting myself. Anyways, I digress.
I miss Cypher too. I think every person with a good heart misses Cypher.
What in the name of McNutty?
Oh.
You want an Ego Award? That's the Ego Award.
There we go. McNutty gets the Ego Award and is rewarded for that ego by picking up a Judge. And all of a sudden, Dawn, the buy up into this round, but down 2 players and 5 still alive and well for Aspire, who are taking control of this mid section of the map. Market is under their control, and 001 is just trying to see if we can catch somebody on the tail end.
30 seconds left.
Oh, ladder moves was so close on the back end of things, battling at mid and ends up connecting onto Amaterasu as well. That's a huge pick, getting that duelist out of the way. And of course, McNutty doing McNutty activities as per usual. And because, yeah, no shot that they make this happen. With the openings and the series of picks they got, you just feel so good about that round. And that's going to be the tie round 2, 7-7.
Wow. And I think that is like the real tell of the level that both of these players are at. Like, both of these teams, excuse me, like I'm not talking about just 2 players, I'm talking about the whole squads that are happening here. And you can tell that it is really this close when you can see that anti-buy still come out with such strength. Aspire being able to take that one down says so much about these 2 team compositions and the equal match that we're watching.
Oh, this fragment is huge. It's going to do some good division here. It forces Roompa to swing, gets the one, but shock darts from 001 is good. The beauty here, though, is that we're seeing Dawn double up on back B, unlike Roompa did prior. So this situation could be more than optimal, but the fault line is so great. Amaterasu here is dancing around. Shout out to Breach, MVP support there with that fault line. Had that not been available, we would have had a whole series of shorty kills come through.
I was also, okay, so I'm gonna be a little bit vulnerable here. I played a few games of Breach today, and it was off the back of I've cast a lot of Fen tournaments recently, and every single time I'm like, all the hot girls play Breach. And I didn't really understand it. Like, I'm like, Breach is kind of gross. I don't think that I'm personally super into Breach, but I was like, maybe there's something that I'm just not seeing. So I picked up the Breach today, and I think I finally get it. I think I see what everyone is seeing in this Breach character. I guess I'm also calling Smiley a hot girl, so take that for what you would like across whatever.
What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, with that KDA as well, and being second on this leaderboard for the Aspire Entertainment squad, it certainly says a whole lot as well that Breach is being so impactful for that team composition.
Breach unlocks a whole different inner bit of, you know, empowerment. Like, you just feel like an absolute grade A burger when you play Breach. Like, you can just, you're the one who does whatever you want to do. You set up people, you're concussing, you're running things through, and oh my god, John Hamm here dealing with a lot, but my goodness, straight up therapy session. No problems for the Ham. with more Faust on site, battling with Roompa, but you know, of course, you can't dismiss that Jet being around, and just when things get nasty, because shows up, might be able to recover that spike and get on site, but chooses instead to hit the ejecto button and grab an orb before, well, most likely dying to one of 3 members of Dawn here.
Yeah, I like just taking that extra moment to be a little bit more prepared to go into the next round as well. 1v3 is not the most crazy thing that we've seen in the world, but it is gonna be a little bit easier now that Because was able to find that kill, the tip of that gun, making things a little bit difficult for John Hamm to continue to stay safe. 1v2 now, and we'll see. It looks like the team is going to go ahead, or Because it's going to go ahead with a similar game plan to what we saw earlier. That Fragment is going to do a bit of damage and just trying to joust around that generator, but it's not going to be enough. The collapse from the final 2 Dawn players, more than enough to once again bring us to an even game.
Tit for tat, back and forth in the story. The saga continues. I feel like I'm in the Mick washing machine right now, to be quite frank with you. It felt like, honestly, you know, I'm laughing. I'm low-key laughing inside because like it's been all of 2 rounds, and the first thing that crossed my mind at the end of there, and I was, I need another Mick reference, but it's only been 2 rounds. Like I may have an addiction problem.
It's just so fun to do. That's why I said that I was gonna do it so much, is because I just, every time I see McNutty's name, I'm like, ah, yes, here we go. The quick and easy content where I just get to go, wow, McNutty is being absolutely McNutty in this round, popping off. And it says a lot if that's a player that that's like the first notable thing that comes into my mind.
Shout out to players that make our lives as casters just a little bit easier. We appreciate it. But what is making things even easier besides the naming here is really just Dawn's overall performance in this entire series and in this game too. They're making it simple for us to remain interested, remain intrigued as to what their next step is going to be. And thus far, they're playing, I'd say, this defensive side pretty, you know, straightforward to the point, not getting as aggressive as we've seen Aspire Entertainment. So far, we did see some notable pushes from Aspire when they were defending, namely that Tiles B pinch, but that was completely foiled, as you guys witnessed. So again, where does Dawn want to land in this story? Are they as keen to get really up close and personal with Aspire and redefine what it means to defend?
I mean, we haven't seen that type of play from them yet, and we've seen a lot of this very default, kind of very spread out defensive style. They're kind of just playing for contact at this point. And that's something that we've seen a lot from them. We could see them start to change it up, but it's at least not going to be in this round. Once again, that dark cover blocking off a lot and forcing Aspire Entertainment to just go ahead and pick a different site. Unfortunately, the site that they have picked is the site with Faust, who's able to draw that first blood, that peak.
10 seconds left.
Maybe not being as thorough as we'd meant for it to be. His ladder moves gets that trade back, but Because gonna have a final word in this situation.
Take it as you will. Maybe I don't want to say that Aspire has perfected their synergy in terms of swinging together as a team, but borderline, I feel like they have. They are so good at getting out of sticky positions and are not fearless to back each other up. And now with that pick off onto 001, and Because you're looking superbly good with that tour de force, they are able to take that round right to their name. You got to appreciate these small things though, which I do. I have, you know, maybe is the correct word an affinity? Yeah, a bit of an affinity for the micro that happens in a game and the small details, and you know the frustrations that we see in our day-to-day play, seeing them not occur in this situation like that, coming out a door where you're just really hoping that your teammate comes up behind you. It makes you feel nice and fuzzy inside, and it makes life just that much more difficult for Dawn to kind of live with. But on the back end of this, they're gonna really have to be smart at this point. They have ultimates to back things up, but they don't have the guns or the firepower to really bring to this matchup. So, you know, for them, slow and steady does it. Maybe a couple shorty kills or something different to, you know, move them ahead, but they're going to have to play the long game and look to equalize and then move from there, I think.
Well, speaking of equalizing, this is a tall angle that McNutty was holding, but has dropped down into hell as trades go back and forth. As players from Dawn try to go for this retake as that bomb finally falls. Full HP bars on the remaining players, but a lot of utility being blown. Shock darts, Roombas all over the place as the Blades try to find a connection, but just can't find them onto 001, but what can find its mark is going to be those McNice, McPhantom shots from McNutty.
Well, I think one thing GLG's resolved is, I don't know, maybe there's just McNutty's night to be in the limelight or in the spotlight. It's totally acceptable. We need some McNutty apparel. McNutty reminds me of, honestly, one major thing, and maybe it's because I thought of the McFlurry, but I feel like it's just like this dope ass nut-filled ice cream. You know, like just straight up umpteen amount of peanuts and chocolate fudge, and that's just the McNutty. The McNutty 333. Patent it, ship it out, I'd buy it, market it, do what you want to do. But it's actually not the greatest start, which kind of broke my heart. Amaterasu on that front foot for the first opening pick, and at this point, for them, they're back in that position that they honestly thrive the most. They cannot give up any more picks willy-nilly and have to be less vulnerable to Aspire Entertainment's really united pushes on any side that they've been choosing in this matchup.
It was an interesting Hunter's Fury to start things off from. Roomba just trying to gather information, but interesting to use it this early on and not hold it for a post-plant situation, considering how reliable Aspire have been at getting onto a site and getting the bomb down. It is a little bit more difficult now that they've lost that breach, but so far it's going pretty okay for them, especially as because finds that kill, but Faust from the back of site so far able to collect quite a few kills. Takes a couple shots at 001, but I get it. Sometimes when you have those mirror matches, you get a little bit afraid of the doppelganger from your team that shows up on your screen.
And just when you thought you got some flow and some pattern and the River was making some moves, it's not. It really and honestly is not that case whatsoever in this matchup, which as casters and me as an observer, I have a very difficult time pinpointing small, things to highlight. But what I will say for Aspire's high notes where they've managed to shine the most has been those situations where they really take a site as 2 or 3, right? Coming out of tree room into site as 3, taking B out of main and working to clear out that site as a group before planting. And that's with numbers, not as individuals. As we can see now in this type of case, we have Because just being a super patient Chamber looking for a pick and really relying on the rest of the team here to clear out from top mid before making any major moves.
This is kind of a different split that we haven't seen from Aspire Entertainment on this attacking side. A full 4-player push with that lurking chamber, something that you're kind of used to seeing, but we haven't seen a ton of from Aspire, at least not on this map. Still could be something that Dawn is anticipating being used in this round, as that Killjoy's finally made a little bit of a migration, set up post a little bit stronger towards B and mid, alongside that Sova, which could potentially still have strength as an anchor, considering that Aspire have not decided to dedicate themselves to any one site just yet.
Commitments, like you said, not occurring, but with 38 on the clock and nothing really solidified, they're going to go ahead and make those moves onto that A side here. Smiley leading them through. Omen has already got a good amount of gap closing towards Jenny, looking for that plant. And will that door close? It may, but shortly after being broken through, here's that lockdown. What are they going to do though to stop this? They don't have a Hunter's Fury, but they do have the full-blown Rolling Thunder to go ahead and try and gain some more footing. But can they make it out of this one, Becky? Ooh, we have a McNutty detained. Smiley's gonna have to do some offerings and defend, but McNutty actually walks away. Amazing.
And Exec goes for that flash, but gets fault lined, unable to follow up on that push as that recon bolt comes out. 001 gonna be able to find a kill that matters, and Exec finishing it up. Once again, we're getting to see that 1-for-1 back and forth that results in only one player being left alive, but nonetheless, the clutch goes to Smiley at the end for being the last attacking player remaining as that bomb goes off.
That's a minty and beautiful Control clutch in the grand scheme of it all. Shout out to Control, of course, for keeping it real and again supporting GLG. But alas, 11-9 Aspire on Becky's favorite word that I have yet to use, the precipice of match point. I'm ready for it.
I love that you're good at telling which words I use a lot.
I have a vocabulary for all casters of frequent words. you know, yours is precipice, and I think it's a damn great word to summarize and be fonts about it. But going for that match point here, does Aspire have that extra bit of mojo to get on this B site? So far, it is looking good, and they are doing what you want to see. Super United getting on the site, but 001 here is somehow still alive. Dancing left, dancing right, gets two, but finally they show up to shut things down, and Roompa says full stop, no more here for Aspire.
Yeah, 2 players of Dawn left. And a Sheriff just in hand for Amaterasu, but we've seen great things be able to be pulled off regardless. Trying to move onto site alongside John Ham. Low gun power. But despite getting hit in the head, that's a time where you hate to have something like a Phantom. Especially if that pistol does a little bit more damage to your noggin and then your full rifle. Oh, but you know, sometimes for the spray down, having something like that Phantom shows up quite nicely as ladder moves. Nicely portrays for us.
To summarize it all, Aspire's got to do that one more time. I'll keep it simple. They just need to go as a group, and from there, things just work, I feel. Honestly, and is that a surprise to many of us? No. But I mean, I'm maybe oversimplifying things, but that's really the truth of the situation. And the same does go for Dawn, right? They're going to have to do something a little bit, you know, different to deal with Aspire, and that may be playing the retake strategy that Aspire has done in the past, and I'd be okay with that. They just need to commit to something different, and yeah, I really hope they can stick it out one more time and really put up that fight required here for that nice juicy prize spot too.
Ladder moves using that Roomba to try and clear out some areas of paranoia to come through from the attackers, forcing that Omen back to a little bit of safety, causing a little bit of rotation towards mid from 001 as Aspire Entertainment push up through mid here, a little bit torn and back and forth.
And cut the silence and the tension with a butter knife, Becky. And we're getting at that point where moves got to happen. Spire. Have that Omen and Sova and Chamber towards mid, which would be amazing for a pinch through. And I can see that Dawn's already setting up for that retake, playing really far back. Oh, because nice opener. That is going to foil that retake strategy. But Amaterasu here for the one from spawn, trying to get on site and protect it as much as he can. But fault line here, waiting for support. Aftershock, where do we land? It's going to be with Roompa to get that pick out to 001. With just one more jet to worry about, and they do just that. Talk about the collapse and the one remaining KJ to clutch this out.
Oh no, Dawn left to one member, and it is a rough for Faust. Vandal in hand, one swarm grenade, but 4 players of Aspire Entertainment trying to get themselves this win. And with a lot of utility left, there's just only so much you can do as that lone killjoy. And it will be Aspire Entertainment, their whole squad pretty much alive at the end to bring themselves that 13th round and that $200 first place prize pool.
Did we expect anything less than an amazing performance from our 2 finalist teams? I mean, they walked into this matchup with a superb running of you know, Haven playing the map of choice for Dawn, but coming into this, there is a massive flux of let's say team play, but also individual moments of really just commitment, like committing to the unexpected. Like we saw McNutty going with some crazy steps into smokes and looking to get super aggressive. Great team synergy coming out of that tree room, which I loved, and I will remember that type of play style. And on the opposing end of it, I think Dawn did a good job of solidifying their first half. They excelled drastically on an attacker, but they just could not bring that defensive side together, which again is a takeaway and a key working point. But regardless of that, they put on a huge performance here tonight.
Yeah, and what a great final match for us to have watched as our finals. We do have that sweet MVP award to give away. Let's throw that up on the screen, producer. And we are going to give it over to Roompa on that. Sova, especially in that final map, was instrumental with all of that utility, information gathering, those shock darts from close and from afar. And just doing a really great job of also hitting those heads. I mean, we talked about it in the game and match before where we watched Aspire Entertainment. These initiator players that they have are also just phenomenal fraggers, and Roompa showed up on multiple facets in this final game.
Yeah, Roompa, congratulations to you. You are the winner of an MSI gaming mouse. We'll get that to you in some shape or form, personally delivered by Ben himself, maybe. But regardless, yeah, an amazing showing from the overall Aspire Entertainment squad. I'm super, super proud of the Dawn team, like I said. And I'm going to comment on one more key thing before we summarize the evening, Becky, is to say thank you so much for these teams showing up week in and week out. Like, it would not be the same without repeats, without repeat customers, dare I say. But yeah, from at least the entire team here, thank you so much, and we appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. We've been here for 99.2 Pit of Valors. We've done this for so many weeks, and it wouldn't be something that we could continue to do if we didn't get our players coming back every single week, competing for that prize pool, no matter how small or how large, and getting themselves involved. And if you're hoping to be involved just a little bit more and make sure that you can be a part of our tournaments, even if we get close to capping, and we do always cap, like the last however many have all capped. So if you want to make sure that you are always in these tournaments and competing for that prize money, check out the GLG Country Club membership. It allows for you to have that insta-lock factor on getting in our queues and our tournaments. And it's only $10 a month. And you get 3 months for the price of one to start off. So what are you waiting for? Get yourself and your little hands on that Country Club membership so that you can make sure you are in here and in it to win it.
Yeah, indeed. And before we sign off for the evening one more time, we've kind of dropped the hints of them and always commanded them throughout the stream, but it's time to one more time thank our fantastic sponsors, which is much, much required. Of course, Community Gaming here, powering us, keeping it real, not only the platform to sign up, but also providing much of the prize pool. Of course, Control here, the Control Clutch Maestros. That stuff tastes like absolute crack. I'm not going to lie. It is so, so good. So for those that have not tried Control before, check it out. I know Becky's talked about it before and loves it. Many of our team here have tried it. It's just a quick and easy way to fuel yourself up and get going and keep on moving throughout your day without, necessarily dealing with the mundaneness of a full-blown meal. So shout out to Control and CG. And of course, we talked about them, MSI as well, for making things superbly amazing, not only on a weekly giveaway basis, but of course, giving away those mice for the MVPs of our matches. So having said that, Becky, for you and I think that's going to be a wrap. I'm going to go ahead and say thank you to our prior casters of Orbital and Mick for keeping the lovely viewers company. Shout out to Mick Blizzard and Anton in the background for keeping things on lock. Low key, it's actually it's Mick Blizzard. Regardless, and thank you to our viewers as well. We really appreciate you guys. On behalf of McStrive and McBecky, we love you all lots and wish you a fantastic rest of your week. Hopefully the Thursday and Friday is painless and y'all have a great weekend. So Becky, do us the honors and sign us off for the night, please.
All right. Once again, Strive said it. I'm Becky. This was Strive. We had a great time bringing you to the finals. Congratulations once again to Aspire Entertainment. We hope to see you all here on the next week.
Kick, but blinds himself, doesn't realize it, and somehow Ian misses that shot. Not often do you see that happening, but gives Skirt a chance. Now only a 1v1, but the teleport, big mistake. Don't think that's where he wanted to go, but nonetheless, let Skirt get that 1-on-3.
Dealing with Undercolor, pushing through with this pincher maneuver in towards market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on Pistol. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all.
You have one player detained. I think it was Violet. I'm not too sure. I might be entirely wrong, but you are going to see a bunch of crossfire happening here as Fox and Jay are going to find 3 kills. Another flawless round by AGX. DKIM is not letting it go down easy. This round now a 2 versus 1. We've seen DKIM pull out these rounds in the 2v1 situation. Gonna rush him, is going to look for it, is going to find it in a 4-piece coming out. Oh my goodness.
Does not It'll be so bad for Tank. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Quaker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be Vet gone. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi, they take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top.
This could be absolutely everything. Gun out needs to have it, and shifts to the night. What is happening? Can he get two? The spray down's good. Finally turns for the third, and he first secures it as well. That is absolutely amazing.